Gamers, hello everybody. I hope you're all doing well today and hope you're ready for some more EU5 where we have some more Hungary gameplay to get to. All right. Yesterday we continued with our Hungary run and we got another, I think, 40 years in or something like that. We are approaching the next age, which will be the Age of Reformation, and then we will have to deal with the Reformation and we'll see how that goes. I am actually considering flipping Lutheran and not staying Catholic. But we'll see. We'll see. We could also be crazy and flip Orthodox, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I will flip probably Lutheran, maybe. I don't know. I'd like to be an empire, and I would also like to be a great power, and I would also like to not be Catholic. Because Catholic kind of sucks. It kind of sucks for us. Like, we've been in the schism for, like, the whole time. Like, 40 years. Like, all of yesterday. Which means we don't actually do anything with our religion. Like, it just sits there. We got excommunicated, I guess. But other than that, it just kind of sat there and didn't really do anything. So I'd like something that we can interact with a little bit more. And I think if we flip to a different religion, we will find that. But we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Kiri, Rassic Blood. Dave's Razvanium. Hopefully I got that right. Hello. Then 6, Sundalis, Coslord, K2G, Zardak. Hope you're all doing well today. Is conquering for resources more of a thing now? Absolutely. It absolutely is a thing now. You really do want to make sure that you are controlling the RGOs that you need to expand your economy. Now, as Hungary, we don't really need to do that as much because we have a lot of the resources that we're going to end up needing long term. But for sure, in general in EU5, you are going to think about conquering certain areas to obtain certain RGOs so that way you can control them. But really the most important thing when it comes to RGOs, at least in your home market, is being the market leader for the most trade capacity and having good market access to all of your locations. That's what's most important. That way you get first dibs on all of the RGOs and all the goods that are produced. Hey, Marker Blackout, how you doing? Boom, 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 boom. Today, you guess we'll be building roads. That's a pretty good guess. That's a pretty good guess on that one. Perhaps even bridges and canals. Also, some pretty solid guesses. I don't know if we'll get a second city today for another Pound Lot Canal, but it's definitely possible. Definitely possible. Hey, Ionic Naga, how you doing? You've done all the AAR side quests. Still haven't found the Bahamut raids. Haven't found them or haven't done them. To be honest, I didn't do the Bahamut raids. I just unsynced it with friends that were higher level just so I could get it done and move on. I think I only did like 1 or 2. I needed to do it for something. I can't remember what it was though. Do you need to do all the extremes? No, you do not need to do all the extremes. Extremes are fun. I like extremes. But you don't have to do them, I don't think. I don't believe so. And besides, that's more of a... You don't really queue in to it. You instead go into the party finder, the PF finder. And then you set up a party for people to join, and then you do the extremes. No quest, no unlock, no idea where. I don't remember. It's been a while since I interacted with them. Real question, is it still really hard to be an indigenous nation in South America? I don't know. I haven't played there, but I would assume so. Since most of the nations in South America are in the mountains, that's going to automatically make it kind of painful to play as them because mountains suck for projecting control through. So you might not be able to hold a bunch of land yourself and you'll need to rely on vassals. And it would be definitely more difficult to keep vassals loyal in Inca land than in Hungary, because Hungary, we have a super big economy and a lot of troops. So it's easy to keep vassals loyal. If you're smaller, they can start to be a struggle because power levels will be a lot more equal, and then they might not want to listen to you. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. Man, I gotta get a haircut. I just keep putting it off. If I get a haircut, then I can stop worrying about my hair all the time in the stream. I mean, I don't have to worry about it, to be fair. I could just leave it all scuffed up. Is Orthodox a good religion? I don't know. I haven't played as an Orthodox nation. So I don't know. It's probably better than Catholic, though. Catholics just, in general, not very strong. And I don't think it's also that fun, either. Just because you spend, like, the first 100 years, basically, in the schism, right? So that means that all the buttons that you could use as a Catholic are gone. And then you get out of the schism, and you immediately go into the Reformation, where, like, half your country gets converted to Lutheranism. And it's like, well, okay, I guess. So there's no point in time where you could just, like, be Catholic and just, like, do the Catholic things without having to worry about your religion not working, or just, like, you have to just reconvert everything. I don't know. Feels bad. Feels bad. You've been unsyncing them. Why would anyone do them anyways? If you want mounts and glams, just unsync them. If you can do them in 2 minutes with Stormblood gear, what can you do with DR gear? You mean Dawn Trail? Yeah, I mean, people do just unsync them for mounts and stuff at this point. You just can't do that with current content. They used to be current content. They're just no longer current content. I wonder if the Aztecs are viable, assuming they can have gold and build roads to improve control. I think they would probably struggle with getting the institutions. So you'd be able to do the tech for up through the Age 1, which is technically where the game starts. And then you'd be able to do the default tech for Renaissance, Age of Renaissance. And then that would be it. That'd be all the tech you could do. So you could get tier 1 roads, but that would be it. You couldn't ever get to tier 2 until colonizers show up and somehow spread the institution to you over time. And then you get hit by the Great Pestilence, and then all your pops die. Should you call the Spanish Inquisition? I'd prefer it if you didn't call the Spanish Inquisition. You know, they tend to just complicate things, honestly. Oh, 0 of 50 achievements on EU5? Well, there you go. They're there. Well, kind of. That's a crazy achievement. I don't know if I can show these off. That's some crazy stuff. I mean, not really. To be fair. It's just like a long-term one. When we end this run, you like to see someone smaller as Hungry, you can just sit there and build up. You don't think it's representative of gameplay loop. I think it's exactly representative of the gameplay loop. I think that is the gameplay loop. For sure. We can continue as Hungary. Like, what else in the gameplay loop would you look for? We're building buildings. We're also going to a war to expand. I mean, there you go. like yeah. We're finding our unique researches. We're working with what we've got. How's EU5's music? Really good. Really, really good. I will always be a big Stellaris music fan. Even though I don't play as much Stellaris as I do the EU series, I do think Stellaris has the best music overall. But, I mean, why make queens fight queens, you know? They're both really good. Did you figure out the dynamic music? No, I also didn't even look into it. Yikes. Yikes. I really should do that. How do we just skip all the expansion and Diplo steps because all the core lands and goods is already there? I mean, yeah, that's true, but like we're still expanding. We're just taking vassals, which I hate to break it to you, is the best way to expand in this age, whether you are big or whether you are small. Like, it is still the same. We could just have more vassals. What if you do not have land to build up? You expand because you're bored, not because your survival depends on it? I mean, you always have some... I mean, most tags have some land to build up. We would just be funneling all of our money that we have into 3 locations instead of into a bunch of them. I mean, don't get me wrong, you would expand. But it's fine. It's fine. I mean, we won't play someone as large next, most likely. I might want to do a colonizing game next, though, so maybe we will play someone big? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Play the Iubids? Oh, no, no, no. I will not play the Iubids. Habibi's playing the Iubids. Do they even start on the map? Is it these guys? The R2 kids? I thought that they were yellow. Yellow map color, I thought. Yuan into Norse Crusader run, surely. Surely that's the play. Colonial Hansa could be fun. I don't know. Can the Hansa even colonize? Because they're a building-based country, so they're not allowed to hold territory. I don't even know if they could. How do you say they have 2 locations at start? Iubids. Maybe I'm just blind. I could be blind and I'm just looking in the wrong spots. Or, I suppose they could be dead. You know, it is 1407, so they could have just been annexed by this point. That is another possibility. All right, so welcome back to Hungary. Here we are. We have recently finished accepting the Renaissance, so we now have all the institutions. We are doing tech and whatnot to catch up on it. We've taken another subject down in Bulgaria. I don't know if I want any more subjects. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Because at some point, I'm going to need to annex all of these guys, and every single one of them that I annex is going to be a huge relation hit with the other ones. And we may have to release some of these guys and then annex them again. And then release them as vassals again. But we'll see. We'll see. As of right now, we're building a lot of bridges, and we're trying to scale our economy up quite a bit. Really, we're in competition with Bohemia here. Who we are apparently perfectly balanced with, but if we look at that, well, France would join because they are currently the emperor. But Bohemia has a larger tax base than us, but that's because they're cheating. And they have a bunch of gold on flatlands around them, so it's free for them to do that. Though they have built up their capital quite a bit, I will give them that. And they are making tons and tons of money. I would like to catch up a bit to them if we can get the chance. So we need to make sure that we're building buildings in our capital to try and scale up the economy. Now, right now, we are very much focused on serfdom and traditional economy. So we're trying to go for full serfdom traditional economy centralization. I don't know if this will end up being better than how I would usually play. As of right now, it seems like my economy definitely doesn't scale as much, but it is kind of fun. And a little bit different from how I would usually go about building up cities. And who knows, if we can keep building up more RGOs, we'll be good, because our RGOs are not maxed out everywhere. Some of the ones closer to the capital are beginning to be maxed out, but not all of them. And we're also building buildings inside some of these rural locations to get different resources that we would want to use other than just the RGOs. Like the saltpeter, I don't really need more saltpeter, so I'd rather get them working in fiber crop farms for now, because we're using that to make paper still, I think. How did France become the emperor? I don't know. They joined the HRE somehow. That's the answer. They somehow joined the HRE and then everybody voted for them. I don't know why they were allowed to, because I can't join the HRE. Not that I'd want to, but I can't even if I wanted to. I'm too big, and the Emperor would not have accepted it. Now, I do expect that we will be fighting France quite a bit, because eventually, long term, I would like to own parts of northern Italy. And northern Italy is currently inside the HRE. Now, there will be in the next age, I believe it's next age, a new situation, which will be the Italian Wars, and we may get involved in those and start trying to do something down in here. Naples is no longer our ally, which is sad. We lost them because they lost a war against Tunis. I would like to probably re-ally them, though they do own Dubrovnik. And I would like to get control over the Dubrovnik market. That way, all the trade in this area is owned by me. And then long term, probably Venezia would be one that I would like to control. And then maybe Bursa node. Though there's like another economic dead zone in here that I don't love, but that's okay. In EU4, you can join the voted emperor, so I guess they were elected for some reason. They were elected for some reason, but they had joined the HRE before they were elected. Like they were already in the HRE, which is why everybody immediately went to elect them. I'm not sure why they did that, but they did. All right, great news. We're not going to stay paused for 2.5 hours today, okay? All right, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to unpause. We're going to let the game play a little bit. Do not fear. We have a fur shortage. We have an amber shortage. Okay, we're still working on supplying the fur. Making sure people are working there. What? We game here? We do, in fact, do a little bit of gaming. Where did the yapping go? Well, we can yap while we game. What are we yapping about? Yap enjoyers, what are we yapping about today, all right? Tell me. Give me a topic. Let's see if I can yap with the best of them. Lies always paused. Is that what you want? You want me to pause every single, looks like 8 hours is when I can get the pause in. I got one at 17. That's pretty good. Guess the first EU5 mod will be released. People will remove this icon up here in the top left because they're babies. That's why. No, that'll be the first mod, most likely. Actually, that's wrong. There already has been mods made, but I guess fully released, as in like testing mods, not like actual full mods for people to use. It'll be to get rid of this and to put the flag in the top left because, I don't know. Actually, I do know, but it's whatever. It doesn't matter. People saying that this is bad before they've even played the game is crazy to me. Map modes, probably? What map mode? Well, in what way? As in, they will add new map modes? Or they will change certain map modes right now? I'm gonna max out... Why would they do that to me? Did they flip the plus and the minus sign? Why is the minus on the left-hand side and the plus on the right-hand side? Maybe it's always been like that and I'm just stupid. That is always a possibility. I could just be crazy right now. Yeah, sure. Marry you. Ruler's nephew. What's our cabinet looking like? Huh. There was an update today, so it might have messed up the cabinet a bit. Hey, where's my ruler's daughter? No. No. No! Come back! Oh. Damn it. Man, I hate that. I hate when characters just leave my court and go somewhere else, especially when they were already here. Oh. Damn it. That's sad. That's very sad. Oh, you mean like graphical map mods? Wow, I think the game looks good. I know some people don't like the way it looks. I think it looks good, though. I mean, sometimes around mountains it can look a little scuffed. But in general, I think it looks good. Any juicy leaks that won't be in the day one patch? Yeah, I have a good leak for you. You ready for this? The game will release. Crazy. Crazy leak. You heard it here first, folks. The game will release on day one. No, I don't have any leaks. Hello? Who do you think I am? I also don't know anything. Ooh, free cabinet seat. That's a huge tech. Now I don't love the fact that I'm going to be putting a noble into the cabinet because it's going to make them stronger. But remember, it's going to dilute the crown power we get as well because now there's 3. And there's only 50% estate power here available. We are trying to get autocracy and royal decree in though, so it shouldn't be too bad. And I'm going to have this guy... What am I going to have him do? I could have him stabilize the country for a little bit. I'd like to get back up to, I don't know, 20 stability or so. Just to make sure that we get some estate satisfaction equilibrium back from that negative stab and people are happy. I could also have him put down rebels, like those Orthodox zealots. In fact, that's what I should do instead. We'll crack down on the Orthodox zealots. Not that they're at risk of rising up, but I just want them gone. Resolutions to vote on. I am yet to vote. I could side with France, but I will side with Rome, because last time I sided with France on one event, I got excommunicated. And I don't want to get excommunicated again. Thank you very much. Okay, I do not deserve to be excommunicated. I am innocent. All I did was support my Christian brothers in France, my Catholic brothers specifically, and I was punished. Pay for max stab? You want to pay 84 ducats for my stability? I don't know about that one. I don't know. Oh, nice. Jazbareni is now a core. Remember that this was not Hungarian. It was Jazbareni, or Jazbin culture? Jazz culture. So now it's majority Hungarian. So it becomes a core, which means that the control here is going to go up to 65%. Because an integrated location gives 5% control. A core gives 20%. So it's pretty big. Also, average satisfaction is a pretty big effect on your stuff as well. Now, we do have this non-integrated provinces here, and that's because I took some land on the Black Sea coast, because I hope that that means that I could trade over here, though it doesn't look like it's actually done that for me. So maybe it wasn't worth it in the end, but we have it, so it's going to stay there. Veneration of relics? I'd rather not. Look at that, we're making almost 200 ducats a month now. We're making 88 from trade, 48 from diplomacy. Wow. Those vassals are giving us a lot of money. Who knew? Who knew? We are buying some food. Yeah, we're buying food in a lot of spots. That's kind of a disappointment. We're only making 476 food here? Weren't we making like 2,000 yesterday? Okay, maybe the winter modifier just hadn't gone away yet. Where's the delta of the Danube? Would that be feasible to take soon? I believe we have it. Well, one part of it. Why does the river go like this, by the way? Real bad world design by whoever made the planet. Why did it go like this? Right there, it's so close. But this is the delta of it. We only control half the delta because I didn't need the other half. Ooh, Golden Horde. No longer This is no longer controlled by rebels, so I could feed this over to Moldavia, which would be kind of nice. Do I have diplomats available? I do. Let's build a spy network here. Wait, let's check. Can I create... I can make them a tributary? Weird. I want religious war, though. So let's build a spy network so I can grab... where did I put this? Here. I can grab Orhe and Bessarabia, and I can hand that off to Moldavia, because I'd like them to own all of this, because it'll look very nice. You're building that. Pest. Why don't you... What do I want to do with Pest? Could build out the Tailor's Guild, but that would weaken my Tailor's Guild in my capital. It's probably fine. See, part of the downside of trading in lots of gold is that you're not trading any other goods. Now, we are trading a bit of dyes and fur at the moment, and saffron. And I guess a little bit of gems, too. But we're mostly trading in gold and silver, which means we're not increasing the price of any of our other trade goods. Now, I could decide to trade less gold and manually trade for some of those goods. That is certainly an option. Like, if I looked, is there anywhere that I can send fine cloth? Anywhere that I can export that to. The Riga market could use some fine cloth. They don't currently have a surplus. And their burgers are importing 1.55. So if I send two goods amounts. Okay, well let me go over this UI real quick. So this is the export UI. Import UI looks the same. Right here, it tells us how much of our manual trade capacity we have compared to automation. We've had our trade on automated for pretty much the whole game because we're just trading gold and silver, and the AI is pretty good at automatically doing those trades, so I just let them do it. We can look and see in this bar what the price of fine cloth is in Pest, which is our market. Right now it's at 5.68, which is 7.5% below the base price of 6 ducats a month, or 6 ducats. You can see that our effective supply is at 18.87, effective demand 17.04. So what we'd like to do is raise the price of fine cloth up a little bit to help make our fine cloth buildings more profitable. Because then our burgers make more money, and then we can tax the burgers more. So exporting some fine cloth will not only make us money on the trade, but it will also make it to where we can tax our burgers. Right here is the actual markets that we can trade into. If the markets are black, that means that it's a super big loss if we trade into it. And it's a black to green color scale ratio. So the more green it is, the more money you'll make. Right now, the only places that we could make any kind of profit for it are in Alexandria, which is a smaller profit than trading into the Riga market. Right here on this bar where we see the Riga market, we can see the stockpile of fine cloth in Riga is actually at full. So they have a full stockpile of it. But they have a 0 surplus in their market of fine cloth. So they have a supply of 7.45 and a demand of 7.45. But as you can see, their burgers are importing 1.55, which means there is actually a 1.55 loss in their market that we can try and fill in order to make some money. Now, it's not necessarily that their burgers will stop the importing, but if we do this, it will bring the price of the cloth in their market down a little bit, which leaves us to stay there, because I'll eat the losses until the burgers want to change. Or at least I could do that if I wanted to. Hey, Chris, how you doing? So what I want to do is make sure that I fulfill the demand in their market, but I don't want to crash the price in their market. Because remember, if we want to sell goods that are cheap in my market and expensive in another market, so that way we get more trade value when we trade. So if I oversupply their market, it will drop it too much. So sometimes when I'm doing trades, I won't actually meet their market demand, and instead I'll hold back to make sure that prices stay higher. Now, this doesn't always work because then other AI could see the opportunity and then they will import their goods there and then the price will drop anyways. It's just something you kind of have to play around with and keep your eye on. But I do want to go to the Riga market with this. Right here, you can see the price of the fine cloth in the Riga market. You can see that it's 6.8% over the base price. So that's about a 12%, 13% price difference between our cloth and their cloth. Right here is the projected profit per trade capacity. We buy it in our market. So the way that the trade works is you buy the goods off of your market and then you sell the goods away. You don't just take the goods. So, for example, if I am... we can use the Holland. If I'm playing Holland and I'm in Flanders market, right, the Bruges market. If Flanders has a higher trade advantage, then Flanders will be able to do their trades before I can do my trades, right? So in our case, it doesn't matter because we have total control over our node. But if we were trying to compete with people, we would want to make sure that we have, like, we're the strongest person in the node. That way we can actually buy the goods and sell the goods. There's also a maintenance cost based on distance, I believe, which you have to pay. And then there's no tolls that we're going through because we're going through the Krakow market. Now, I'd like to adjust how much manual trade capacity we're using to affect how much of the goods we're actually sending. And I said it was 1.55 of... yeah, 1.55. So I will... also, you can press Alt to go up by 0.1. So that way it's a little bit more accurate. We'll trade 1.58 fine cloth to the Riga market. And then I'll do a little bit of trade down to the Alexandria market. Well, you know what? I should probably... why did I use 4 there? That seems kind of crazy. But Alexandria has a larger supply, but as you can see, it's because people are importing a bunch into their market. I'll import... let's go for that, and we'll join in on importing to there. It could be, though, that it won't be that effective because so many other people are exporting to them. Why is there a yellow square in Constantinople? That is the sound toll. So there are a couple of sound tolls around. There's one up here in Denmark, and there's another down here in Constantinople. If you have a trade go through, you have to pay a toll on that trade. So it will lower the profitability of your trade. There is a peace deal and a diplomatic interaction to ask for an exemption to the sound toll. But I don't think the AI likes to give out the exemptions, because they like making money off of the trades. But it's only if it goes through it. So if I traded with Alexandria from Pest and it goes down through the Adriatic, I don't pay the toll. If it routes down through the Bursa node, but specifically through the toll C here in Marmara, then I will have to pay it. And that's bad. There used to be one in Gibraltar, but I don't think it's there anymore. I haven't seen it for a while, which feels weird. But it used to be that they made stupid money from it. As anybody in the Med importing anything from outside of Iberia, like if they wanted to get things from Africa or from the New World, it would just make them crazy money. Why is the Kiev market so big? Because nobody else has made a new market. You could definitely make a market out here. There's a lot of dead space out here that you could make a market in. You could move the Kiev market down and then put another one right in here somewhere. But the AI has not seen the unnecessary reason to do it. But if we look, I mean, market access gets down to 57% on the edges, which is kind of rough. In Casillo, is it worth the 2 trade zones? Honestly, Castile should have more than 2, I would think. Like, if you mapped out the trade zones in Iberia, you should probably have 1 up here in the northwest, and then you should have at least 1 over here in the east, in Aragon somewhere, to get better control over all of it. And then you push the FOSS node out, and like you move the FOSS trade node. I don't know. I'm not an Iberia expert by any means, but you definitely don't want 1 node for all of Iberia. That would be really bad. As occupier the boss first, you could definitely pay off people attacking you with sound toll exemption, if you recall correctly. Yeah, it's a little exploity because the AI will always accept that, even if they're not using it. Like, even if they don't have to pay the sound toll ever, you can just like offer it to them and they go away. But yes, that does work. I'm gonna build a bunch of bridges in my subjects' land. Cities of the World's Desire has fallen. That has not been the City of World's Desire for a long time. Hey, I'll give them this. The Ottomans are actually building buildings in it. The Byzantines had 0 buildings. So, who loves it more? Interesting. Interesting. So-called Byzantium enjoyers, when confronted with the reality that they didn't treat their city right. Keep making more lumber mills. I love me some lumber mills. You can have a windmill here. And honestly, we could start building farming villages. I think I'd rather build the farming villages a little bit closer to home, though. Okay, so we have full livestock here. We're going to build out some more masons. Then I think we start building market villages. Now, just so we're clear, I have not been a big fan of the idea of market villages, because they're not very efficient when it comes to using actual goods, right? For example, if it uses the iron to make 0.4 iron to 0.5 tools is pretty bad, when I could make a tool workshop that is, you know, why is it 0.61? 0.61 iron for 0.83 tools. Well, hold on. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was. Hold on. Wait a minute. I mean, it is worse. It is much worse. So you just use more iron to make less tools. But the thing is, we have access to so many resources and so many pops that it might be worth it for me to just build market villages. Yeah, and it's going to want rural blacksmiths. The thing is, this will lower the profitability of our urban buildings. But importantly, these put peasants to work instead of putting instead of putting burghers to work. So they consume less food, but they also demand less goods. But, you know, you just put them to work and you can tax them more. They do give a little bit of trade advantage and a little bit of trade capacity. They also give some food capacity. So I think I'm going to build some market villages here in this spot. And then we're going to see how it goes. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, but I'm going to try. Irrigation or market village here. When we do produce 71 food here, again, I think I just build 2 market villages. And we use up all the pops that we have there and we put them to work. But that's one of the things that I wanted to test out in this run. That's why I'm going for like full serfdom and peasants and whatnot, is I do want to use a lot more of these rural buildings and see if it's worth it. That, I definitely want more wool. A lot of different production methods too. That's true. There are a lot of different production methods. If I don't want to make the tools, I can make something else. Poe has betrayed Christendom. Have I? I think I'm doing pretty good. Sure, I said Constantinople is cringe, but surely that just makes me a better Catholic. No! Brescia is dying. That's kind of sad. I like their purple map color. Better than whatever the hell Milan is doing. Are they stupid? Do they not know they'll never have control up here? Milan, hello? Why are you going after this terrible, terrible German land when you have arguably some of the best land to develop right next to you that you're not taking? Hello? Have you missed something? We're still yapping? I mean, we're always yapping, truly. Truly, we're always yapping. But no, you haven't missed very much. We have been playing. We're going to keep building roads out. Ooh, and we unlock universities, which unlocks our education of the elite law. I think we go education for the people. Well, hold on. You know, maybe we don't. Max literacy for burghers, peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Compared to mixed institutions, which is nobles and burghers. Possible number of artists, 0.02 towards innovative. Or open institutions for less clergy equilibrium and more institution growth, and 0.02 to innovation. Or theological institutions for progress to spiritualist and clergy satisfaction, and monthly max literacy for clergy. Here's the thing, right? Is peasants don't need to know how to read. At the same time, though, I do like research. But maybe I should just embrace that I will have lower research due to lower literacy and kind of go with the theme and not go for education of the people, even though that would probably be what I always choose. Forts work like EU4. So they have zone of control, as well as it takes a while to siege them down. I don't hate mixed institutions for the burgher literacy as well. I don't really care about education of the court. If education of the court gave better education outcomes for kids, I would be much more interested in choosing this. But a little bit of cabinet efficiency, for me at this moment, not all that huge. Well, if I do stack efficiency of cabinet, though, we can get really good at converting. But education of people is just so good. It's so good. No, I'm not going to do it. We're going to go mixed institutions. It's different from what I would usually choose, but fits the theme of what we're going for, which I think is more important. What is this? A lot of funds when we get universities. Yes. Buddha, I would like to... What happens if I fail this? I just lose stability? Because I could use this for a CB. No, I think it's fine. We'll just do this. I can increase opinion with the burghers, or with the nation. I can get rid of some spiritual retreats. And then I could go for additional taxes, because this is going to give me what, 3 lumber forestry improvements. I mean, that's pretty cheap for us to do. I haven't clicked request additional taxes yet. Are there any laws that I was thinking about changing that we can go and look at now? Central Council, yeah, okay. Court of Culture, Legal Code. That's all fine. Mixed institutions will get implemented. We are currently a martial society. We could swap over to a civil society for more max tax on peasants. We currently have noble controlled mining operations, but I could swap to peasant controlled for more peasant estate satisfaction, though that does give peasant freedom, and I'm not really loving the whole idea of free peasants. So maybe not. Maybe there are no laws that I need to worry about for right now. Which means I will just request additional taxes, and we'll go from making 197 ducats a month. To... Is that true? No? Okay. I mean, it just increases the amount of tax that we tax our estates. Or like max tax, I think. I'm not sure. I would like to find some more peasant loyalty. I might want to hand out some more peasant reforms here, or privileges. Access to royal E-class, whatever that is, courts. There is 5% loyalty here. It will lower the clergy loyalty by 5%, which feels kind of bad. But that's more tax. I do love tax. I do love me some peasant tax. Fewer levies? Nah. I don't need to tempt Bohemia like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go access to the courts. What is this? Peasant contentment? Oh, that's about one of the missions that we have. Right. Right. I forgot I did that. Rural location for subsequent mission tasks. Well, I don't plan on doing any of them, so that's fine. I forgot we even had missions turned on. Is peasant migration a good or a bad thing? I don't know. Arguably, it's a good thing. Peasants migrate to where they want to go. The real bad downside of it is, as of right now, they almost all migrate into the capital, which is not great. Something that should probably be changed long term, but they just go to wherever has the highest migration attraction, and that's usually your capital. And so all the pops just go there instead of going around. Like, they don't go to their provincial capitals or towns and cities in their provincial spots, which makes sense. They kind of just all go to the same place. So you end up with the capitals that just have peasants sitting there that don't really do anything in particular, which is kind of sad. So, like, we could turn off the migration, but it's a good idea to make a new market for Transylvania. 1337, you release them for market access. Well, we did make a new market for them, but I did not make it in 1337. I doubt that's worth the money, because I don't care about Transylvania that much. But we did make a new one over here for all of our subjects, which works. I don't know if this is necessarily the best spot for it long term. For right now, though, it does get the job done. Pest is just very strong, so its market is still pushing into both of these, and it's very ugly. It's very ugly, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I need to build roads for my subjects, and while I may do that at some point, I don't really plan on doing it right now. But it is a good idea, yes, to eventually make a market over here. Long story short. One thing I should do... No! No way, you built a town over the Mercury? I mean, like, long term, that's bad. Short term, it doesn't really matter. But long term, that's kind of rough. Because we don't have any other source of it. Ooh, I can expand the gold. Saffron, you're doing that. Dyes, you're doing that. Might as well get all the stone built. Do I need to upgrade the beeswax here? I do have some rural beeswax. We're maxing bees. Beeswax over there. And instead, I could work on... I don't really want to build a lot of urban stuff. Good government policies. I will take the money. Can get horses maxed out. Fun fact, you can make horses to make more horses. You can make stud farms. It takes 1.5 wheat and 0.3 horses, and you make one whole horse. Whoa. Whoa, horse duplication. Huge. As of right now, I don't need more clay. If I do start to build farm estates, though, I will need clay. Lumber, we have 9 surplus right now. Price of lumber is only at minus 12.5. I'm going to build another 2 lumber camps or lumber mills here. Whatever they're called. I'm going to build 3 there. Well, we'll build 2 on each. Just so they're all at the same level here. That copper will recover very slowly. Same thing with that iron. I don't need to improve that copper for right now. Marble is maxed out. Okay, this saltpeter, I can either build more fiber crops. Even though we currently have a surplus of 15 in our market. Or I can build 4 market villages. They really want to build tools in these market villages, and I don't completely understand why. Well, it's because it's the only one that's profitable, is why. I guess that makes sense. Very well. Just do it. I mean, if the price of iron goes up, I can just make more iron, right? That's fine. We can do that. When we have iron that's being... That needs to just have people working in it right now. Can you get a tiny one that is surrounded by pests more north than you made it? A tiny market? Like up here? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, the reason I placed it in Brasso is I wanted to go down into Wallachia for those subjects. You could, yeah. Tell John Paradox to release the game already tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's so close. So close. Make sure we're getting roads built to all of this. I mean, you know, control has been worse. It's been better, but it's also been worse. I need to start building universities in all of my urban locations. I'm going to cancel building all those tools there, and instead I'm going to build a university next. Now, to build it, it does require books. So I can only build one at a time. But I do want to build them. Now, universities. They give 10% max literacy for nobles and burghers, 0.5 cultural influence, plus 10 pop promotion speed, 0.05 migration attraction, 0.1% local monthly literacy, and 33% institution growth. So very good for spreading institutions, very good for literacy, but that cultural influence is super nice because that helps us culturally convert pops faster and integrate provinces and locations faster. Man, we are really completing missions here for a guy that said he doesn't want to do missions. Okay, you are also just making tools. Very well. How feasible would it be for accepting Croatian culture right now? I mean, we could do it, but we don't really have... That's nice tech. We don't really have much Croatian culture in our country. Well, I mean, I guess we have a decent amount. Fun fact, it's already accepted. Well, it's already tolerated, not accepted. Big difference there. Big difference. Chaz Bereni. You got 2 sheep farms. I don't hate the idea of more sheep farms, but they don't make that much money is the thing. Let's make a sand pit or two here, so that we can keep our sand production up. Or I could just max out my sand RGO instead. That's probably a smarter idea. Well, I mean, there's always the... If I can build a forest village here, which takes sand, tar, and wild game and makes some leather. That feels pretty bad. That feels pretty bad. But let's try it. Why not? It's time to finish up those traders in Croatia. Those traders, you mean my ruler's first cousin? They're allied to Halych. I mean, I'm not really too scared of their alliance chain. Antagonism, a little unfortunate. I mean, even the Ottomans are kind of upset with me. I've taken a lot of land. I mean, to be fair, I did obliterate Serbia, and that really made a lot of people mad. And then I continue to take things from Styria as well. Austria's allied to Poland. Austria, I feel like that's a betrayal. I'm gonna be so real with you. I feel like you allying Poland is a betrayal. Or Poland, you allying Austria is a betrayal. Right now, France won't join. And there is still cores that we can grab for Styria, which would be nice, but I really need to do one or the other. Okay, we have Styrian claims. Volgast, Croatia would join. I can't co-belligerize them. They're in a union with Austria. Yeah, I mean... The question is, do I vassalize Croatia? Or do I just annex Croatia and accept that I'm going to have zero control there? I'm a little worried about how many vassals we have, because every time we annex somebody, they're going to lose opinion. So I feel like they're going to be mad at me. Too mad to annex everybody. Vassalize Croatia. Take cores back for Styria. Decisions, decisions, decisions. First live full annex. What do you mean first live full annex? I mean, I guess, but like, does it matter? Does it matter if it's a full annex or we take 2 wars to annex them? Also, I don't even know if I would full annex them. I really don't think it's worth it for me to own all this land. It's just going to be like super low control out here for nothing in the grand scheme of things. I don't think they'll rebel, though. And if I want to go into Italy at some point, being able to get control down here would be nice. There is a town here, which is good. There's a silver mine. And there's fur down here, though most of this is already maxed out anyways. Can I put Wallachia out of its misery? What do you mean? They're having a great time. They're having a great time. They're also in the coalition against me. Salt? Yeah, we're doing fine on salt. $21, $14. I think I should just wait for my next parliament. Where is my... Okay. Why don't you Create the religious war CB against the Great Horde. I think I should just wait for my next parliament and then go back into the Balkans again. Is no one else expanding? No one else is expanding as quickly as we are. I mean, we've taken a lot of land. Like, this is... We've taken a lot of land, and we don't really have that much antagonism. It's just that we have a lot of localized antagonism. I'm not sure why this guy was so mad at me. Oh, he owns this. Like, the people right next to own it. But it's weird, because Austria has less antagonism than Salzburg does, even though I've been taking land from Austria. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Also, people have been expanding. Milan has expanded. Verona has expanded. Florence has expanded. Tunis has expanded. France has expanded. Castile has expanded. Not sure how Portugal got that. The Netherlands is here. That was Brabant. Oh, they're much more orange now. Oh, interesting. We have finished assimilating pest. Congratulations to us. Assimilate pops into our culture. We could start down here. If we look at pop culture. Oh, we have cumin. Is that accepted? It's tolerated, not accepted. Well, we can make them Hungarian. How about that? Get to work. Get to work. Only Hungary makes you assimilate other Hungarians. That's right. Some of these E3 micronations care way too much. To be fair, if a big nation was around me annexing my larger neighbors that I was already afraid of, I would be quite terrified. I will say that. Okay, I want location to target. Okay, seems that we've got roads built in most of our nation, which is cool. So now I could help out my vassals by building some roads for market access over there. We should probably complete our fortifications to make sure that we can have all of our core territory protected. And then we can just start to expand RGOs again and build market villages and whatnot. And the market village is making 0.65. I just don't know if it's going to be worth it in the end. But it does allow us to tax peasants more. And I do enjoy taxing peasants. Did Golden Horde take land from Moldavia? No, it's always looked like that. I don't know why that's how it was cut up. But we have not lost the war to the Golden Horde or anything like that. Okay, that'll be done sometime. I don't know when. Will you fort Hungary proper or your eventual borders? I'll fort Hungary proper, and then later on we can worry about eventual borders. The idea is just so that way they don't get in here and ruin my prosperity in my high control spots. Hey, Amy. Advantage is the lack of building them right, seeing how towns and cities limit you. Yeah, but the towns and city buildings are much more efficient when it comes to making goods, I think. That's what it comes down to. Okay, there are 500 peasants able to promote, so I will make one more of these, and then there'll be jobs available here for people. In this fruit location, we have about 4,000 pops that we can put to work. So we'll get that going. 32 years into the Battle of Varna. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be ready. I think we'll be pretty solid on the whole Battle of Varna thing. Gonna make 4 masons here. Serfs properly exploited. Nice. Nice. Get that wheat maxed out. Can't build irrigation here because it's not on a river, which is somewhat unfortunate. Bulgaria has joined the coalition against me. That's fine because we can beat them. What am I building out here in this wine? Because I do not want to expand wine. Could build more masons. We could build some rural cloth makers. But again, I just don't know if that's worth it. Like, does it not make sense to just build up cloth makers in the towns where it's just better? Am I crazy? Oh, in Pest, we can get a university. And we can get another counting house next month. Book time? Oh, it's always book time. There's really never a good time to not build books, to be fair. Aha, but look at that. We have some books stockpiled up. We have a total of 22 books. Whoa. That's basically unlimited books when you think about it. Oh, whoa. The Catholic Church is united again? I get to interact with my religion? That's crazy. Yo. Now we can do all kind of crazy things. Like, what do you mean requirements not met? I have to wait for another month tick? Let me in. Reformed desire of Catholicism at 61.28. What? What? Papal conclave. Shouldn't that be over? Am I missing something? Well, I thought we'd be able to interact with it again, but apparently not. Apparently we are out of luck. Out of luck. How's the Turk disaster? It's not a disaster, it's a situation. But they're doing pretty good. They did lose a war to the Mamluks, though, at one point, which is why the Karamanids are free. Yeah, I don't think the Ottomans are going to do too hot overall. You never know. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe they'll be a threat. It's possible, and if not, the Mamluks will be. Well, there'll be competition. Huge Mamluks. Mamluks are always huge, and they're very scary. And they're very strong. Mamluks are not pushovers. It does say we're perfectly balanced, though. Alright, let's go to war with the Golden Horde. If we do this right, I should be able to kill the Golden Horde in one war here. I don't really need to raise all my levies. I think this will be more than enough. That was just most of my levies. Is a disaster for non-Turks basically right? No. It's just a situation. Like, it's not like you get negatives as a non-Turk. It's just like what happens there. I mean, if you're like saying like, oh yeah, but if they get strong, then it's bad for people. Like, yeah, I guess it's true. That's true. Got a counting house there. That's a lot of fish in Copenhagen. Am I really gonna max out all these fish? Yeah, probably. Probably am. Just build the fish. For whatever reason, there's 30,000 people in that location. Feels a little wild to me. I should upgrade Tata into a town. And Gior and Magyarovar. Was I going to turn Magyarovar into a town? Yeah, I was, which means I shouldn't have built up all this wheat. But the thing is, it's like a really good spot for food production. But it is what it is. So, army-based countries, from what I understand, if we kill all their troops and we piece them out when they have 0 troops, they should shatter. They should shatter and disappear. They currently have 7,415. Maybe I should have hired all my levies. Or raised them all. You don't get debuffs as Byzantium? No, because that's not the purpose of it. How much does it cost to bribe my commoners? Too much. Yikes, 3,000 ducats. No, Byzantium has their own stuff they're dealing with. Army tags sound fragile? I mean, yeah, but if you're an army with a state, that's just kind of how it be, I guess. I know we've had our differences. Can I please have access? I hate you. Ouch. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Ooh, armories. So armories unlock access to manpower. And they also create demand for all these goods, which is really why we want to build them, even if I don't have a huge professional army. And I only realize now that I forgot to build a pretty important building, which is the sergeantry, which gives local crown power plus 25% in the capital. That's kind of a huge missed opportunity for me for more crown power in my capital, which is kind of sad. It is what it is, though. Can't really change it now. Are we just going to sit here in this war? Is that what this is going to come down to? Probably. It probably is. This guy does not want me to have access. What if I purchase it? Nah, he hates me. He hates me a lot. Which, you know, valid. I have caused a lot of problems for him. I will give him that. Caused a lot of problems. Okay, that iron, I want all of that to fill up first. We're going to need coal. Why don't you go ahead and max out that coal, because I know we're going to start needing it. You can go ahead and max out that lead, because we're going to need it in the next age, and I want it to be full by the time we get there. This has plenty of wheat that we can make, so let's make the wheat. You can max out the fruit. Max out the fiber crops. And really don't need horses is the thing. Can make more masons, and I can make market villages, I guess. We'll get these peasants to work. So confused by lack of missions. What drives you in any direction in EU5 compared to EU4? You have to make your own goals. That's kind of the answer. You make your own goals. You have to find your own drive. Instead of them telling you what to do and what you want to do. Like in this game, I'm going Hungary and I'm going full serfdom, full traditionalist. But I don't have to do that. I could instead try and urbanize a bunch of Hungary and use the resources we have to create like a trading powerhouse of materials out of Hungary. I'm just not doing that this game. I'm doing something different. Even though we might transition into more of that as time goes on. I'm also thinking about Catholic, maybe Lutheran Hungary, you could go for like an Orthodox Hungary and try and be like a larger Eastern Roman Empire if you wanted to do that. You could try and make Hungary push into the HRE more. Maybe try and join the HRE, become the emperor. You can be a Hungary that goes and tries to control all of the stuff in Poland. You could be a Hungary that just focuses on the Balkans and tries to convert everything to Catholicism. You could do something crazy where as Hungary you try and conquer all of Italy and you create like an Adriatic empire in here. There's multiple different ways you can go about it. That a mission tree could take you down, but you just have to come up with those ideas yourself. I mean, like, I get that might be concerning for some people. Not saying you feel that way. Just saying in general. That a lot of people think they're going to miss missions, and they might miss the missions. But it's also worth thinking about that you now have all of the experience of playing EU4 with missions. They just make mission in head. Yes? Think about what you think a mission tree would have you do, and then do those things. You just don't get the rewards from it. You just have to, like, not get rewards. Like, you make your own rewards. You make your own serotonin. Your bonuses, you don't need your bonuses, okay? You don't need them. Insert good times make soft men, and soft men make bad times, and bad times make good men, or whatever that stupid, like, Roman Empire picture looks like. What are you saying? EU5 trains you to become a modder? No, EU5 just lets you make your own goals. And soft men make you hard? Whoa, hey, I ain't here to judge you, all right? You like mission trees, and that's very valid. I like mission trees too. I think mission trees are a lot more enjoyable if they're telling a story, in like Ambinar and whatnot. I don't think they're as enjoyable for me, in base game EU4, because usually I like going for achievements in base game EU4, and I don't need missions to tell me how to get those achievements. I'll just do it in whatever way I think is most efficient or effective to get the achievement. Anything to use your diplomat for? Oh, I could be improving with people. I guess I should do that. You I can improve with. You I can improve with. All of my subjects should be at 100 or 200 opinion. For sure. Should also improve with you at some point. Ooh, temporary insanity. I'd rather not lose a bunch of admin ability, because that would lower my crown power. I think I'll lose mill duties because I don't really care about the morale. Even though we're at war, doesn't really matter to me. Okay, I won't give this up, but I will give both of these over to our boy here. I'm not going to be able to kill the Golden Horde because they're going to have an army, because I can't get to their army, but that's fine. It won't really be my problem. Does anybody here have a core? No. Because I'd like to kick him out over to this side. Oh, now it's just gone over there. Interesting. Just kill him? I can't. I can't get over there physically. I guess I could try and get access through like these three, and we could walk up and around, but let's go for market regulations. I don't really want to preserve traditional ideas. I want to support innovative ideas. Lose 5 cultural tradition, that's fine. And then, what are we at? 49? Can reduce opinion. Oh, no. Let's hope we get another one. And then I can get a claim on Wallachia, probably. We can put Wallachia out of their misery. 0.25 mil tactics. That's very nice. I will do this. Now we can disband our levies, and I will go to Moldavia, and I will say hello. You can be the one to... I can... Diplomatic actions, subject actions, Seed province. Seed province. There we go. Look at that. Looks a little bit better on the map now. Cool. They may actually be able to push some decent control there as well. I'm not sure how their control here is so high. It looks like they're moving around their control advisor to get that, but who knows? You'll use it better than I will. Rare Scotty J, thank you for the follow. I forgot one? No, I don't want that one. It's not in the provinces I was looking for. Hallich can take it for all I care. I'm not too worried about it. The nobles are building a university in Szeged. Okay. Sus. Why do the nobles need to know how to read? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Kind of something that I would think that people trying to rebel would do. Of course, I could say that about anything. Hey, nice. We have all of those books being built. So maybe, just maybe, I will actually have enough books. Burgers are currently exporting 1.72. Is there anywhere else in the world that is producing books like we do? Ledger. Goods. Books. Sort by books. Paris. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's embarrassing. We're not even close, bro. We are not even close to being the top book producer. What am I doing? I'm throwing. Now, to be fair, in my defense, Copium, I'm more rural, and it's not as big of a market, but we got to get our numbers up. We got to get our numbers up. That's unacceptable. Maybe no one likes to read Hungarian books? Well, they're going to learn. They're going to learn to like it. That's what all I'm saying. Ooh, somebody finally passed a thing. We're voting on Libertas Ecclesiae. Are you going to let me look and see what this is? Imperial Authority Modifier. Who put this one forward? France. France has 9 cardinals? That feels like cheating. I'm going to vote no. Not that it's going to matter. My vote doesn't matter. France can outvote all of us. What is that? 5, 7, 8, 9. It would take all of us to simply tie France's vote. 3 out of 5 of the countries are French dynasty. I mean, maybe, but we're Hungarian at this point. Like, our characters are Hungarian. We failed that. Boo. Boo. We start to build some manpower up, which means we can start to recruit some armored horsemen. Because I do think that we want to make some professional cavalry. And because we're really good with cav, and then we can throw them on the flanks of our armies. And they'll do pretty good damage. That, or I could put them in reserves. And then they can enter the battle later in the battle. So that way they don't take much damage. Because cav take a lot of damage in a fight. They do a lot, but they take a lot. And they're smaller than infantry. So their damage fall off happens faster as they take damage. So I might want to put them in the reserves instead. So that way they don't engage immediately and they just wipe up the battles much faster. That will lead to more levies dying, but they're just peasants. At the end of the day. At the end of the day, they're just peasants. So you can marry... What is that? Humble. Oh, he's an artist. Marry this guy. The Pope looks old. Why is he mewing? Are you talking about the Pope? Are you saying the Pope is mewing? Look, he looks maxing or whatever the kids say these days, alright? Why are you being a hater? Can a Pope not look good for himself? Hello? Hello? Yeah, I'll maximize the fruit here. And the fiber crops. No one's working in the mason. Or in the windmill. Porqué. Did I upgrade the wheat or something? And so it's just taking a while. Pope is the only person in Christendom who is allowed to say on God. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. You know, I mean, I feel like he doesn't get away with blasphemy. You know, the way I would see it, and you know, it could be wrong, is that he should be like the standard bearer, right? Like he should be a good example and not a bad example. And if the Pope is walking around saying on God, I don't know. Maybe today they could get away with it. I don't know if they could get away with that in 1416. You know what I'm saying? We have another split in the church. Though I'm not sure a Hungarian peasant in 1416 could possibly understand what you're saying if you walk around and go on God for real, for real. I think they'd be quite confused and think you're just speaking a different language. Mostly because, you know, you would be, but you know what I mean. It's not blasphemy if the Pope says it. I don't think that's how that works. I don't know if the Pope can get away with that. I mean, maybe he can. Can he just say, nah, I'm the Pope, sorry. Sorry, I'm the Pope, so it's not blasphemy anymore. Skill issue. Can he get away with that? I'm going to invite this guy to an order of chivalry. Oh, right. I don't have an heir. Oh, because I only have daughters. They stole my good daughter from me. Naples did. Naji, sorry, I make the commandments now. I'm pretty sure that counts as blasphemy. I'm pretty sure about that one. I don't think you can make the 10 Commandments part 2. You know? I don't quite know if you can get away with that one. It would be interesting to see someone try. But I don't think people would appreciate it very much. I'm going to be honest with you. Do I want to build max irrigation here? I think so. Mostly because I just want tools. That's 0.8 more tool demand, which is kind of nice. This livestock can be maxed out. You are missing something. A library. We'll build the counting house, though. And then I'll need a university. Where should my next university be? I should probably just do it around this core. I'll be fine. We're going to be real smart. We're going to be real smart, and our peasants are going to work real hard. And that's the plan. That's my whole plan. Hope you enjoy the plan. Let's build 2 market villages here. Legumes. 3. Currently available, 3,700. Okay, I'll build 4 market villages there. Build 2 more wheat. And this is on a river, so I can build a bunch of irrigation, so I will do so. And that'll be pretty nice for that. Not that we need the food right now, but It means I don't have to worry about it in the future. I can build some more market villages here. Again, I don't know if these market villages are good, but we're going to find out. The only way to find out is to build them. Is to build them into C. Like, this is all horses. I don't really care about horses, so, you know, build 6 market villages. That'll leave me with 7,000 people here. Then build me... I don't know. I want spinners guilds. I need more spinning. Spin to win. Me when I'm hitting my AoEs as a samurai in Final Fantasy XIV. Can Georgia into Turkey yet? Not yet. She's still alive, but he is still the heir to both Georgia and the Ottomans. About inheritance, should your older daughter, who looks like will inherit Naples, had a boy, he will inherit Hungary, but if she dies, he will also inherit Naples, right? Yes. Correct. As of right now, if he dies without an heir, it will go to my wife. I don't know if he has any other siblings. He does. But I think if my wife dies, it will go to her sister? But it might instead go to my daughter. I'm not exactly sure. Sad about the inheritance law. PU seem fun. Well, I mean, there's always a chance that we get Poland as a personal union. But he has to die without a thing. I think we will, if our ruler dies right now, I'm pretty sure we do go into a union with Poland. So we will have a Piast on our throne, technically speaking. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we're stronger than Poland is. Which means we can pass for the seniority in the personal union. I'm just saying. I'm just saying... Not that I want to subjugate my good friends in Poland, but, I mean, it's free. It's right there. To be fair, we wouldn't annex them probably ever. I don't even know where I'd move my capital to if I did want to do that. It would probably need to be somewhere up in here, which is super scuffed. That way I can easily get down into here and out into this river right here for Poland. But, like... I don't even know if that would ever be worth it. Well, it will. It will be worth it in the future. In a couple 100 years, it will be worth it. But, you know, not exactly needing to do that immediately. Let's hire our first troops, shall we? So, armored horsemen. They have 4 combat power, 5 combat speed, 200% flanking ability, 2 initiative. If we compare that to regular horsemen, who have 4 combat power, 5 speed, 200% flanking ability, they have 7 initiative, but they do 20% less morale damage and 10% less strength damage. So the question is, do we want cavalry that's better at engaging quickly and doing damage, or no, sorry, just engaging quickly at the cost of doing less damage? Or do we want cavalry that's not as fast but does more damage? I think because we have cavalry combat power from a special technology, that we should go for the cavalry that does more damage but is not engaging as fast. Why not both? I mean, we could do both. We could do both. We could do something like light horsemen on a left flank and then... Or sorry, light cavalry on the left flank and then heavy cavalry on the right flank, or like mix and match them a little bit. We could go for a lot. I don't want too big of a professional army. It's not really going to be worth it for us, I don't think, but I do want some kind of professional army. Really because I want to increase the demand for horses in my market. Because we have a lot of horses here, And if we can increase the cost of horses a bit, not too much because then it makes our troops more expensive, that would be kind of nice. I guess with your not so aggressive style, you can go into gaining pike and shot institution. It is for army, no. I mean, you still want to get every institution. If you're talking about if we want to rush it in order to get the techs, probably not. That being said, there are some good things, like this fur output's kind of nice because our pops do demand fur. There is the special Hungarian black army troops down here, which I did say we were going to use. So I will want to make sure that I can make some of those. So we'll want to get down to that. The Lazaretto is kind of nice. It gives 25% disease resistance, demands books, fiber crops, and medicaments. So this is a really nice building to build to increase the demand for those goods in our market. Of course, books always have demand, but in this age, we get better book production anyways. There's also the House of Parliament, which gives 20% crown power and a permanent parliament for our capital. This is a very, very good building to give, or to build, because it adds 2,000 nobles. Now that does mean, odds are, you will lose some money from your capital, from your tax. It does give you 20% crown power to make up part of that, but this is a lot of goods that they will demand. Really want to make sure we get the House of Parliament. Really, really do. There's also the upgrade for the merchant buildings, which is the merchant quarters, which gives 0.5 more trade advantage and capacity to the owner. And it also gives the burghers 10% more trade capacity on their own without increasing burgher power. So I do want to make sure that we get these as well. There's also a +1 possible government reform down there, 20% maximum RGO size in rural. Construction centers can be built in cities and towns to give +1 construction capacity. Foreign cultural law could allow us to get more accepted cultures or to integrate cultures faster. We'll probably go for foreign rituals allowed. Like, there is good things in this even without being full military. But I love printing press. I really, really do. The one we probably won't need too much of is the New World. There will be some things in here that we want to grab. Local access to raw materials is very nice. Proximity cost to port doesn't matter too much, but we do want the patio process and surgery. Because Mercury patio gives 100% gold and silver output, requires 1 Mercury, but we can afford to do that. There's also the blast furnace for 75% iron output. This is super nice. Luckily for us, that's not a huge priority, but underneath it is silver and lead output, which we want. There's also the reduced monthly inflation. Not that big because we're not really focused on our making money from inflation or from gold, from minting. Pop promotion speed we do need. And trading hub is pretty nice because it gives more market attraction and trade capacity. And there's also the rights of the burghers. But the print... Oh, Cavaliers are underneath New World? Devastating. Devastating. Look at that. Minus 25% strength damage and morale damage taken? Whoa. Whoa. And that's for our levies. That's a huge buff to our cavalry levies. Okay, never mind. I do want New World, actually. Damn you, Paradox, for making everything good. But printing press just gives max literacy. You can go promote institutions, so you can actually spread institutions much faster. 20% institution growth. Paper workshop, printer shops. We want those super badly. Book output, great. Cultural influence, great. Cabinet laws, great. Lumber output, great. Weapon workshop, great. Expected cost of core reduction, great. Peasant estate satisfaction, great. Jewelry output, great. Cabinet seat, great. Paved road, top tier. S tier. S tier. Power projection, fine. But we really want the printing press. You just finished your Ivar Blade Marsh Cassador run? Nice. Got it done just in time. How is my control looking? It's looking pretty good, I would say. I mean, I could flip itinerant court to make it better, but I'm not going to. But all in all, it's getting there. Paved roads will be a huge upgrade for our control. It'll really help push all this out a bit. Doesn't normal horseman had more morale damage taken instead of morale damage done? Doesn't normal horseman have more morale damage taken instead of morale damage done? What do you mean normal horseman? Are you talking about the regulars? Or the regular horseman here? Regular horseman here. It takes 20% more morale damage. And it does 10% less strength damage. Did I say that incorrectly when we went over it? I might have said it backwards. I might have said that it does more. It does less morale damage, but it takes more morale damage. $30 control right beside your capital is kind of funny. Where did I have 30 next to my capital? We're good. My capital's right here. I mean, it does fall off going down here. Because it hits these wetlands, I guess. That doesn't really make much sense. Why is my control so bad here? Proximity? Where is it tracing control through? I mean, it's just coming down these grasslands. Do I not have a direct road to here? What are you... What is that? What the heck? I don't know. We do have a road, though. I don't know why our control's so bad here. Skill issue, I guess. It just doesn't have the river helping out. But it's looking fine. It's looking fine. If you're talking about our control up here, yeah, the only reason that this is so green is because we have a cabinet member increasing the control there. Because it is gold and silver and make me money. It make me a lot of money. I'm gonna keep building counting houses. That is more crown power. Crown power sitting around 42%. Hasn't changed too much. Power pretty equal between nobles, clergy, and burghers. 5% difference between the nobles and the burghers. But because I haven't really been focusing on making the burghers stronger, so that's not too bad. We do have 86,000 burghers in our country. Show control looks like another big countries? Yeah, sure. So that's Poland. Uh-huh. You can see they have a little bit of control down the river here. And that's about it. This is France. Southern France is essentially no control in. Here's Castile. Oh, they've moved their capital away from Sevilla. They've moved it up to Cordoba. Interesting. Also, there's cavalrymen unlocked, which is better horsemen. Who else is big? England's big. Again, their control, not great. Like, comparatively, our control is doing better than every other large tag around us, except maybe Bohemia. Except maybe Bohemia, because they've got super flat terrain that is also grasslands, and then some farmlands as well. So it's very easy for Bohemia to spread control through their core territory. Any privileges revoked soon? Nah. The only one I'd be tempted to get rid of is this fortification license. And so maybe we'll do that, but... Makes you want to play Bohemia? Bohemia would probably be fun. You can go Hussite and whatnot and That'd be a little bit different. Let's see. Okay, you're still recovering pops to work. Why are you not working this windmill? It says it's down 414. I guess it's still filling out the wheat. And that's why. I'm going to build max lumber mills here because I don't really care about the fruit. Build another one of those. I'm missing 1,000, which means I can actually build 3 forest villages. This just means that I can't build any leather buildings. Leather guilds. Which I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, let's get Tata upgraded. And Gior upgraded. And Magario Bar, whatever that is. We'll get that upgraded as well. Because we can upgrade this into a city pretty much immediately. Because it's already at 30,000 pops. Tata and Gior will have to use migration for a little bit later to make that happen. But if we could start to create our control corridor, that'd be super nice for projecting control into this area, and then it could be worth it to annex this vassal, and then maybe eventually Styria. We'll see. I do have to decide where I want my cities to go down the Danube for here, and for here I can't remember what somebody said. Somebody told me the name of this river yesterday, but I don't remember. Yeah, and I'm probably going to want eventually a line of cities up here. I don't know how worth it is to make cities everywhere, because it's kind of a lot of cities to have to make. But I do like projecting control. Pronounced it quite well until now. Well, you know, I'm sure I'll get back to saying it correctly at some point. Okay, I don't want a fortress church. I don't think I need a fortress church, right? Like, our literacy should be perfectly fine here. Even our peasants can have 27% literacy, which is kind of wild and not at all historical. But yeah, all of our clerics are full literacy. The nobles could use a little bit more, but that's fine. Everybody learns to read in this game. We will read real good. Okay, Tailor's Guild. That cannot be done in a market, so we'll get that one upgraded. That's still getting upgraded. I'll build 2 more lumber mills there. You're still replacing the stone. How are you doing? Pretty good. We need to build some sand, it looks like. Have anywhere with some pops available? I mean, this will. I want to build a windmill, though. Anywhere I can get some sand buildings built. Here, you're in the negative for pops. You have 21,000 available here? Okay. That works. Let's get some sand pits. I know that we fully upgraded our sand RGO. And it will fill up over time, but we're going to need a little bit more than that. I'm going to be building forest villages as well. This gold, there's 7,000 pops available here. I think we built some charcoal kilns. No, for now it's fine. For now it's fine. Wood's at minus 17%. Like, I don't just want the peasants sitting here doing nothing. So let's just build some market villages. The only concern is... Okay, let's build 5. I want to leave a couple thousand guys around on these, because obviously I want to expand the gold and silver when the time comes. And here you can build some market villages. This copper, if I'm not going to expand the copper immediately, just build out market villages. Like, worst comes to worst, I spend the money, and it doesn't do anything. Right? But our economy is growing, so clearly yeah, I'm making money. You can have all market villages, because I don't like expanding wine if I don't have to. Okay, built 3 of them. Well, maybe I should have just built out the wine. It's just not worth anything. It's just not worth anything is the problem. How does the tech tree work? You get to select either Diplo Mill or Admin. So how is that portrayed on the tech tree after selecting one? The other 2 disappear or gray out. That's not how it works. So when you get to a new age, there's the Admin Diplo Mill focuses. All that does is adds 10 new techs to the tech tree. That's it. The tech tree retains everything it had. You get 10 additional ones, and you just don't get access to the 20 you didn't choose. How's the event flavor compared to EU4? It's kind of difficult to answer. I like the events in EU5 because sometimes, at least for the dynamic historical events, it will also tell you about the historical situation around why that event exists. As for like these regular events, like this, they're not all that different from EU4. Expand resource production. Sure. Mission. Expand the wool. Max out the wool. Legumes. Max them out. All that gold is filling up. We can expand the silver here. You want just max these out. Max it all out. Build everything. Build everything. Eventually I'll have control. You think you'll dive back into vanilla EU4 for a day? You played a bunch of EU4 very recently. What are the most fun trees? Oof. I think Japan's always fun. Japan, you start off in the Thunderdome of Japan, and you consolidate it, and then you can move on, and then you can go to other places, and you can conquer them. It's a good time. I like playing Japan. Are villages like subsistence farming in Vic 3 where they provide a spread of goods in rural areas? No. Well, kind of, but no. There is subsistent farming, also heavy cavalrymen. There is subsistent farming in the game right now. Every peasant produces food. So if we look at the food down here, we'll see that 4,375 peasants are currently making 3.5 food. And that's all they do. They just make food. The actual villages make certain goods. So market villages, there's a couple of different options that you have for possible production methods. Right now, they really like the tool one a lot because tools are worth a lot. So that's what they're kind of up to, but you could choose to do any of these. The forest village only has one production method. Gotta find where I put a forest village. Actually, it'd just be easier if I just went to buildings, looked up village. The forest village can make leather. The farming village takes tools and clay and makes livestock. And the fishing village takes salt and tools or salt and ivory and makes fish. I think the real reason that you're wanting to build these though, is to increase tax base, but also to get the bonuses for the effects on location. Like farming villages give you food production. Fishing villages give you monthly sailors. Ooh, never mind. They nerfed poor fishing villages. Oh, that's sad. Fishing villages used to give you 5 sailors. Now they only give you 1. Well, they're nowhere near as good as they used to be, but still better than nothing in the early game. Super early game. Forest villages seem kind of bad. market villages are fine. I say they're bad, but I only say they're bad because we have access to all goods and we're already able to urbanize. If you play somewhere where you can't urbanize, as in you can't build a town yet because you can't afford it, you don't have the goods to make towns, then these villages are all you have and are your lifeline. Like, the whole reason that I think that the forest village exists is so that way you can make leather without having to urbanize. I think that's just what it is. EU5 seems a lot more of a micro than macro game in comparison. Yeah, someone said you can just automate a lot of it if you want to, but there is a lot of micro that you can do. Can market villages make jewelry from stone? That sounds like a wacky strategy. I agree. I agree. It is a wacky strategy. But yes, they can. But let me tell you what. If you are playing somewhere that does not have access to gold and silver, you're going to think it's not so wacky anymore. You're going to think it's great. Because your marketplaces require jewelry, which means if you can't have gold and silver, you have to build the market villages and then put it to having them turn stone into jewelry. How often do estates build? Pretty often. Pretty often. Whenever they have money and they want to. I don't know if they're actually building anything right now. Yes, they are building a spiritual retreat up here in the north, which gives more local power, clergy power, and food consumption. But they do build good things. Like, our nobles built a university down here. Speaking of, I should build a university. Cost money. Who knew? Who knew? No towns run win? I don't know. I feel like that would suck long term. You've seen estates build some terrible buildings, though. They do love to build terrible buildings. No doubt about that one. Let's see. You want me to read a technology from this age that I didn't read? I'm assuming that's a Renaissance prince. The serfs considered their king a just ruler because he protected them from the excessive demands and other abuses by the magnates. He was a true Renaissance prince, a successful military leader and administrator, an outstanding linguist, and an enlightened patron of the arts. But yeah. Let me build another university, please. And now with universities, I feel pretty good about institutions spreading quickly to us. Pretty good. He was a very model of a modern princely prince. That's, is that referring to Hunyadi? No, that's Matthias, right? Unless is it Matthias? It's the guy from Civ 6. That's how I remember him. It's the guy from Civ 6 Hungary. I'm pretty sure that's who they're talking about. Let's make some cabs, shall we? We now have access to cavalrymen and heavy cavalry. The difference between these from the last age is that they're larger. So instead of having 50 units, they have 100. Let's build this. I should go over the units a bit more. So every unit of professional armies is going to have an upkeep. Obviously, you have your regular construction, just like if you built a building, and you have a production method, just as if you were building a building. In this case, the heavy cavalry requires 0.05 leather, 0.1 weapons, 0.05 cloth, 0.2 horses, and 0.1 tools. So the upkeep cost of your military is based off of the goods price in the market that the military unit is located in. If you send a military unit to a market that does not have any of these goods, it will not be able to replenish because it doesn't have the goods that it needs. So if you send a huge professional army across the ocean to fight the Aztecs, there's a good chance that, you know, if you have units that have guns, there's not going to be any guns in the Aztec market, so they're not going to recover. Something to keep in mind. Can you not send goods in baggage train? I'm pretty sure baggage trains just carry food. I'm pretty sure they just carry food. You have to buy it off the market. So one cavalry uses 2.4 horses per year. I mean, yeah, I guess, but that's not really how you calculate it. Like, you would still just calculate it on the monthly. Like, there's no yearly drop in the goods. It's calculated every month. So it's just 0.2. But yes, it would be 2.4. Can you load goods on the ship somehow? Nope, you cannot. What you can do is send goods early. So if you wanted to invade Mexico and you didn't want to give the Aztecs guns, what you could do is make a colony in Cuba, put a market there, and then you could ship guns from your capital market to the Cuba market until it fills up its storage, and then you can send your troops over, and that way you have a little bit of a buffer to work with. Like DLC edition? No, it works right now. it works right now. You just have to plan for it. Everything is more expensive in February? I guess so. Another thing to keep in mind about these units is there is a manpower cost to build them, and then there's a manpower cost to upkeep them. So for every heavy cavalry regiment we have, it will cost 2 manpower per month. And that comes off of our monthly manpower income. This does not count for losses that you are replenishing. So if you send these horsemen in and 99 of them die, you still have to replace them with 99 manpower on top of the -2 manpower that they have every single month, no matter what. Right, so when we build 5 of these bad boys, that's going to be 10 manpower a month out of our monthly total increase. We assume that 2 people die every month in training. Well, they either die, they retire, they die. Yeah, pretty much. And it's also, I think, supposed to represent like the upkeep of these forces. Like, it's not just purely soldiers. Obviously, there's people taking care of the gear, of the horses in this case, all that. And as time goes on and you get larger and larger regiments, it costs more manpower per regiment. In fact, we can probably see it right now. If we look at the footmen, no, I guess these footmen are only -2, but these are age 1 units. If we look at the age 2 units, it might be more than 2 manpower a month. Where are they? Men-at-Arms. Yeah, see, Men-at-Arms have 200 maximum strength, so they cost 4 manpower a month to upkeep. I should probably unlock cannons too. Pretty important. Pretty important. Minus manpower per month for just for nothing? I mean, it's not nothing. It's just representing that there's turnover. Your troops are not immortal. They don't just like sit there and they join the military and they're like, all right, we're here forever. Like, they do leave. So just got to keep that in mind. Why can't I just merge you? Okay. There we go. We now have 500 professional troops that are ready to rock and roll. If I create formation, I can put them all on the right flank. And then we combine them with levies. I'll probably have to redo it. But they'll be there. And we can choose either the right or the left flank to make them stronger. Poland wants an alliance. I mean, I'll accept that because we're going to lose the alliance soon anyways. because we're gonna join a union. You can also create new units by clicking recruit to army right here, and then heavy cavalry 2, 3, 4, 5. Now right now the frontage is 10, and each one of these cavalry regiments uses 1 frontage. So if I get 10 heavy cavalry units, I can fill up the full frontage of a flank. Now I probably want a little bit more than that, to be fair, but that means that at the very least it would be a full frontage, so if they all engage, they'll do a lot of damage. Wonder who the GP are now. I'm probably locked at 10, to be honest with you, because I'm not an empire. That would be my guess. Score. France is number 3. The Mamluks are number 8. Why are the Mamluks number 8? Okay, well, score is not the same thing as great power ranking, I suppose. Accumulate a score that cannot be lost. Yikes. Okay, so it's just that the Mamluks had a much larger head start on me. But if we look at our score here, we're getting 19.42 admin score from economy, from income. Also, the number of advances you have, the pops you have, government power, prestige, stability, all that kind of stuff. France is much higher. We're ranked 3rd for admin rank. France is 2nd. I mean, I think we all know who's number 1. It's probably going to be China. We can look. We can just save and we could take a look at the world. Ooh, big woo. Nope, it's Koke Temer. Big Koke Temer, actually. It might be Korea number 1 then. I don't think I can look at the ledger here, can I? It's probably this guy then, if I had to guess who's number 1. 10 million pops, almost 11 million pops, 837 tax base. Korea is busted. Oh, Japan breaks apart more now? Wait a second. Maybe Japan time? Maybe Japan next game? That's crazy. I've never actually seen them break apart like that. They usually stay in one piece. Well, that looks fun. But yeah, if I had to guess, Koke Temer is number 1 across the board. But I don't know if I can see great powers. I'll tell you this, though, that next age we do unlock hegemons. So then we'll see who's strongest in every category. In which case, Koke Temer and France are probably going to be the top 2. There is a great power keybind? Great power keybind. Government rank? Like in here? Is this what you're talking about? Console command to lift fog? You have to restart the game to open the console. In the settings. Oh. Input bindings? Is that what you're talking about? Great powers. Great powers. Well, this wouldn't really help because I don't think we can open. You can't use keybinds on the overview, I don't think. I don't think so. Did I miss it? Yeah. I don't know. That. So Bohemia is a great power. Oh, Bohemia is the #1 great power. Well, there you go. That's just the power of Bohemia, baby. Seems a little ridiculous. But, yeah, there you go. Bohemia #1 great power. France is #6. Bohemia, really? Yeah. I'm telling you, all the flatland gold is broken. Well, not broken, it's just very strong. Population scaled by control. That's what it really comes down to. The fact they have a lot of pops, well, a decent amount of pops that are in control, very, very good. Timeout. Timeout. Emperor? Huge French L. Huge French L. How embarrassing. How embarrassing for France to lose the emperorship. Right now, France would get it back. And this guy's no spring chicken. Our ruler's distant cousin. But, wow. I can't believe France lost it. That is kind of scary, though. Because they are a rival. Okay. Well, I mean, so they're the #1 great power, but, like, not really. They're getting carried. Can I go to the world map and open it? No. I can't use the keybinds on the world map. Unfortunately. D26 Vex, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. There's no way for me to look at that. Does it show anywhere in here if they're a great power or not? Should we sort out all the keybinds at some point? I mean, I have the keybinds that I use most often. You can't open, you like physically can't open, you can't use the keybinds on this map mode. Or in this vision. Like, you just can't do it, you're not allowed to. Judging peasants? Yeah, it's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. There we go. We've got cav, baby. Cavalry. That's why I'm kind of scared of Bohemia. They can field 25,000 levies. They have 3,400 professional infantry and 1,100 cavalry. Are you allied to France? Oh, they really do not want me to take more land inside the HRE. They're like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. And Bohemia will join because they don't like me. I mean, they're in a war, so they might back away from it. That is unfortunate. Trying to study the game for tomorrow night when it opens your time. Valid. Super valid. Use Croatia. I really don't want to take that much antagonism. I'm not in a huge rush to take the stuff back for Styria. I can be patient. I mean, how many levies can I raise? I can raise 22,000 levies. I probably could beat Bohemia because they don't have upgraded units. They still have age 1 units and I have age 2 units. So that would give me an advantage. Do you take back all of Styria? Do they just become Austria? No, they just be Styria with Austria. being like split in two. Ring, thank you for the 4 months.
Longest night of the year incoming.
Longest night of the year. That's true. Some people think it's in late December, but no, everybody knows it's the night before EU5 releases. Buddha, let's see. I do want to go to war with Wallachia, probably. So let's increase ties to our neighbors and also give us Diplo rep. I can address spiritual retreat complaints. We can get rid of those. Unless my subjects have gotten claims here. They have not because they're useless and stupid. So let's fabricate a CB on... What? What do you mean invalid target? What do you mean invalid target? Why would they be an invalid target? I can fabricate a CB anywhere in the world but not Wallachia? Are they my subject somehow? Like, I know they're in a coalition against me. They have a royal marriage with Raska. Surely that's not stopping me. Surely. They've done it. They figured out a way to beat me. They just won't let me play the game. Requirements not met. We are not a neighbor. Yeah, I know, but I don't need that for the parliament. They have a city in Tarnovo? I want that city. Well, shoot. That's ridiculous. Scammed. You are a scammer. Maybe I do go after Croatia then. Croatia is guaranteeing Austria. You don't see that every day. You look at HR borders? Yeah. I'm assuming you mean HRE? This is what the HRE borders are looking like. If it's gray... Gray means they're a monarchy in it. Blue means they're an archbishopric. Dark blue. Dark blue is a bishopric. Green is a republic. Yellow is emperor. Light blue are electors that are monarchies. And this darker blue is bishoprics that are electors. And orange up here is a peasant republic. Why is France an HRE? Great question. I don't know. They joined, they became emperor. They lost the emperorship to Bohemia. And as of right now, they're going to become emperorship right afterwards. They're splitting. The Czechs and the French are splitting their custodianship of the Germans. When am I going to integrate some vassals? When I think it's worth it. Look at my control right now. Look. Look upon the control. Now pick a vassal that you think I can get control over. The answer, it's a trick question. Well, except for maybe this guy up here. I will give you that. This guy we might want to integrate sometime soon. But the rest of them? Nah. I just can't use their land. Styria? No, my control into Styria will die. There is a pretty good argument, though, for getting control over this guy here. Directly. They'll be annexed in 2 years. You know what? We'll do it. I'll annex them. Well, that's going to be Danube Bavarian, which is not an accepted culture. I suppose we could start culture converting it. In which case, the earlier we start that assimilation, the better. What's their cultural tradition like? 347. Ooh. Well, our influence is 142. It's not that bad. Either way, sure. We'll annex the subject. There you go. You can attack Verona. Italy not in the HRE? No, Italy is in the HRE. Green is republics that are in the HRE. Should you convert the Slovaks? No, because it's not too expensive for me to have them accepted here. Well, maybe long term, yes. But I think we're going to go for a lot of cultural acceptance. So I think it's fine to keep them. Croatia would be for good borders also. Yeah, but I don't really care about good borders. That being said, I'm thinking about doing this war against Croatia instead of going after Bulgaria. Like, Bulgaria is going to get got by the Ottomans, but I don't particularly care if that happens. I could snag Croatia as a vassal. Or I could just take it myself and deal with having it be all super low control, but giving me a much larger coastline here. Feed Bohemia, Croatia. Why would I do that? Curiously, why would I want to give Bohemia anything? Bosnia, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, I don't know about that. You know, yeah, we could do that. We could feed Bosnia, Croatia. But they also wouldn't have very good control. Yeah, I think I'd go after Croatia. Austria would join. Halych would join. I lose 45 stab. We have great relations with Croatia. I don't know if that's true. I can become their vassal, their subject. I guess we go ahead and insult them. Sure, classic. Classic insult. Fabricated CB on Croatia. I need to spend this money. I have money and it must be spent. It must be spent. We have wheat down here. We have horses. We have medicaments, I suppose. We have clay. I'll max out that clay. Livestock. Yeah, sure. Even though this has a bunch of pops in it. Cool. Cool. I will max out that clay. Max out those horses. I don't know. I feel like I should just start maxing everything out. And just letting it roll. For all these RGOs. Even if there's not great control in them. Like, what else am I going to do with all this money? All this money. Copper. Stone. We're building marketplaces there. Wild game. Why don't you just build more lumber mills, actually, for that one. Fiber crops we do want. Fur is being built. Lumber can be built. That all works. I can also just build larger military. More armories. Actually, can I build armories in my other towns? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, right, and I can build temples in these new towns. Because I built 3 new towns here. How much would it be to upgrade to a city? 1,400 ducats? Okay, passes at 28,000 troops. Ooh, nice 10% crown power. We do have a possible religious thing. I think we're going to request a second cardinal. I could also canonize one of my rulers. We have -6 tolerance of heathens. -5.4 tolerance of heretics. Damn. Yeah, I did choose that, didn't I? And we did destroy the patriarchate. Yeah, I guess we're not really good at being tolerant, huh? Right, who do we want as a... Oh. As a general. Well, I found him. Capitano Raniero Theodoli. He's Neapolitan, Catholic, mercenary. But he is definitely going to be our general. Also, this military is costing us 9.25 ducats a month. Each cav is costing us 0.92 ducats a month. As of right now. Army maintenance plus 91%. Good cost of the pest market reduces it by 32.58%. Oh no, the consequences of my action. How dare they? How dare they be upset at me for burning down their, you know, places of religious worship? You'd figure they would forgive me. You figure they just let it go. Oh, I can't go below -50? I have to take a stab hit for this? Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. If you have more negative tolerance, is an additional conversion bonus? I don't believe so, no. That is how it works in my own taxes, but it's not how it works here. I think it's how it works in my own taxes. Alright, there's all of our troops. Let's bring them all together. Keep the calves separated for now. I think we'll save up a bit, and then we're going to invest into those forts I was talking about. I was in the dead right though? Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I'm not aware. Conversion rate of 50.98%. All I'm seeing is spiritualist, enforced religious unity, and local courts giving me conversion speed bonuses. I'm not seeing this give us anything in particular. Diplomatic opinion towards countries of that religion. Reversely, a negative tolerance increases unrest, lowers diplomatic opinions. We failed increased ties to neighbors. Well, that's not true. We're going to make new ties right now. What do you mean? I'm going to increase my ties with Croatia. Let's go ahead and create a new unit. I wish I could like take everybody off of this right flank and move them out. I'd like to split up my units a bit. Yeah, that's fine. And you can go here. And you can combine with these guys? No, no, no. That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. I want to create a new formation. I would like 10. Because each of these peasant levies is one frontage. So that's one flank. And that's technically 2 flanks. Oh, what if I just combine them? Consolidate these guys down. There we go. We grab you. Okay. Yes. And then I grab this. And we combine them together. And I create a new unit. No. I go to formation. And I get these guys out of here. And I have my special cavalry. I'm going to move them all to the right. And then I'm going to fill out the center. There we go. Okay. And now that's a full flank. So we're going to try the cavalry on the flank idea. And we're going to see how that goes. How many troops does Croatia have? 1,000. All right, let's get another general here. I'm going to send these guys down to siege this stuff. You are going to walk forward to go fight some Austrians. We'll see how it goes. Of course, we're not fighting anybody large enough to where this is going to make a huge difference. And they're just sitting here. I mean, these are flatlands, so I'll take this fight, even with lower morale. Okay, so I want to know. We're really paying attention to the right flank, which is meeting their left flank. Okay. I mean, that's fine. We do have 1% less discipline. 0.01 more morale. Or tactics, but we do have a lot more morale. So we should see... This is the bombard phase, by the way, because they have artillery. The bombard phase comes first. The cannons come out. They do attacks. And it'll do a lot of morale damage to us. That's what they're... I think they do best here. And that lasts for 3... ticks or something like that. So we're still in the bombard phase. Now we're into the regular battle phase. We have 3 cavalry jump out onto the front. Meanwhile, they have 2 cavalry and a feudal levy jump out. So we have 292 units that have entered onto our right flank, which is, I mean, fine. Now these are mailed knights. And these are cavalrymen. So these are the light cav. This is levy cav. And this is levy peasant levies. So we should probably win on this flank, I would assume. Right now, we have 20% cav power. Ritter Linz is levy. So we're attacking the mailed knights. So our currently the right cav on the right flank is attacking the center cav. If you hover over it, you can see who they're attacking. So our little cav here is attacking this little guy right here. We will kill 9 of their units and inflict 0.03 morale damage. We did roll a 5. We have a -1 because of terrain. Base damage of 0.08. Discipline, heavy cavalrymen for 300%, flanking ability, cav power. No, it says tactics. Ritter Linz military tactics -55%. What does that mean? Military tactics. Is that talking about tactics? Is my .01 tactics really giving -55.55% to my damage? Interesting. Okay. So we go to the next tick. We have another cavalry get onto the front lines. Meanwhile, they do not. Our left flank is definitely struggling. We just have 1 levy there right now. It's holding strong. But it's definitely alone. But yeah, he's not able to do much to it for whatever reason. They're kind of just holding the line. You think it's their tactics giving damage reduction? Oh, that could be it. That could be it. So their tactics are inflicting a damage reduction on me. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, next. Oh, and it's over. Huh. Well, I was kind of hoping the battle would last a little bit longer than that, but okay. Fair enough. I guess they recognized that they weren't going to win. They weren't going to win, and they weren't going to stick around to find out. You need to marry a noble. Alright, where do I want to send these troops? I do see you. We should unoccupy this. Make sure things don't get taken. It's not a huge deal since we're fighting Christians if our land gets occupied. But if you are fighting religions that can enslave your pops, they'll just yoink your pops if they do occupy provinces. Something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. There is a peace deal to free all of your culture pops from someone, though, so I think you can get them back. Okay, we're going to do this fight, and that is, in fact, a stack wipe. 2.2 war score. We give them 1.74 war exhaustion. They gain 11.76 army tradition. And they gained 16.21 experience. Yeah, so each unit has experience they can have, and I think experience is equivalent to like professionalism, so it makes them a little bit better. Now obviously our levies are not going to be experienced. They're not going to be able to carry over their experience because it decays, but it reduces damage taken in combat by 0.29%, so it's half of their current experience is the damage reduced that they take. So I guess dueling your armies is pretty good. Doesn't sound so bad. It's easier to core their land if it already has my pops. That's true, I guess, but you don't really get to decide where they go. They could go anywhere in their country, but you're not wrong. It's a very realpolitik way of viewing your population being enslaved, but hey, you know what? You're not wrong. We found some pops walking, or some soldiers walking around here. Okay, there's Austria's army again. I do want to fight them. This is being unsieged currently. Oh, nope, they ran through. Okay, I'm going to walk my army north. Because really, it's my army's job to fight the Austrians. We'll take a crossing penalty here for this, but you know what? Oh, I was trying to cancel that movement, but oh well. Okay, so here we go again. We're paying attention to the right flank. We do have lower morale because we've been walking so much, but we do just have way more morale than they do. Right now, they have more because we've been walking, but we just have a really high base morale. Okay, we have 2 cavalry engaged before they have anyone engaged. They do have 1 cavalry on their left flank. There are only 3 units in it though, so it's super weak. I have a feeling that if this battle does go on, we're going to very quickly break through the right flank and be able to attack into the center. Okay, we have 3 cavalry to their 1 guy. They're not killing anybody. Meanwhile, we're killing 8, 14, 20? We're killing 20 of these units. Okay, they have more engaged, but as our cavalry get onto the front line, we're filling out the frontage. Oh, they have a lot of guys over here, actually. That's kind of bad for us, because that means that our cavalry are sitting here taking damage, which we don't really want. Yeah, see, so this is actually a bad fight for us. because our professional troops are just getting decimated right now because they're kind of stuck there. Maybe this isn't the best play then. Maybe we don't want them on the flank. Or maybe I should have tried to look ahead. See? Because now these guys are flanking. This is where we'd rather have our cavalry. Also, Bishopric of Eichstätt has 21 discipline. Crazy. Nobles of primary or accepted culture ratio. Oh, they're small, so they get a lot of discipline because they have a lot of nobles compared to their total population. Okay, but their center is going to collapse now. And then both of these are going to flank onto the right flank. That is unfortunate. So we lost 368 cavalry during the battle. I mean, losses-wise, this is really good, right? I'm just, like, more focused on the actual usage of our professional troops than anything else. So if I step back into our territory... Yeah, I'm a couple hundred soldiers down. Can I get back into my territory? I can. So, minus 58. Minus 20. So we recovered a decent amount. You do have to be in your own territory to reinforce, I believe. Does the AI know your army movements like in EU4? I think the way it works is that once you show them your army, they remember it for a little bit. And then they forget about it. I believe this is more of a question for One Proud Bavarian. He's done a lot of testing with the military, so he'd be more familiar with it than I would. You occupied Paris and France was unsieging, but since an army from Madrid to intercept, does the AI magically know for no reason? That I do not know. That I do not know. We're at 17% war score. We are sieging down. Austria's not going to accept a separate suit for peace for a while. How is the Halych front going? Not great, it seems. These levies can just go back. I don't need them. We have 85 Austrian troops in my interior here. Can I get that second cardinal seat? Nope, still working on it. Still working on it. Bum, 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 bum. No sign of the Austrian army coming back yet. I'm hoping one more recovery tick. Yep, and we're back to full. I'm not even sure levies reinforce. If they do reinforce, it takes a very long time. Very long time. That is the benefit of professional armies. We're going to attack here. It's going to give us a -1. Oof. -3. It's a 5-0. This is actually going to hurt quite a bit. Luckily, their general's very bad. We might see them engage faster than us, though. And once again, my flank is on the strong side. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Once again, I done goof, and I should have adjusted. You have to raise them again? Yeah. Man, there's not much damage going on here. Also, we're not engaging? Oh, we filled the frontage. That's why. Because there's less frontage here. Because it's hills and forest. So their smaller numbers are helping them out quite significantly. And making the battle last a lot longer than it would have if we fought on the open plains. In the end, it doesn't really matter. They flank to the right. Interesting. I wonder what determines that. Not that I'm complaining. That is where I'd like him to go. I can go grab this. Even though we won't get a recovery tick. I do want to get it occupied. We're at 28% on this siege down here. Austria is unsieging some of their land in the north. 17 days to grab that. I don't think I can get back into my territory in time for a reinforcement tick. No. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, the Austrians are walking away. Let me hide in this mountain woods, or mountain forest here. And recover here, because they might decide to try and unsiege this or this, in which case I can attack them. We'll even get a reinforcement tick here. We unlock the rights of the nobles law. Let's go for rural noble authority for the progress to serfdom. More noble power, of course, which kind of sucks. But also gives them loyalty, cheaper fortification maintenance. I think that works out well for us. Fitting what we're going for. Alright, that siege is taken. We can go help support here. Okay, these guys are just sitting in flatlands, grasslands, which is a pretty big advantage for us if we fight them. Can I check how they are going to be deployed? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, we should definitely engage here. Especially if we can catch that morale. Nice. So now they're going to have even less morale than we do. Because we're starting with 4.12 morale. Meanwhile, they have 3.56 because they marched down here. We roll a 6 to their 5. We still have a much better general. We take the bombard phase. And then... Okay, good. Our cav are on the correct flank this time. We're filling out the frontage as we can. Actually, no, we're not on the correct flank. Well, it's not too big of a difference. Our cav are being hit real hard. Yikes. Yikes. Maybe we don't want this then. Maybe it would be better to place cav in reserves and have them enter the battle later to do more damage. Maybe light cavalry are better for the flanks, and then heavy cavalry are better for not. Or it could be instead that I shouldn't put all heavy cav on one flank, or in one section, and instead I should mix it together with infantry. Because we lost 405 cavalry there, which is kind of brutal. Might need more cav as well. That's true. That's true. I might need cav in the reserve for that section. Ready to move into that section. Because half of our casualties were our cavalry. Which then begs the question, like, is it worth it to have those cav instead of just putting levies on that flank? In which case the answer is probably no. But that's a good battle for us. Well, we can even just walk right here and grab another 2,600 guys. I will do that. We only lost 5 troops. What a battle. A battle for the ages. This is... hills? I can even try and come up behind them. Supporting the Florentine school for 25 years. 0.1 monthly prestige for 1,800 ducats. Not worth it, but I'll just click it. I know that I'm not spending money, but it's fine. I'm a little bit worried about my flank. Oh, here we go. Now I can see what they have. So my cavalry would currently fight this side, which I don't want. So instead, I want to go to formation, and I want to put all of my guys there, and all of you guys here. So we swap our cavalry on which flank they're on. So that way they can engage into only one troop instead of into two. And so hopefully they break them faster and start doing flanking damage faster. Well, that game's so bad, it's tomorrow. Every hour that passes is an hour closer. Think about that. This time tomorrow, boom. Boom. You'll be playing. Oh, are my cav gonna actually get to flank? Yo, my cavalry are allowed to flank. It's huge. What a great thing we can do. Right, now we're gonna walk back into our territory and recover because we are kind of low on our cav. Yeah, army's reinforcing, costs 210 manpower. Do not sleep on anything that gives you more manpower, like reinforcement speed. Reinforcement speed is very nice. Very, very nice. Lika has run out of food, apparently. Apparently we took that. That's something, I guess. Thanks, I suppose. Let's get a university placed. Here. And I want temples in these towns. I want marketplaces everywhere we can get them, including in my subjects. Want to make sure that there's as much trade happening as possible. And I want to make sure we have granaries in all these spots. And that's all my money. Oh, how quickly you can spend a couple thousand ducats. You have no internet until Thursday? Sorry, soldier. There is the last siege of a Croatian fort that we needed. Oh, nope, I lied. There's another one in the south. Down here. Cheese of Mystery. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, hello, Austria. I think I'm just going to let them unsiege this. And I'm going to recover another Montek. We finished assimilating something. So that's cool. Let's work on here next. Why not? Is this a core? If it's a core, it's not as big of a deal. Okay, it is a core, so it's not a super big deal. Now, Croatia, if I wanted to vassalize, how you feeling about that? 57, only 16 antagonism. That's not bad at all. Okay, it's actually 43, but only against Croatia themselves. Ostrakhan loses aggressive loses antagonism. That's interesting. Could do that, or I can annex it all myself. I'm gonna make them into a fiefdom. We'll annex them later. There we go. Because I don't want to integrate the provinces. Assault Fort was nerfed. Assault Fort was most certainly nerfed from how it used to be. You used to just assault every fort. That was just what you did in war. You'd walk up, you'd assault, and that'd be it. But now, we tried that, and... well, long story short, it was a bad idea. We lost a lot of good men there. A lot of good men. Centralized state. Tax efficiency? Monthly control? Huge. Upper Styria for your Austria, for your vassal? No, because they're not co-belligerized. I don't think they were. And that's a lot of antagonism. It's a lot if I start taking things up here. Because I do want to go after Bulgaria. Or really, I want to go after Wallachia. I don't know why I'm not allowed to make a Parliament CB claim on them. I don't know what that's all about. But who knows? I cannot believe this is about to happen. Well, at some point. She's 55. She's 41. And then this kid will take over. Allied to the Ottomans. That's just crazy to me. Crazy to me that that's even allowed. England. Oh, wow. Look at that. France actually took the land up here. From England. Maybe they'll annex Aquitaine. Maybe this is finally it. Maybe France is about to win the 100 Years' War. 1422. A little early, but not too bad. Not too bad at all. Can I drill? I can, in fact, drill my army. I will do that. It will double the upkeep cost, but it's not really that big of a deal for us. Look at him go. Look at him go. You know what I'll do? I'll build 2, 3, 4, 5 more. I'll get 5 more guys. And that will hopefully mean that it's a weird claim thrown. Will hopefully mean that we don't have to reinforce as often. Like we can just consolidate and stay on the fight. When was the Netherlands created? Right near the start of today. It was right near the start. It was formed by Brabant. So, Belgians on top, I guess. Drilling is a thing. Drilling is a thing. It gives you 50% army maintenance increase, but you gain 250% experience gain while you drill. So we'll drill these guys up to 100%. I mean, really, you should probably only start drilling before you're going to go to war, because the experience doesn't really do much when it's just sitting there. But, I mean, it's just a little bit of money. 22 ducats a month. How does my economy compare to the AI? We're doing pretty good. Countries. Income, I have the highest income, but that's not tax base. Oh yeah, there's also this tab where you can really go into detail and look at all your stuff in the ledger. Where, oh where, oh where could I see and compare my total tax base? I mean, I guess we can just look at the income. We're beating Bohemia and France, but Bohemia has a larger tax base than we do. They have 814. I have 677. France has 672. But that's not really true. It is closer to 800. It's just that they have their levies raised, and so that drops their income quite a bit. It's the same thing that happens to us when we go to war. Because we don't have a full professional army, the income drops when we raise our levies, and then it goes back up when and if the levies get home. When and if. Now, Pest, you... I really want Pest to be a city. Really badly. So we've got these Orthodox rebels at minimum. Let's go ahead and turn on Encourage Migration. Encourage Migration allows you to target a location. And it gives it a higher migration attraction, and it also increases pop migration speed. So if we let a month go by, we should see, yeah, all migrating pops are now going into Pest. And I'd like for Pest to be upgraded into a city, but in order to do that, it needs 30,000 pops. I kind of prefer it when it was higher, but it is what it is. You just pre-ordered with code POEMU? Whoa, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, did you know that you can use code POEMU, all caps, at checkout if you order through the Paradox store to help support the channel? Whoa. There's the gunsmith building. And that will hopefully improve our armories, because we don't currently have that many guns. We're importing a bunch of them. We're getting some from our vassal, though. Well, we can go ahead and make some gunsmith buildings. Now, gunsmith buildings have a couple of production methods. There's a really bad one for some lumber, some iron, and tools that only give you 0.15 gun. There is then two options. You either have copper and tin and tools, or just iron and tools. We can use both of these as we have tin, copper, and iron. Then for ammunition, there's either using lead or using iron. Iron gives you additional firearms. Lead gives you 0.04 less. I would prefer that we use the iron one, just because we're going to use lead for book production here pretty soon, and it's going to cost a lot of lead. We're not really going to have any extra lead left over if all goes to plan. So let's build those gunsmiths. Now, if we built them somewhere with iron or with copper or tin, then we could get a higher production efficiency for said guns. In which case, Nograd is the best because it has copper and iron. So it could choose either of them. It would allow us to change it up later on if we need to. Now, there are only 3,000 more pops in this location, so we don't really have that many more pops to work with. But if I have to put these pops towards making guns, I think that's fine. I'll make 3 gunsmiths here. You know what? I'll make 4 gunsmiths, and then I'll close this Potter's Guild here, and we can make that somewhere else. That's not a big deal. So this will be where we can produce guns for now, and then I will produce some in Pest in addition. Boom, boom, boom. Military industrial complex, let's go. Pretty much. Pretty much. Apostolicae servitutis. Close enough. Clergy satisfaction. Absolutely. I'm gonna vote yes. I would try and pass something of myself, for myself, but I'd like to get a second cardinal seat. But I'm, struggling on that religious influence. Romanum deset pontificum. There's not much I can do about that. That's a law for the Catholic Church. I.O. Fortification expert, that's actually huge, because I want to build those forts. So if we look at our fortification map mode, northern Hungary is secure. We've got at least 1 fort along that whole border. And really, technically, we're good all the way down into Croatia at this point. Like, this does cover it. So, either I need to build another fort in my subjects, some more forts in my subjects down here, or I just need to secure my core territory. We have annexed Unter dem Wienerwald. L Wienerwald. We'll get back to those fortifications in a second. So we now own this province, which is Wien, Baden, Bevin, and Lachtabruck. Okay, this has 44,000 people in it. It is a city. It's a farmlands, flatlands, produces fiber crops, and has a lot of urban development. a lot of it. This is building a die maker. I'm gonna cancel that. I don't like that idea. It has some gun stuff. It's got a construction. It's got a temple in it. No scriptorium though. How embarrassing. Produces clay, and this produces wine, and it's not super developed, but is a town. Now, I could remove this from the Holy Roman Empire. And that would make Bohemia mad at me. They're already kind of mad at me, but they're not super mad at me. I would rather have Bohemia mad at me than France, I think. So, I'm going to go ahead and remove this. It does lower Bohemia's opinion of me, by the way. It doesn't say it, but it does. So that is another 30 opinion gone. Why not keep it? Because I'm not in the HRE, so why keep it? This is no longer rightful HRE clay, of course. How dare they? How dare they assume to claim this land? This control is going to go down. We need to let a month tick go by. And then it'll show us what it's actually going to go down to. Improve with Bohemia. I mean, we are rivals. So there's only really so much I can do about that. I should improve with Croatia, though. I might want to re-ally Naples. Or fight Naples. One of the two. One of the two. Fighting them is kind of tempting now that I control Croatia. Because I can take away all this coastal stuff from them. And I can get control over the Dubrovnik node. Which would be kind of nice. Would be kind of sweet. Do I really want to make an enemy here when I could just ally them and have a friend? I think I should ally them. Here's the thought process. The last thing that I want to happen is Bohemia declares war on me and calls in France. And I only have Poland and myself versus France and Bohemia. Not that we couldn't win, but I do not want to fight that war. I really do not want to fight that war. I have the Diplo capacity for the Alliance. But if I ally him and then he immediately declares war on Tunis, I'm not going to be happy. But I also don't want to ally him and risk him calling me into wars against Epirus. And then I help Naples expand more over here. Maybe I don't want to ally him. Maybe it's best if I just don't. Sweden or someone in the north? Sweden is, unfortunately, pathetic. And poor and bad. Pathetic and poor and bad. The only other strong tag that I'd be interested in an alliance with is Castile. But because there's some people that are in a coalition against me and our borders are far away, it doesn't look like they're too interested in doing that. There is the nuclear option. You know? The Mamluk alliance would go kind of hard. Just saying. But we can improve with Castile. And who knows, maybe something will happen there. We could also ally ourselves with an Italian. Someone like Milan. Not a terrible ally for us. They're not incredibly strong, don't get me wrong. But it does allow me to start to try and project some kind of influence into this part of the world. I could ally the Pope as well. Pope is very rich and very strong. This tax base is a lie. Don't believe it. And I can try and help protect them from France. There is the risk, though, that they could then declare war on France and call me in. And I don't want to fight France on behalf of the Pope. Do events like the Iberian Wedding happen in EU5? I don't know. I have not played as Castile. But I've never seen Spain form. Is John Hunyadi in your court? I'm afraid not. Any chance I'll fall under a PU with Austria? No chance. I'm about to fall under a personal union with Poland. That's going to happen. Unless my wife dies. And she's 58. You know, she could die. And then I remarry. And I somehow have a son in time. That's kind of the only path we have right now to not enter into a union with Poland. In which case, Simo at Piast is going to be my ruler. And honestly, I'd be kind of fine with that. He's kind of good. He's kind of good. But that means I'd have to pronounce the Polish words correctly. And I'm already fighting for my life here, trying to pronounce Hungarian. So, maybe we shouldn't do that. You know? Alright. Let's get a fort built up on this. Really, this is a better fort. Overall. It's just not the province capital. But it is a better spot. Wonder if you get PS part of your flag? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what our flag would end up looking like with a Piast dynasty. I would assume there's something special. I would assume so. Okay, that's a town, but it's protected by this fort. If I have a fort here that doesn't cover this, so I do think I want two forts next to each other. Well, that feels kind of weird. I need a fort in here somewhere. This seems to be the best spot. Even though forest reduces frontage by more. I don't know if I necessarily want that. I mean, this works because it helps cover for pushing them into these mountain passes. So I think I'll stick with that. And then we need a fort here in the mountain pass. A fort here. Well, they have this fort, so that's fine. There's two possible spots we could put here. These are both plateaus, which aren't fantastic. That has alum. This has livestock. I think right here is fine. That can have a fort. We're gonna need a fort on both sides of these. I mean, I could put them on the Moldavia side instead of on this side. So a fort here and a fort there. Yeah, that works. And that will protect all of our area in here. Then I should consider building forts for my subjects down in here along the coast. A mountain fort up here would be fine. That means if people try and land, say we do go to war with Naples, they can't just land here and walk in. Kosovo, I don't know. And like there's a natural wasteland spot to hold in here. We can put a fort here and a fort here. I guess that works. And I don't know if I even want to try and protect this out here because it's just flat. It's just flat. I mean, there are some wetlands. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll build a fort in their province capitals at the very least. I think that's valid. I think that's valid. And they're terrible capitals too. How are you not here, Moldavia? You've got forts in your cities or your towns, so that works. You do have a town down here that doesn't have a fort. There's also no control, so it probably won't reinforce to actually fill that fort up. So actually don't build that. That won't work. But yeah, the Great Fortification Building of 1423. Preparations for if anybody even thinks about coming after me. If they even halfway consider it, they're going to have a bad time. Don't even think about it. Don't even dream about it. Okay? It's not going to happen. I will defend my borders like crazy. The Fort King better than the Bridge King? He's one and the same. He is one in the same. This is the king of, what did we say? It was the bridge builder, the tailor, and the fort builder. He's got a lot of titles. Might as well just call him Harutep at this point. All right, Pest is almost up to 30,000. After it gets to 30,000, I'll stop doing the migration here. Monument finished. Our architect is finished with a new monument known as the Pillar of Fine Tree. Yeah, that's a fine tree right there. Nice. Nice. And then I'm going to upgrade this to a city when I have the money. Why are Pops not happy here? I don't know. Price needs. Huh. Peasants aren't happy from events. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That's why this is so low. I was like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. They should be happy. I'd rather upgrade Pest into a city first. It's more fitting, even if I can do both at the same time. He is the infrastructure king. Real. I think we could probably build more bridges at this point. +0 last month. Well, that can't be true. That just can't be true. Also, at this point, I think I feel good not increasing the control and haunt anymore. We will lose some money from it, don't get me wrong, but also this is 25. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. But do you have a Pound Lot Canal? You do not. So we'll get that going. Again, until tier 2 roads, we're not going to have great control over this, but it's okay. He built the majority of all infrastructure in the entire kingdom, including 10 plus towns and schools. He's pretty cool. Speaking of, I need to build another university, don't I? I need a university. I'm going to put it right there. I would love to build more than that, but we'll run out of books. Why? Why are you still exporting 10 books? At least Transylvania is buying 2 of them. But the burgers are like, no, you will never have, ever. No book surplus for you, bozo. Oh, next month, Pest will finally be able to become a city. And Pest has hit its building support level, which is a very good reason to increase its size. that when you hit your building level, it lowers migration attraction, but it also increases new building costs, and that's what we don't want to deal with at the moment. There we go. Pest can now become a city. 1423 upgrading to first city. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Now we need to decide, do we continue to ask for migrations into these two locations? So that way I can make them into cities. Or do I want to focus on something else? I think I'd like to drop the control and haunt and instead start to develop my capital. And yeah, let's encourage migration to Tata. To Tata. We'll see. I can always put back to increase control if I need to. Like this gold is now going to go down to what? It's going to go down to 60. Oh, yikes. Yikes. But I do want to develop my stuff. Comet sighted. It's an omen. It's an omen. Next, we're going to upgrade this to a city. Because we can. Next month. We'll have our line of cities along the Danube, then everything else we'll just leave as rural or a town. That's the plan. Scriptorium check. At this point, we're just waiting for the next age to really upgrade our book production. You assume the book trade is making bank at least? I mean, maybe. Who knows? Because it's all up to the noble, or all up to the burghers, how much money they're making off of it. I don't get nothing. Well, I tax them, so that's not really true. Okay, we unlocked cannon makers. We have a couple of cannons over here somewhere. I do know that. Cannons are made with copper. So maybe I should have put my cannons in Nograd instead. But I guess we can put cannons in Casa. Nah. We'll just make them down here. That's fine. We just won't get the production efficiency. Cannon maker. Well, currently it says I'll make nothing. I should really build in Pest. Cannons have similar production methods to weaponry, to the guns. With their ammunition, there's an option for stone and saltpeter. It just doesn't make a lot of extra cannons. Religious influence. We're at 159. And 166.65 to get another cardinal. So if I get another cardinal, I should really commit to staying Catholic. And if I have any plans to conquer into Italy, it's probably best to stick Catholic. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Who am I currently improving with right now? Diplomats. Croatia, Transylvania, Castile, North Oltenia. Yeah, all right, fair enough. Ooh, you need to be improved with. Missed that. You also need to be improved with. I feel like I improved them before, but clearly not. I clearly did not do that, because they would not have lost their opinion that quickly. Live for Joy, thank you for the follow. We're voting on a resolution for Ilias Kise Prono Divini, which is minus 20% antagonism received. I like that one. Austria, you better watch out. You better watch out. 35,000 troops. Georgian-Genoese War. What? War was started by Georgia, and they called in the Ottomans. Well, ain't that something? So Bohemia currently wants to fight Georgia. How many troops they actually have fielded? They do have like 35. They still have worse troops though. The thing is, if I'm going to fight Bohemia, I want to fight Bohemia to take something from Bohemia. I want to weaken them. I don't really want to fight them just to fight them, you know? Oh, Zaporizhia is here. Oh, it's Jover. The Golden Horde is dead. It's Jover. The Horde is gone. Crimea, Zaporizhia, Nogai, Astrakhan, Samara. Samara but green. Whoa. Can I release parts of their country? Parts of Bohemia? Yeah, I could. Like, I could try and release Moravia. Though I would only assume that they just re-annex them. You know? Like, I'd have to ally Moravia to make sure Bohemia doesn't go back after them. But if you look at their income, I think this is when they annex them. It's either here or here. Because these are huge, huge jumps. Diplomatic insult. They are more than welcome to declare war on me if they'd like. I double dog dare them. I dare them to try. Pex can become a city. Let's upgrade that to a city. Let's wait for the nobles to build their stupid fine cloth. This is at 29,000. This is at 25,000. 19,000. But again, any town that can become a city, I'd like to upgrade to a city. Because cities are just better versions of towns. Kind of is how it is. What about those bridges? Oh yeah, we can build more bridges. We love building bridges. There we go. And I'll build them for my subjects. So that way they can also get proximity. So that way they can be a little bit stronger. The Great Bridge Building of 1425. We love building bridges. I'm making 300 ducats a month. And I've got to find somewhere to spend that money. If I'm going to fight Bohemia, I should fight Bohemia. Now, I don't think I need to fight Bohemia yet. Because we should be able to fight Bohemia soon. TM. I don't remember when the Hussite Wars start. Have we missed it? Have I missed the Hussite Wars? We're not getting it because they were emperor or something? Ooh, integration process? Free integration? Sure. Pirate Haven complaints? Yeah, get rid of those. Fabricate CB. I still can't click Wallachia. Why? Invalid target. Uh-huh. Why? Invalid target. That doesn't exactly tell me why I'm not allowed to go to war with them. I'll be real with you. They're in the coalition against me, though. So if I attack Bulgaria, I think Wallachia will join. And then we can annex them. Is it after 1444? Well, when the Hussite Wars spawn, then I think we will get involved with fighting Bohemia, because very funny things happen when that happens. The Pope gets like 10,000 allies, and we'll get involved, I think, and try and beat him up. Can you build a spy network on Wallachia and fabricate a claim? Because I don't have a border with them. And you have to have a border for Cleanse Heresy. Unfortunately. I guess we can go after Bulgaria here. Wiki says 19 to 34. As in 1419 to 1434? Alright, Bulgaria. Why would Poland not join? Poland joining on the other side? Why is it grayed out? Like, I understand if they don't want to join, that's fine. Minus 13, target opinion. Huh. Okay. Alright, Bulgaria. Let's do this. Let's freaking do this. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Classic. Classic. Oh, I should have checked if I could ally Castile. No, it's not going to happen. They're just not interested. They're too far away. And that's valid. That's valid. I wouldn't ally them either. Alright, let's no longer drill. Let's raise our levies. We'll raise them all. We'll just keep an eye on Tata. And when it hits 30k, then we'll do that. Ooh, we can build cannons. We do want that. Oh, there are so many things that I'm actually interested in at the moment. Let's go for the recruitment law. So that way I can get increased... I might go for increased peasant levy size. Maybe the noble levy size, though. But I think that's what I want. Reinforcement speed, we definitely want. I think I go for... I hear CK3 music in my ear. I could upgrade the Chancery. I want Renaissance Court, though. And Vibrant Court, I don't need yet. Stone output's fine. Theaters would be kind of nice. We'll see, though. We'll see. Why is my levy size so much smaller than the other majors? Well, number one, I believe we have a privilege given to the nobles that lowers the amount of things I get from them. Yeah, we do have monetary fiefs, which gives minus 10% noble levy size, so that doesn't help. Number two, my peasants are not fully loyal right now, so that lowers my levy size as well. Number three, Bohemia has better control over their population. So because they have much higher control over where most of their pops are, they do have some down here, obviously, in Moravia. But where the majority of their pops are, they're able to get levies more efficiently. That's really what it comes down to. France just has a lot of territory. They just have a lot. But we don't really have that many less levies than France does. We can build cannons, and I am going to do so. I need to remember. I think I'm just going to build... I'm just going to build 5 for now, even though I think I need 10 for maximum siege at the moment. Monthly maintenance, they cost 0.5 cannons, 0.1 copper, and 0.05 tin per cannon. So if you don't have tin and copper nearby, good luck having cannons. Good luck. Because that is going to be a difficult thing to make happen. all of you need to group up here. These 15k, I don't actually need to have them raised. It's fine. Professional army can stay over here for the moment. They still have their general. And everybody can move in. Bum, 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 bum. 21,000 pops gone from our total pop count. Obliterated. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Is there anything here that I want to do? I wouldn't mind getting rid of the local assembly, but it will make my commoners mad. So I think I will not worry about that. I'll take this conciliatory movement to move back a bit. 2 war exhaustion's kind of rough. Even at 1 war exhaustion, we have minus 2% morale and minus 0.03% pop growth. Also minus 1% trade efficiency. It's brutal. It is very, very brutal. Formation. Let me move everybody over here. How do I do this? Balance out. Go to formation. I want 1, 2, 4 there. And you 4 there. And then we'll move our other troops down into there. And that'll be fine. And then we'll be good. Just buy it down. Yeah, I'm afraid that's not an option. There's no buying down the war exhaustion. For whatever reason, the peasants do not wish to be bribed to simply get over it. Kind of crazy. Move the cannons into the reserves. I don't know if they can actually bombard if they're in the reserves. Why'd they put them into the center? That doesn't make any sense. Put you there. I'll leave the cannons there, though. Okay. To Bulgaria, I guess. We could go threaten Halych, but I want to go get Wallachia occupied. So that way we can, you know, annex them. That'd be cool. Parliamentary traditions for some increased chance to succeed. I mean, that's great. I appreciate that, but I'm not sure it's going to matter all too much for us. Your pops are at 21,000. You're at 19,000. 18, 11, 19. Okay. Maybe instead of developing my capital, I should... trying to simulate pops. Well, no, I shouldn't. I shouldn't do that. Baronet, thank you for the follow. Is Baja where Baja Blast was discovered? Yeah, actually. It's really cool. There's like a natural spring of Baja Blast there. Just emerges from the ground. It's kind of neat. Unlimited free Baja Blast. Big Mountain Dew doesn't want you to know. That's okay. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I have levies on professionals and flank? What? Oh, that's fine. It's the levy cavalry, I guess. Move all of this category. Move all this category to reserves. Interesting. It just grabbed the levies. We'll move them over, though. Put them somewhere else. The Hungarians have kept this from us? They have. It's their biggest national secret. Rivers of Baja Blast. Free for the taking. I guess we just move into their capital. Well, not their capital. The fort. Now, maybe instead I should turn around and go after Tarnovo. Since I do want to separate piece them out. But we'll see. As long as all my forts are holding. We're not over our fort limit, right? We're still good. I don't even know where I can check. There it is. Hey, look at that. We're just barely below our fort limit. Oh, each city we have increases our fort limit. I guess that makes sense, because you do want to make sure your cities are protected. Just got here and I have 0 stability? Well, it's pretty good, all things considered. It's not less than 0. Think about that one. I have apparently 2,580 levies from Buddha that I could raise. Curious. Curious. Unhappiness amongst the clergy. They'll get over it. Aha! We can get another cardinal seat. Pope, you better not say no. We'll put it in pest. Yippee! So that'll get built after we get the city. I don't think they're actually going to be able to contest us at this point. I think Bulgaria's kind of cooked. Yeah. At this point, I think we just need to worry about the big guys. Bohemia and France getting involved in my wars. And Naples. Naples could cause issues. The Italians, if enough of them get together, could contest me as well. What do cardinals do? They just give me more voting power in the Curia to pass the papal bulls. Really, I just want to make sure that I don't get excommunicated again. That's what it kind of comes down to. Well, I will improve with Bohemia. Try and keep them off my back. Ooh, Milan is currently looking like they're losing to Verona. That's because they're also at war with the Pope. The Anti-Milanese Coalition. Ooh. And they say the AI doesn't expand. Curious. Curious. People say the AI doesn't expand, and yet here they are getting coalitioned. You crazy as Catholic born and bad mechanically. Yes. Yes. No, he died. No more crown characters for me? Oh. We're running out. We're running out of crown characters. Big problem with Catholicism is that you start the game and then you immediately lose access to any kind of interaction that you can have with it due to the schism. Even if you didn't, you need to have a cardinal to be able to do that. So if you don't have cardinals, you don't really interact with it all that much. France evicted the Pope. Yeah, okay, well they still own Rome. It's fine. The Pope still owns Rome. Not all is lost yet. Let's get that lumber built up. I'd rather not get the stone built. I'd rather get a library built there. What does Catholic actually do for you, though? Well, number one, it gives you higher relations with Catholicism, other Catholic countries. Number two, you do get the bonuses from these when they pass, even if you don't vote on them. So, you know, everybody gets a pure authority growth modifier. Wow. Obviously, that one's very special for the Emperor. Number two, you get to have Latin as your liturgical language, which is good for research. And that's about it. I guess you can canonize saints. There are advances tied to religion. Yes. I don't know if there's any, if it's Catholic specific or if it is Christian specific though. for a lot of them. But some of them might be Catholic specific as well. I don't know. What else are you supposed to do with religion? Pray, I guess. Okay, you're encouraging migration to Tata. You're developing Buddha. You can start to... I think I'm going to have you assimilate this. It's 75,000 guys. What's my crown power at? 41%? Okay. That's fine. Now we're on this siege. Oh, I could put him in the... Yeah, we're going to invite you to the Order of Chivalry. Congratulations. Then I'm going to have you marry her. Then you are going to... Well, I don't know. It's fine. Recruitment law. So we could increase noble levy size by 20%. Or we could increase peasant levy size by 2%. Don't really care about burgher levy size, to be honest with you. Noble levies are more likely to be cavalry, which are good. That would give us a total of plus 10% noble levies, because we have minus 10% from a privilege. Seems pretty good to me. But if I want more levies, then I choose the peasants. And I do think I want more levies. And then we would leave our cavalry to our professional soldiers. I think that makes the most amount of sense for us. This will give us a bit of free subject value. We're barely keeping serfdom alive. Barely keeping serfdom alive. This is so sad. What happened? Our country used to be great, and now, what, peasants are free? Imagine? So maybe I can't actually afford to do that. It doesn't push it to free subjects, though. How many commoner levies do you get now? How big is 2%? Most of my levies are commoners. I don't know if I can actually check on a base-by-base basis due to the fact that they're raised right now. But out of the ones that we don't have raised, the majority of them are peasants. We don't even have 100 plated knights. So 2% of, let's say 2,000, or 20% of 100. Well, no, because that's not even how that works. We could look here. I have 24,000, we'll say 24,000, just to round it out. 24,000 infantry. These are all peasants. Compared to only 2 units of noble cavalry, which equal 1,000 guys in total. Good chunk are burghers. I guess, yeah, that's true. The footmen, I think, are burghers. I think the footmen are burghers. And then, okay, so it's 19,000 peasants versus 1,000 cavalry. So we would get a lot more if I went for the peasants. But, you know, the whole idea is that we're going like full peasant oppression. So I'll just go noble army. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. I don't think we're going to lose because of a 2% peasant difference when it comes down to it. I don't think that will be the make or break. And if it is, well, skill issue. Should have hired more mercs. What it comes down to. Because we can hire a bunch of mercs. We haven't done it yet because we haven't had a need to. But if we do fight Bohemia, I'll probably just merc up and send the mercs in to fight Bohemia's troops. So that way I don't lose my pops. Okay, Wallachia, I'm afraid this is where your game comes to an end. See ya later, alligator. In a while, crocodile. You're donezoed. Another patriarchate seat falls. You know what I have to do to him. You know what I have to do to him, right? Goodbye. Goodbye. Man, that is a lot of heretics that we're in control of. A lot of them. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. The Ottomans flipped Orthodox. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense why these guys are so friendly with each other. We've done it. We have successfully defended Christianity, boys. Truly, we are the best bulwark of Christianity the world has ever seen. Really, no one better than us to do it. Crusaders hate this one simple trick. Simply flip religions. Well, there you go. They haven't flipped Greek, at least. But they sure have flipped Orthodox. Well, that'll be something. That'll be something. I have 6,000 ducats now. I can probably piece out Bulgaria for whatever I want. Am I going to make another subject? I don't think so. I think it's time to just start feeding my current subjects more land. So I could take Plevin, the rest of Tarnovo, and South Dobruja, and North Dobruja. And I could feed this guy, South and North Dobruja, and this guy, Tarnovo and Preslav. I don't know. And I suppose I could just make another vassal. What's the harm in another vassal, right? Surely, it's fine. Surely it's fine. Just vassalize the whole of Bulgaria. I think that's a bad idea. They really hate me. They really hate me. Well, I mean, that only goes up at 2 a year. The rival would go. They have a minus 1,098 opinion from antagonism. Each antagonism is minus 4 opinion. I really don't think I want to vassalize them. Bohemia isn't a rival. You knew it. Of me? Bohemia's my rival. We're enemies. Rivals. Hungary. It's right there. You think they don't like me? That's a pretty astute observation. I didn't even think about that. Maybe Bulgaria doesn't like me, guys. I don't even know why. What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? Okay, let me see. I think this is just the peace deal we do, though. That makes a lot of sense why the Ottomans were getting so mad at me when I was taking Orthodox land, too. I thought that was kind of weird. I just didn't really pay too much attention to it. Take Crimea tip because funny. It's funny. I mean, one day, maybe we can try and get control of the Black Sea. I don't know. We won't really be able to effectively control it. I think we just take this little chunk of Bulgaria here. I'm somewhat tempted to try and push for Constantinople. I won't lie to you. I am somewhat tempted. I don't necessarily want to touch them, though. I kind of want the natural union of Georgia and Ottomans to form without me getting involved. But that doesn't mean I can't get a border with them, right? Like, it would be kind of funny if I got a vassal who owned these two provinces here. But in order to do that, I would have to take Burgos. And I don't really want to do that. And Adurn, I don't really want to do that either. Do you need a border? Technically, no. But realistically, yes. Because I need to make sure I can walk to them. And maybe I should consider more wars against Serbia. I should... I'm too violent. It's only 1426. We're not even 100 years into the game. There you go. But if I can get control over Constantinople, I might just keep it for myself. Because then I would get access to the sound toll. And that'd be kind of nifty. Battle of Varna gonna look real weird in this timeline. Real weird. Okay, all my levies are gone. Let's send our regular troops back up north. That's quite the hike. And then I guess Zagor, you're going to get Plevin and Tarnovo. And then I think I just release a new subject here. Much as I kind of hate that idea. Is I can release you from here as a vassal. Choose a random person. I don't really want to lose any characters for my country. What? Oh, man. Fine. Older sister? I wonder what happens if they die without an heir. I guess we'll find out. New vassal there. Then I want to cede a thing from you, or to you. Press that. This is a lot of subjects. This is gonna come back to bite me in the ass. I don't know how, and I don't know when. But God did not create man to own so many subjects. Okay? There you go. You can have all that. Truly, we're out here competing with the HRE. We're saying, no, we can do it better, all right? Instead of releasing locations, I'm just releasing provinces. But we've got the Holy Roman Empire, we've got the Holy Balkan Empire. Oh, there it was. The first disloyal vassal. Oh, that's not good. We are improving relations with them, though. But that annex other subject's going to be tough. But worst comes to worst, we just release these vassals, and then we annex them in one war, and then we integrate the stuff. Right? When you gonna eat them all? I don't know. Transylvania should be sometime soon-ish. I do want to time it where the annexation finishes when I get access to roads, though. Before that, like the next level of roads. And even then, I might want to wait longer than that. It's a whole thing. Town and gown. Students from the universities of Pex are under the protection of the clergy, and as such are afforded different rights to the local townsfolk. The two communities living in close proximity often causes distrust, but recently the distrust has escalated into violent riots. Let's not get unrest too much. Not too much unrest. Preferably not have the clergy mad at me. What am I going to do with this 7,000 ducats? I have 70 is crazy. 7,000 ducatty dues. You have 6,000 peasants that are still available here. Sand pit, I guess. Maybe not 8 sand pits, maybe 7 sand pits. And that's a lot of sand. Counterpoint, I don't build the sand pits. Instead, I build bog iron smelters. Probably a better use of those pops. Give all my ducats to my rival Ulm. That's an interesting suggestion. Let's workshop that one, okay? We'll put that one on the back of my mind, and I'll think about it. How about that? Surely that would work. Oh, I can build a university. Build a university. Let's build it down. We'll build it up here. Then I can build a bunch of counting houses. Oh, yeah. In all of our urban locations. I don't really care about building them in my subjects. I'll build bridges for my subjects. I may even build roads for my subjects. But that's about it. Speaking of roads for subjects. Apparently I can build into Naples territory. That's interesting. I don't really want roads down here. Well, I don't want roads that connect to Dubrovnik. Roads are fine. Because it helps me have the pest market expand. But I definitely don't want roads that lead to Dubrovnik and then help their market expand. That's a no-go for me. Build breweries everywhere and become the beer capital of the world. Well, I think Bavaria is better at that. They have a special production method that they unlock. I can't even click on it. But yeah, it uses... Well, no, I don't think this is it. Can I check in my breweries? Yeah, there's a special Bavarian one here. Where it's 1.2 wheat, 0.2 wood, 0.1 tools. Makes 1.2 beer. It's just better. Just a better version. Libraries and unis. Ah, man, I wish I could just spam build libraries. But if I do that, I might go into a negative on my books. And then it takes forever to build both of the things, which feels bad. Feels bad. So I'll just keep slowly but surely expanding out my thing. What happened to my income, by the way? I know that we stopped increasing the haunt control. But that's not that big of a loss. I mean, culture investment is costing me 24 ducats a month. Let's just keep it even now. I am spending a lot more for diplomatic spending. I'm not minting as much as I could be. My commoners aren't mad at me. I guess I did build troops. Professional troops. That does cost money. And I have 33 armories now, which costs me 23 ducats a month, so that actually does track. Does track. MTG Murph, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, we've reached the point now where, I mean, I can keep expanding RGOs, but our actual economy, we need to hit that next age to really ramp it up more. In my opinion, mischievous feline does not diminish the art. Thank you very much. Okay, I have 5,000 available pops there. I have 6,000 available pops here. Build 6 market villages then. Faster reinforcement speed. Prosperous production. There you go. I can start a new mission tree. We did it. We beat him. We completed a mission tree, guys. Congratulations to us. Probably back over 3 mil pops. We are. I think we're still below where we were pre-Black Death, but we're almost there. We have had to conquer a bit, to be fair, so it's not like it's naturally grown back up that much, but we are almost there. Taking Veen has definitely helped out on the whole pop situation. Get 2 more fiber crops going there. 18,000, only 12,000 people here, huh? Oh yeah, definitely get a hospital built up in Veen. It has a pound lock canal now. Maximum control of 26. I mean, that's also true that our economy will go down as we lose more and more control over this province specifically. Which means we didn't conquer enough. No, we definitely have conquered a lot, I would say. More than we realistically need to. That being said, I mean, we are making 59 ducats from diplomacy, and we're spending 44 on diplomatic spending, which means we do technically make a profit off of vassals right now, but we are approaching the line where we would no longer be making money from vassals. Patronage of Renaissance art. I can have this guy move to our capital, or I can not do that. Sure, why not? Another artist, that just means we spend more money on culture investment. Not taking this reaching limits. I mean, we could have gotten vassals up in here in Bohemia, like Moravia. We could have gone into Poland. We could have gone to Halych. We could have tried to get into parts of, I almost said India, of Italy more. This is definitely not India. Fun fact. Fun geography fact, not India. Oh, I thought that was Milan for a second. I was like, how did Milan take land off of France? But it's just pretender rebels. Bum, bum, bum. They look so similar, though. They're like out in the water and stuff. That's basically the same thing. Could micro them better for profits? I mean, not really. I mean, this guy doesn't have great control over his land, but overall, it's pretty fine. This one sucks. The capital for this guy is brutal. That one could definitely be giving us more money. For sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. It was 25,000. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop trying to make that into a city. I'll make Segezd into a city, but I think it's too early for me to try and mass move pops around. Cabinet. Should go ahead and encourage migration here. I don't think I have enough pops just lying around everywhere for that to work. I mean, I do out here. Most of these are just lying around, not doing much. And arguably, I should start to just max out all of these RGOs. All this wheat, all this copper. Just in preparations, because I don't really have anything else to spend the money on at the moment. So even though the control isn't great, it's better than nothing. And at least invest the money back into the economy a little bit. Clay, sturdy grains, more fruit. I think I'm gonna go for market villages there. Sturdy grains. Okay, this is all in the Venice node, but I might as well. Now keep in mind that if you do invest a lot of money into locations that have low control and have unrest, you could make it to where rebels rise up faster and more often. Because part of the money that is made in the location that you don't get is invested into making the rebels rise up. Something to keep in mind. Ruin every location? I believe so. Anything else you can do for pop growth? Not really. Pop growth is one of those things where it just kind of happens. As long as you have food stored and prosperity and you don't have war exhaustion, they just keep making babies, you know? They just kind of do their thing. They just kind of do their thing. Which is fine by me. Okay, Pex is a real city. It's got pops. Pest is now a real city. It has pops. Magyarovar is not a real city. Hereby considered fake. Mostly because it's not built everything and it's super slow to promote. I want to build max marketplaces in Pest. Another warehouse. I would like max gunsmiths here. Max paper here. Build. Build the stuff and things. Build the stuff and things. Do the stuff and things. Do we need more temples? I'll check. First, let's do tech. Another chancery max level. We can unlock the National Assemblies. Ew, free subjects? Never mind. Never mind. Cultural tradition. Really, I just want this. I do think I want theaters. And I do want the stone output. It just makes stone cheaper in our market, which is great. I would love... Okay, I don't think I prioritize the stone, though. I think I prioritize getting down to the clergy estate satisfaction. Encourage urbanization. Don't really care about the merc stuff. Don't care about the anti-piracy warfare stuff. Prosperity recovery is fine, I guess. Expand raw material time, construction speed, legislative efficiency. I do kind of want those. Legislative efficiency is how fast we can implement laws, government reforms, and estate privileges. So not a huge focus. Can't wait for tomorrow the game to be released. Who are you going to play first? Watching this run, you believe the yin with this system will continue to be chaos. I don't think there's anything you can do to make the Yin Valley not be chaos. Just to be clear. I don't think it's possible. That place sucks. Can I turn this into a city yet? Soon. Then I think we turn this into a city. It won't be a super high control city, but it's better than nothing. Simus, welcome in, Raiders. Hope your day 2 went well. Give me the update. How did Ireland day 2 go? Better today? Victory? You show those English who's boss? or bad times. Our EU5 goes really well. We continue to subjugate the Balkans and build up Hungary. We're doing pretty well. We've gotten a lot of our RGOs maxed out in our core territory. Our control is looking pretty decent, and we're kind of just waiting for the next age, so that way we can actually get even more roads, better roads. Today was better? Good. Still struggling against them, but doing pretty good, all things considered. Nice. Kept surrendering to Scotland. Well, you know what? Sometimes you have to take your L's. Hey, you know, sometimes it's better just to surrender a little bit now and live another day. I get it. Very valid. Very valid. You think I accidentally vassalized Silly? Oh. No, I did not. They're a huh? How are they a vassal of Styria? Maybe I did. Maybe Styria occupied it and then I vassalized them. Oops. Oh well. Extra vassal for us. Scotland would declare war and 2 different times simply demanded humiliation and then later asked for some money. They wanted no land or vassalization. You know what? Sometimes you gotta be a little humiliated. But that's definitely, I mean, that's good. It's better than getting annexed. Who'd you start as? Here's an absolute win? Yeah, absolutely. Every day you continue to survive is an absolute win. Yeah, Scotland definitely has a lot of pops compared to Ireland. It's a big pale for our game. At war with Castile. Castilian-English war. Castile? You declared this? Are you stupid? Not that they can't win, but they're just not doing too hot. Interesting. Very interesting. No territory left of the lake. Not sure starting name. Ulster? Nice. No Ulster in our game, unfortunately. They're very, very annexed. But that sounds like fun. I'll have to do an Ireland run at some point. I mean, you gotta do the meme run of starting this Ireland and then turning all of Ireland into potatoes, right? Like, it's gotta happen at some point. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but at some point, yeah, I just gotta. It's rough. Yeah, I think starting near any of the major nations is gonna be rough. Especially if you start in Ireland where, you know, not to be rude or anything, but it's poor as heck. It's super poor. And you don't have that many pops. Think being a Native American would be easier? Well, I don't know about that. Maybe in the short term. Short term might be easier. Well, actually, in the long term it might be easier too. I don't know how aggressive the AI is about fighting the natives and if they can really effectively do it or not. So it might be easier to be a native. It might be. But it definitely would be easier without England breathing down your neck from the game start. That is for sure. U5A was super slow with colonizing your pre-release run. Yeah, they definitely do seem to struggle with colonizing up to a point. How many hours have I played this game? I have like 44 hours on this version, and then I don't know, I had like over 200 on the pre-release version, so I've got like 250, 260 hours, something like that. Once the Europeans arrive, it's just a wrap for your pops. It depends. The last time I played around interacting with the New World was my Portugal game, and I colonized Cuba. Well, I colonized the Caribbean first, and the Great Pestilence was in the Caribbean, but it never got to the Mayans, which Maya had formed. I even colonized next to them, but the Great Pestilence had already ended, and so no, all of the pops in the Americas survived, except for those in the Caribbean. A sacrifice. How many hours on EU4? Like 2. Maybe 2 or 3. 6,480. A fortunate peasant. Can move back towards plutocracy. I don't actually hate that. I don't love aristocracy, is the thing. I know we're going for the full serfdom memes, but aristocracy kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. It does give discipline, though. It does give discipline. I have 6 times as many hours as you. Well, that makes you the better person, I think. I think that makes you morally superior to me. Yeah. Do colonial nations form? Yeah, I think the AI almost always releases colonial nations in areas that they can. And colonial nations are pretty good for most people. In most situations. Like in my Netherlands run, I owned a little chunk of West Africa down here myself. But anything beyond that, if you own a decent amount of land in the area, I would just release it as a colonial nation. Because you're not ever going to have any control over it. So at least they can do something with it there. Unlike you, who can't. Like it's just, it's so far away that it's not going to do anything for you. Is the reality. I'm going to build a bunch of forest villages for leather worker. Oh, and it's Jover. Invite German settlers is now no more. We do not need more foreigners. Nobility gain 10% of state satisfaction. Commoners lose 15%. We revoke invite German settlers from the commoners. Which means we gain max tax possibility for the peasants. It does lose 5% loyalty from the peasants, though. From the commoners. Yep. So sad. So sad. It's gone. I don't know what triggers that, but eventually I always do seem to lose it. You can re-up it, though. Could re-up it. Do I want to go for means of production? Less production efficiency. Is it time to seize the means of production? I think it is. Let's seize the means of production. It will definitely hurt my economy. Don't get me wrong. But the hope is that I can then tax my peasants more. What is my max tax? We have 51.39 tax for the commoners at the moment. I think universal serfdom will help us out more with that. Communist Hungary incoming. Yes, communist Hungary that has a traditional economy and like still enforces the absolute rule and also serfdom. It works. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. It all works. We have 40,000 dudes in this rural location. As one does. As one does. You know what? Build that. Well, build the irrigation, then build the market villages. And I guess we will make food from fish. I do not like fish, but it's better than nothing. It means I have to buy less food in my capital. There's theaters. I will build a bunch of those because that will increase the demand for our cloth, fine cloth specifically, which is wonderful because that means I can make more. Oh, boo. 2 urban locations short. Apparently I don't have any towns out here. Are the railroad tracks same as in Victoria 3? I don't know. I've never built them, but I don't think so. I don't think it's the same as Victoria 3. But I don't know what you mean by same as Victoria 3 either. Parliament. Let's do expand gravel road network, because if this succeeds, we'll get +10 towards centralization. We have not gotten the option to do the road one very often. I don't know why. I don't know if we've just gotten unlucky or if I did something wrong. Ooh, I do not really want to go back towards traditional ideas. Here's hoping we get some good events. No! What? Oh, man. Oh, man. Our wife will no longer be the one to inherit this throne. Boo. It won't really matter because I don't think I'm going to get another kid. Unless my wife dies. Wait. Wait! She's dead! Hello? Am I stupid? When did she die? You know what? It doesn't even matter. She died a long time ago. You. Please. Please. I do not want to become Polish. Please, please, please. Please. I do not desire to be in a union with Poland. Well, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Please, I'm begging you. I need a son. It has to be a son. Otherwise, I'm going to start divorcing people. Martin Luther, where are you? All right. I need to accelerate this whole divorce thing, please. If you get 2% inflation, you get a cracked parliament thing? Like what? See, I just avoid inflation because it makes building thing more expensive. And I don't want to make building thing more expensive. Do do do. Do do do. Okay, that's as low as that's gonna go. Make the babies, specifically sons. All right, we gotta maintain the Anjou thing. I don't have masonry in my market. Oh no. Okay. I might have gotten a little bit aggressive with building so many theaters. Now, I'm not going to change what I'm doing. I'll just let them build slowly, but I might have gone a bit overboard, and I should have not done that. Anjou on Hungary? Yep, that's why our flag looks like this. It's like a scuffed USA flag. Except instead of stars, it's got the fleur de lis, or whatever it's called. This thing. The 6th phase of the 100 Years' War. Can you just, like, annex Aquitaine and be done with it? I don't understand how AI France doesn't just win the 100 Years' War. Because most of the time they have all the English stuff occupied. They just don't... They don't annex it. They don't take it. No! Unlucky. I really wanted that centralization. I think we lost 10 centralization, didn't we? No, we just didn't gain it. Frick. That's unfortunate. Sergeant Pepper, thank you for the follow. Theaters are dead since the Pandy. And by the Pandy, you mean the Black Death, of course. That's what you're referring to. Ooh, we're out. We're just out. We're out of masonry. My greed is unbelievable. Undeniable. Okay, we've got to cancel. I think. Well, we don't have to cancel them. It's fine. Well, those ones are canceled. But again, it'll be based off of market access, who gets built first. So our theaters closer to our capital will be built first. My greed is astounding. So you're saying I'm impressive. Thank you. From the videos you've seen, PUs are either real scuffed or just very poorly explained in game. Poor Province is tearing his hair out trying to figure out how to manage his PU with Hallich. Skill issue. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's not a skill issue. They are a little scuffed. Yeah, they are scuffed, especially if you go in with the mindset that you're going to benefit from them like you do in EU4, because that's just not how they work. It's just not. It's just not. And they're not really that good for us because of the fact that we have different succession types. But they can be confusing and they can do weird things that can cause issues. I personally have never had a problem with them, but I've also never really focused on them and to try to have them. Like, the only big personal union I had was a Hungary game that I did. I had Austria and Naples in my personal union, and I just annexed Naples. It took a while, but I did just annex them. And that was kind of that. You missed the Netherlands for me? Yeah, Brabant clicked the button. They're hanging out up there, doing Netherlands things. I don't know if they can beat Münster. They probably could. Do they have any strong allies? No. They have no allies. They are in a union with Limburg, though. Impressive. Netherlands have almost no coastline. What does the Netherlands need coastline for? They got coastline here. They got coastline here. They got coastline up here. That's so much coastline. What do you want them to do? Beat France? Like, hello? Oh. Okay, France is the Holy Roman Emperor again. So they're back to being the #1 great power. Bohemia is actually the 11th great power. And we're 10th. So we're a little bit better than they are. But France is going to die without an heir. Also, what dynasty are you? The de Paris dynasty. Rippy dippy to any other dynasty. Which means I assume that it's going to go back to Bohemia. Yep. It's going to flip back here. So I think it's time for me to declare this war. Let's raise up the levies. I got really scared. It says disband, but I thought it was the raise levies. I was like, what do you mean I have 0 levies? What do you mean by that? Chunky Hungary. Very, very, well, yeah. Chunky Hungary. Most of his vassals, but that counts. They're mine. They're mine, and that's got to count for something. I don't need these 15. They're not necessary. I don't even think I would need to raise all my levies here, to be so totally honest with you. I think my vassals can probably fight Austria on their own. But if I don't raise my levies, they might get disloyal. Maybe not. Most of them seem pretty loyal. But it's always a risk. Apparently France gets elected emperor a lot, which is kind of crazy given historically the entire function of the HRE was to block French expansion to Germany. Yeah, I don't like how often they get elected. This France also just joined the HRE before they got elected. Well, I shouldn't say that because I don't know that for sure. I can't say that with full confidence, but I'm pretty sure that that's what happened. Is they joined beforehand. And then they got elected. No. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, send everybody to the reserves. I can't believe I did that. Detach levies. I'd rather automatically detach not levies, preferably. I like that to be a button, but I guess it doesn't really matter either way. Okay, then you are all in the front. That's good. And then formation. I always do that. I always think that when I click this left button, I'm moving them to the one to the left, but that's not how that works. Okay, now I want you to group up, and then I want to go to the formation, and I want to find my professional troops, and I want to move all of those over to the left flank. Easy. Easy. Now, march. We go to fight some Austrians. We get more naval range, colonial range, and trade range. That's actually kind of nice. Does that mean I can reach Georgia now? Hey, we can. That's kind of sweet. It's just one more trade partner we have. Well, can attack the history if you're the Emperor. 5-head play, if you ask me. I don't know if that's true. I mean, the AI might not do it. I'm not sure. But as a player, I'm pretty sure you could still attack into the HRE if you're the Emperor. But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't tried. I haven't touched the HRE. Like, I played as the Netherlands, and I was in the HRE, and I didn't interact with it in any way. I said, leave me alone. Okay? I'm not interested. I don't want to know about the privileges of the princes or becoming the Emperor or nothing. I'm not into it. And I probably saved myself a lot of sanity by doing so. You know what I haven't checked in a while? Is if I have any manual trade available that I'm not using. Because that would be kind of funny if I did that. Forest villages for leather. Max out lumber. All of this is going to take a long time to fully fill out, so I'll just max it out. The wine, we have 22,000 pops here. Why don't you go ahead and build market and forest villages? So that way I don't need to worry about it. Max out those legumes. Passing Imperial Reform is extremely difficult. You have to pay all extras 200 ducats, basically. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't interact with it. That's what I heard, and I said, you know what? I will wait until the future when it's, you know, changed a little bit. Not for me. But you can see that the HRE does consolidate. I know that I'd seen some posts that people were worried that the HRE never consolidates, but it sure does. Like, we're 100 years into the game, and there are a lot of tags that have been annexed inside the HRE. Poor Swiss. Poor Swiss got eated. But if we look at the HRE here, there's only 62 Imperial Princes left. Remember, they start off with hundreds. So they do die fairly quickly. And of course, shout out to Frisia, who's still alive as the Peasant Republic. I think it's just much harder to see the consolidation because this is what the HRE looks like in EU4. So even over time, it still looks like a lot of tags. Oh, there's Austria's army. I think I should probably go fight them. I kind of want to finish the siege first. Then maybe we can think about it. Hand-wringing over the AI this past week is pretty ridiculous. I get it. I get it. People are excited about the game and they don't have it yet. And so it's very easy to go from we're so back, it's so over. We're so back, it's so over, right? The hype can do that to people. The game looks a lot better than some of the time lapses. So I'm just built different. That's what you're saying. I'm just built different. Or maybe things have just gone particularly well. Also, to be fair, this game was started on a different patch than a lot of those time lapses, earlier time lapses would have been on. Because they were recording pre-release. Meanwhile, we started the stream on October 31st, and there was a patch only a couple days before that. So that might be part of it. They might have tweaked some things. Let's see. I probably should have tried to adjust where my cav go. They ended up going to the right spot, though. They don't have that many troops there. They do have... Okay, they have no reinforcements. They're not able to fill out the frontage. The frontage is currently full, so we have plenty of cavalry that can reinforce into here. Now, I don't know if you can reinforce from one section into another. I don't know if that's allowed. Well, they've got 1 artillery and 1 infantry here. And their morale is dropping fairly quickly. And I do not have high hopes for their survivability. They've lost 2,500 troops so far. We've lost 678. I'm going to assume that a lot of those were cavalry. Our cav are flanking now, though, so we're going to start blowing up their troops. And that'll be it. There we go. We did lose... Actually, we only lost 86 cav. Not bad. We did lose 100 cannons, though. Don't love that. Don't love that at all. We wiped out all their cav, all their cannons, and all their auxiliaries. Half their infantry. I should probably build some auxiliaries. Not a bunch of them, but at least a few. Apparently malaria is a minor inconvenience in EU5. Yes. Yes, I think so. I don't know if it's working as designed or not. Obviously, I can't speak to that because I don't know. But I do think it's supposed to be worse than it is. Or I misunderstand how bad it's supposed to be. If that makes sense. Okay, you're gonna walk here. Because I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done that many games where I need to worry about malaria specifically. I will say it does tear your troops apart. That definitely works. If you have troops that don't have malaria resistance and you send them in somewhere where there's going to be malaria, it will melt your troops fairly quickly from attrition. Commoners should take it or leave it, or I can just get loyalty or state satisfaction and I can move more towards traditional economy. Is it a good idea to death stack forts? Probably not. It's probably not a great idea. But I also don't think it's that bad for us at the moment. Like, we can watch. We have 24,361 troops here. Wow. Our left flank is pathetic. 24,361. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that as long as your troops have food, they're fine. Also, we're not over the supply limit here. So I don't think we're actually losing troops in the siege. Taters and Toch, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Generally think more societies of pops don't know why they didn't just call them stateless societies, should consolidate and form nation states throughout the game. Yeah, I'll be so real with you. I have never thought nor interacted with them a single time. No flag doesn't count. No, I'm kidding. But I just haven't interacted with them. I don't know what they do. They've never just caused issues. Attrition was always an annoying mechanic. Glad it's been toned down. I disagree. I think attrition's good. We're over our supply limit now because it's winter time, so we're going to start to lose troops. It was just that we were above the supply limit. No, I think attrition is good. And you should be punished for standing on forts. Oh no, I was here for too long. No! My cabinet! I want to encourage migration to here now. I want this to become a city. It will take masonry. Am I still building all those temples? It doesn't seem like it. I don't have enough masonry in my market. Burgers are importing 12.5? What? Huh? 16.27? Maybe I should appreciate the burgers more. Maybe I don't know what I don't have until it's too late, you know? Because that's a lot. I need more masonry. I need so much more masonry. I've been slacking on masonry production, apparently. 15 worth. I mean, we're building a lot at one time, but still. I mean, we are building masons here. But it's only because we're building so much. Because what happens is you build a building, and then it requires 0.25 every month in order to upkeep the building, not just how much is available. So, because we're building so much at one time, that's why it takes so much masonry. Should probably build masons? Yeah. I mean, we've got some masons being built over here. Soon, TM. Soon, soon, soon. As a dwarf player, you think attrition is great. That's valid. That's valid. Until people start breaching walls, and then it means nothing. Which I don't think the AI breaches walls in EU5. There's like natural breaches, but I don't think there's a button to breach the walls. There is a button to assault if you do get a breach, though. When Napoleon invaded Russia in the 19th century, nearly 2/3 of his losses were due to attrition. Okay, yeah, but that's because he was greedy. He was greedy. Look, I think it'd be interesting to have a game that is very, not historically accurate, but historically truthful, let's say, to the cost of war when it comes to attrition. I think this is about as close as you can get it before it becomes annoying, though, for a lot of people. Which I think it's fine. Like, it's a video game. It's supposed to be a video game, but I think it'd be really interesting if there was a game that was like, no. If you want to move your troops from this location to this location, it's going to take weeks or days to move here. You know, there's no road, so you can't just move. But I think it's a bit beyond the scope of the vast majority of games. Salzburg has occupied parts of Austria. I'm going to commit violence against Salzburg. Shadow Empire's neat logistics. Yeah, I own Shadow Empires. I gotta get into it at some point. But every time I get around to wanting to get into it, I just start playing something else and then I don't get around to it. But I do want to. Well, unfortunately, all of the thing that I wanted to take, I can't take because Salzburg occupies it. I guess I could sit in the war and wait, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'll just take this province down here and give that over to Styria. And we'll see how that goes. They're not ever going to have any control over it, though, is the problem. Damn you, Salzburg. To be fair, I should have rushed to occupy the war goal. Really nobody else's fault but my own. I don't want to fight France. Even if I could call in Poland, that would make us stronger, but again, well, how many times would I actually have to fight France? I might be able to beat them. Realistically, I can win. I think I've got it. I think I can beat France. I just don't want to fight them. I don't even want to do one battle with them. But it would be cool to have a big battle. Because so far, we've been just fighting pipsqueaks. They got nothing. They have no motion. They have no troops. They have no economy. They're pathetic. How many defenders? 116? Damn. How likely is France to lose emperorship? I mean, he will lose it sometime soon. Another daughter? All right, off with her head. Take her out. New wife time. All right, we're doing the England thing. Okay? Call him Henry VIII. We're getting rid of his wife's heads, and we're having a son. I can't believe my wife would give me a daughter. It's her fault. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him whose fault it actually is, okay? Don't let him know. He won't take it well. I think this is a fine antagonism. Ooh, I could vassalize Italy. I don't know. No. I don't need to do that. Could also humiliate Austria. No, nobody tell the king in 1433 how XY chromosomes work, okay? I'm pretty sure they'd kill you for being a witch or something. I know we're a bit beyond that time. Well, not really. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't go down too well in this case. I'm going to cede that province to Styria. No war reps? I could have grabbed war reps. They're poor, though. You know, it's fine. It's a little bit of lost money. But I could have. And I should have. I can't believe I have Silly as a vassal. Well, vassal of a vassal. Savoy does still own this. The thing is, I have to fight France. The Italian war is going to go crazy. And by crazy, I mean nothing's going to happen. They go crazy. Naples has allied the Pope and Austria. Okay, Naples. If you want me to take your land that badly, that's fine. I can work with that. I can work with that. You can have maybe 2,000 more people working there. Wild game. Price of wild game is increasing because I am creating a lot of forest villages. So let's make sure we are improving our wild game output. At least a little bit. We can safely expand our RGOs because it doesn't require any masonry to do so. I want fish. I don't really want to make more fish. There's plus 80% food production here, though. Make the fish. Some food better than no food. Okay, you are interesting. You're right next to Pex. You have 29,000 pops. The temptation to city this is great, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I can be smart every once in a while. I say that, and then I look at all the masonry that I'm trying to use when I don't have any. I'm just going to let this grow. That's what this is all about. I'm just going to let it grow. Something, the Lorax. Let the forest grow. I think I just build some market villages for now. I just let this bad boy keep growing pops. It has a pop capacity of 133,000, and we're only at about 30,000. It currently has a pop growth of 0.53% every year. So if I just leave it here, it will continue to grow pops faster and faster. And then I can try and move those pops around with migration. Carnivore, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Can your vassals have a vassal? Yes. Vassals do, in fact, be having vassals. Vassals do be having vassals. Zagreb, are you a core? Just asking. Yes. How about you get rid of that? You don't need to make medicaments. I don't really want to build anything here because of our lack of masonry problem. This stone is also in the Venice market. Oh, no, it's not. Ooh. Oh. No. We're so close. We're so close to being able to... Okay, maybe that'll be it. We're so close to having Pest be a coastal market. Even for just a moment. Also, what is this, man? I made a market down here specifically to avoid anything like this happening. My market's just too strong. That's what it comes down to. I need to build an entrepot, but they don't have the entrepot advance. That's unfortunate for them. That's why, is because we have more market attraction. I'll lose that. That's fine. Should make more masons. You will always be building more and more. Yeah. I'd have to find a place with spare pops, though, to build the masons. Well, I can just go like this. That's all in Transylvania, but that's kind of fine. I can use their pops to make me masonry. Available laborers in Zalavar, 0. Peasants able to promote, 6,000. Okay. Peasants able to promote, 10,000. Okay. Peasants able to promote, 11,000. Is that true? Press X to doubt. No, that's real. I just haven't developed this at all. Well, I have. Peasants are still promoting into these jobs, but that's fine. Okay. That works. Make more. More masonry. More. Can I check vassal literacy? An interesting question. Where is literacy at? Yo, we are literate. Look at 42. We read real good. We read better than the Pope does. El Pope. El Pope. Wallachia is struggling on the whole literacy thing, as is Transylvania. We are very smart. I think we're smarter than everybody else. It's a good thing this part of the map cannot be seen. But yeah, we're so smart, guys. We've got record level literacy. Some of the towns around do have some decent literacy, though. We are... This feels weird. That the literacy in so much of Italy is so low. Actually, that's not true. The weird thing is that we have so much literacy. That's the accurate thought. That being said, though, these guys have literacy, and that has nothing to do with me. Well, actually, they might have gotten my laws when I released them. That's probably what happened. So it is still me. Why is the Baltic Russian pocket so literate? I don't know. Probably because they're a republic. This is Novgorod, and Novgorod is a republic. So that probably means that they have laws that allow for more literacy. We can maybe check. Can I check their laws? Yeah. They have religious teachings, so that's 5% max literacy for peasants, laborers, burghers, soldiers. 10% max literacy for nobles and clergy. That's a lot of serfdom for being a republic there, my guy. I mean, that one thing is pretty good. Reforms, Merchant Republic. I mean, that's really the only thing that's affecting their literacy. They don't know Renaissance or baking. Yikes. Yikes. That's not true. Wait. I guess it just means they haven't embraced them, but they definitely know what they are. like it's spread in a lot of their land. Well, that's odd. That's odd. Oh, there he is. Yo, look at that mustache. Hold on. He's looking kind of good. Saleh Algukhan Bey? Georgian and Orthodox. At that point, why call yourself a Bey? At that point, just call yourself king or whatever. She's still here. When she dies, Georgia and the Ottomans will be united. And as long as they both have the same inheritance laws... Wait a second. There's something weird going on there. Why is that kid Serbian, huh? What are my vassals up to? Okay, they're scheming right now. He's Georgian. His spouse is from North Muntenia, who is Serbian. So her kid is Serbian? Because he's in my wait a second. You're telling me that the future ruler of the Ottomans in Georgia is not only Serbian and Orthodox, but also under my control and is my ruler's first cousin. That's pretty good. Yes, North Muntenia is my vassal. They are. So really, I do kind of control the Orthodox world. Not this one. I don't have control over that part. But I do have control over the, let's say, Southern Orthodox world right now. This is real CK type stuff. Yeah. And now I just have to somehow convince them all to be Catholic. Or maybe we need to flip Orthodox. I'm just saying, like, that's a lot of Orthodox land. Are autos converting things? Yes, it does seem they are converting things. Because there's not this much Greek at the start. Or Orthodox at the start. Does it actually work like this, that he inherits and stays your vassal? No. He will not. So he will be the ruler of North Muntenia. But then the nation of North Muntenia will still be my vassal. But he will also be the ruler of the Ottomans and Georgia. It's not like CK3 where it's the character that matters, it's the nation that matters. Start date's 1337. But he will technically be our vassal through Muntenia, yes. It's time for the second 100 Years' War. It's time for the Baltic Sea 100 Years' War. Okay, England and France end theirs. It's time for us to start. What if they unify? They can't. That's not how it works. This will just remain my vassal. He'll just be the ruler of it. Baltic, did I say Baltic? I meant Black Sea. Sorry. I meant Black Sea. Not Baltic Sea. Wrong sea. I mean, I guess we could try and go up here. But it's a bit of a journey. Isn't Baltic 100 Years' War what they call normal war? Maybe. Oops, all daughters. No. We're going to have a son. Believe. I didn't realize what you meant. Oh, for sure. Hey. Just keep going. Just keep going. One more try. One more try and we'll get a son. Okay? It's gonna happen. Ma'am, please. Please. A son. Look, maybe my guy's too old, okay? Maybe we gotta, figure it out. But we gotta have a son here. Rise of the Hunyanis? No, it'll be Rise of the Piast dynasty. We're gonna get a Polish dynasty, which is fine, but then I have to try and pronounce Polish names. His mill is 74. That means he's clearly fit for his age. Well, if he could please, you know, have a son, that'd be swell. Time to found a new religion. Divorce the wife. That's right. That's right. Guess we'll just vote yes, since everybody votes yes on those. My younger sister has died. Attacked by a wild animal. That's how a lot of people die in this game. That's our head of cabinet. And he has a spouse. She's 20 years older than him. Yeah, I might have screwed him over long term with having kids from that one. What about you? Okay, you do have kids. Good stuff. Good stuff. Silver, lead. Now, is this all in my market? No. This lead is in my market, though. So I would like that maxed out, please. We're gonna need it. We're going to need it. Ooh, that wheat has not been maxed out. Go ahead and do that. It is on a river. Let's go ahead and make max wheat and then make max irrigation levels, and we'll see. That will make a lot of food, which is pretty sweet. Build that. You're just a town. I'll build another marketplace. I do need to recover my masonry, though. Burgers are importing 20 masonry. Okay, actually, all I'm going to do is build masonry now. I have not paid enough attention to that. And now I'm going to have problems. I'm going to have big problems. This is going to be a huge masonry production area. Only 1,000 peasants there. 16,000 peasants here. Sounds good. 8,000, 16,000, 13,000, 26,000. 3,000. 8,000? Isn't this a town? Yeah, go ahead and cancel those. The Great Mason Builder. Bridge and padlock check. That's a good call. I think those require masonry, though, to build. They do require masonry to build, so I don't know about that. Pound lock canals, though, do require masonry, 0.5, but I think it's worth it. Because it's only in Pest. And I do want Pest to have a pound lock canal. Hopefully we can get this control closer to 100. We have 9,000 people still here. 1,000 that need to promote into burgers. That means I probably don't want to max out the wheat there. How's my fine cloth doing? Oh, 14.86 profit. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'll build one as a treat. Now, if I can import silk from somewhere... Well, I guess we're using the wool that we have, so it's not too bad. Is Buda the largest city in Eastern Europe at this point? It's probably one of the largest cities in Europe. It's got 80,000. Prague's gonna have... It's gonna have more. Prague has 147. Milan has 197. Genoa has 123. Florence has 110. Okay, maybe we're not as cool as I thought we were. Naples, 208. Paris has 248. London has 129. We're getting there, though. Magdeburg has 59,000. We are getting there. Castile also has some pretty high pop cities. 98, 90, 67. The thing is, they're useless. They're all, 26, 34 control, so they don't actually get anything out of it. But for Eastern Europe, yeah, for sure. If you want to count us as Eastern Europe, we're looking pretty good. Krakow has 135k. They have 50,000 there. There's 100 in... Oh, only 50,000 there. 47 there. Constantinople still has 170,000. So that's still embarrassing. Bro, that was beating Italian cities. Hey, we are beating some of them, to be fair. But yeah, turns out those Italians are still building up cities. But that's because I haven't gone down and taken them out yet. That's what I'm saying. Schwarzburg, would you be willing to become my vassal? No. Not even close. Not even slightly interested. Go burn down Italy so we get #1. Real Hannibal moment. Once you subsume North Italy's rice into your market, they will definitely starve. Well, I don't know if the rice is really keeping them afloat, since they're not fully building it up. It's just the fact that there's a lot of wheat here. That's the kind of interesting thing about Northern Italy, is there is a lot of food that you can make in it, but there's not necessarily a lot of super high quality RGOs. Like, you have some gold, some marble, and dyes, and there's like silk. Like, there are good things here, good RGOs, but a lot of them are on the periphery of Italy or down here in central Italy. Meanwhile, the north is just how you feed Italy. So starting here, you can build big cities, but you'll have to make sure that you're in markets that you can get access to these resources before you conquer them. Is it possible to Diplo yoink vassals? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, we got a rebellion here in North Oltenia. That's fine. The Ottomans continue to expand. Bulgaria is very small. Down to 324. Usually Bulgaria is not this weak, by the way. I do want to point that out. It just happens to be that a rebellion moved their capital to the worst spot for Bulgaria to ever have a capital. And so it made them embarrassingly weak. Actually embarrassingly weak. Like, I feel embarrassed for them at just how pathetic they are. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Should I build more forest villages? Why not? Why not? Only 173 guys there. We're in a negative there. Are we good down here to turn this into a city? Yes, we are. Okay, it takes 4 masonry. That's fine. The burgers can probably import more. Worst comes to worst, I'll import more. Okay, is there any other city that I want to make? It's going to be something close to 20 or close to 30,000. No, I think I just keep letting things grow. I think another 100 years, and then we can really start to just create mega cities super quickly. As for right now, with 100 mil, I mean, we could be funny. We could convert Orthodox. The only downside to that is I should have started that way sooner when we had way less pops. Because now I'd have to convert 3.1 million pops, pretty much. 2.9 million. That's a lot of pops to convert. That's a lot of pops. And we're about to get hit with Lutheranism. Maybe we just go. It's so difficult. I don't even know if I could convert. Oh yeah, I could. I could right now. Enacted Placitum Regium. I don't have that. Do I have that? Did I do that? No. It's lying to me. It's lying to me. Do it flip Orthodox? I don't know. I don't know. That feels like a lot of work. I'm going to have to dedicate a lot of... Well, you know, if we go full spiritualist and we just dedicate our cabinet to converting to orthodoxy, then it's not that bad. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to flip religions if I do get into a personal union, is the thing. Didn't you destroy all those Orthodox thingies when you conquered them? Yes. I can make a new one, though. I can make a new one. Can I look at international organizations? Is that allowed? Would figure they'd be in here. But it would make it, when I integrate all of these guys, much easier. Okay, so there's the Georgia one, which has some influence over my guys. Raska is in their own. Nice and Kosovo are apparently going to be ruled by the same person. Okay, they have their own. A lot of them have their own. Okay, Bosnia is Catholic. Preslav is not in one at all. Is there a way to check pops of your nation plus all my vassals? I don't. I mean, kinda. Yeah, here. If you're just asking about the numbers. If you're just asking for the numbers, this is the numbers of all of our subjects, and then me at the top. It's either stay Catholic, convert the whole Balkans, or convert Hungary, or the, and then yeah. Or we flip Lutheran. We could flip Lutheran and then convert the Balkans. Or, oh, but if we swap, then we won't be able to get involved in the Hussite Wars. And that would be sad. That would be very sad. Flip Lutheran or Calvinist, it means convert both. Yeah, but the thing is, like, half of our country is going to get converted to Calvinist or Lutheran anyways. Could flip Hussite. That is certainly an idea. That is certainly an idea. I didn't even consider that. I didn't even think about that. That we could flip Hussite instead. And then maybe Bohemia won't hate me anymore. Bohemia and I, we could be allies, lovers even. Think about it. We could be together forever. Jan Hus knew the truth. Jan Hus knew the truth. Let's see, forest exploitation, noble cabinet. I'm fine with the forest exploitation, I think. And they want me to do a tax exemption, address festival complaints. So address the festival complaints. I don't think we need to go to war with anybody right now. So I won't. Ooh, cabinet. You're assimilating that. For now, why don't you go ahead and change societal value to centralization. Yeah. And now we can get up to 68 centralization, which is more crown power and less cheaper proximity cost. Ortho, and you could be the third Rome instead of Muscovy. I think that would make us like the fourth Rome, right? Well, technically, Byzantium's still here. They're not dead yet. So I don't know if that really works. Don't they have to die first? Also, I think the Ottomans get to claim it now. They own Constantinople, and they are Orthodox. So we can't really say that they can't claim it. If the big hullabaloo is that, oh, they're not Christian, they can't claim the legacy of Rome. Well, I mean, they're right there. They're Christian now. They still claim to be a Beylik. I mean, that's just the title, though. That is weird, though, that they do claim to be a Beylik. Oh. Also, the situation's over. I don't know when that ended. It was probably a while ago. It was probably a while ago. Well, the rise of the Turks is over. We're perfectly balanced. Egypt's economy is embarrassing. They could probably raise a lot of troops, though. But their economy is embarrassing. 223 for Egypt 100 years into the game? With that many pops? Nah. Nah. That's ridiculous. Magyar Balázs? Magyar Balázs is a key commander of Hungary's Black Army, having served as a Ban of Croatia, Slavonia, Bosnia, Voivode of Transylvania, and captain of the Highlands. Magyar's battlefield prowess and loyalty to the crown distinguished him in the Hungarian army. Balázs played a significant role in the numerous battles across Hungary, Bohemia, and the Balkans. The Black Army greatly benefits from Magyar's exceptional leadership, and now it is time we award this hero of Hungary for years of service by offering him a well-deserved position and recognition. Magyar, a renowned general of the Black Army, played a crucial role in King Matthias Corvinus's military forces. The Black Army, a standing mercenary force, conquered large parts of Austria and more than half of the crown of Bohemia with significant victories against the Ottomans. Magyar's leadership and strategic contributions were instrumental in these achievements, making him a key figure in Hungarian military history. So we can get him as a general, or we can make him an advisor. Yeah, I'll make him a general. He must lead our armies once again. He's just. Okay. Would rather had a general trait, but that's fine. I guess you're allowed to do that. And I gotta get rid of that. What the? Okay, I don't think you need to migrate there anymore. I think I was looking for something for this guy to do. I was. How long is it going to take to integrate this? 4 years? Alright, let's just get it integrated so I can stop seeing the pop-up. I'll vote yes. Love being Catholic. So much fun. The fact that we have a masonry shortage is kind of tough, because it means I can't do a lot of the expansion that I'd like to do. Is the thing. You have a lot of wheat I can build. So I'll do that. Build out some more fur. That's gonna be food. A musical duel. Sure, I don't really care. I don't really care if one of you is better than the other, as long as you keep helping me out. Use the RGO macro builder. I could. But it's not really Never mind. I don't know why I didn't expand that gold. What about the silver? I'm pretty sure I have all the silver built. All 2 of them. 3, 4. Okay. Okay, it tells me how many pops. Actually, maybe it's not so bad. I didn't realize that it told me how many pops there were. There's no peasants able to promote there, so that one's not really worth. Marble. There's only 5,000 available here. I'll still max it out. Apparently there's 27,000 pops down there that are looking for jobs. So I'll hire you. Iron. Okay, it's telling me that I could build the iron inside my subjects. I'm not going to, though. I'm just going to build in my territory. I don't need it that badly, and I don't want to make my subjects richer. If I can help it. I'd rather them not. Our ruler's second cousin. Go ahead and marry a lowborn to keep that dynasty going. Where were we? Horses? We can build horses out in a couple of spots. Renewed focus on traditional practices. Ooh. I wouldn't mind moving towards... no. It's just research. It's 2.5 research. I'd rather stick with traditional economy. Copper for cannons. We have a ton of copper at the moment. More copper than we're going to need for a long time. But I can still expand it. Right, it's still good to have. Like, this is so much copper for what we need. Now, eventually, when we get like super big professional army, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there'll be some more demands there. I will build out this fur of my subjects because I like fur. I like to have it. Livestock. If there are people available, then I will consider it. This is a town. I'll still build. No, I won't build it out in the town. Build that out. See, the problem with doing it this way, though, is now I don't know if these spots would be better for me to not expand the livestock and instead build a market village. Lugos. Why am I allowed to build a farming village here? Oh. You can build these on livestock? I think that's changed. I don't think you were able to do that before. A lot of livestock buffs going on. I think I build full market village here. That's 6,000, and then I can build full livestock as well. It makes sense? Oh, it does make sense, but that doesn't mean that was necessarily how it worked. Beeswax. Yes, you don't realize how much you appreciate beeswax until you try a start where there is no beeswax. Because that means your markets are nowhere near as good when that happens. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. Yeah, I will expand wheat in non-cities where there is... I guess there's only one spot. Is demand, what I was going to say. Stone. Stone. I'll build the stone out there too. Saffron is maxed out. Coal. You know what? I will expand the coal there. Lead. It's not on my market. I don't really care. Sand. I will expand that sand. Alum. We have 1. Another resource that's very nice to have. Minus 10. Oh, wow. We are trading a bunch of dye to the Lubeck market. Okay. Well, looks like we're maxed out our RGOs then pretty much totally with that. Why can't I build out tin? Maybe it doesn't show it if there's nowhere that I can build it. It's kind of weird. You'd figure just show it and then be maxed out. I think I skipped lumber. Anywhere that I can build lumber that has pops, even in my subjects, I'm going to build it. Like, it's that important. I've got to have it. Is it normal to have all your RGOs fully expanded so early in the game? I mean, Hungary is particularly good at doing it because you start off so rich. But if you look around, you know, some spots are better than others. But it's not just us that's maxing things out. People do upgrade their RGOs, at least ones that are worth a decent amount. I don't know if it's actually efficient to max out RGOs in the way that I'm doing it, but it does make me a lot of money. So I just keep doing it. I'll be interested to see what people who really dig into the numbers think. Do they grow later in the game? Yes. As time goes on, you unlock new technologies, and then there's more RGOs that you can build. More levels. I think pop count might also affect it, but don't quote me on that. I'm not entirely sure. I guess I could probably check. Level. Okay, base value for every location, population and location, development, average literacy of laborers, rural settlement location, rank, land value, mills, clearing of terrain. There you go. So the amount of pops, the development, and the average literacy of laborers are all going to help increase it by pops and development are going to increase it by a base amount, and then it can be modified percentage-wise by literacy and techs. 47 construction queue? Funny? 47? Where? Where did I do that? Just in general? There's like 47 in one spot, right? Surely? Surely? Because that would be crazy. Okay, we've maxed out our encouraged centralization. Okay, just in general. Gotcha. I guess you can go back to assimilating this. We're part of the way through. All we've got to do is make it tick over to 50% Hungarian, and then this will be our cores. And that will give us an additional 15% control here. General, also masonry L. Bro, I'm trying. Okay, we're building the masonry as fast as I can. We're waiting for the pops to start working the masonry jobs. What do you mean? Also, building the RGOs doesn't cost masonry. It just costs lumber. And we've built a ton of lumber, so we can do a lot of building of RGOs. What do you want? Oh, you want more imperial authority growth. Okay. France still alive and kicking, huh? Thought the game crashed for a second. France is still alive and kicking, and #1 GP. Because they get that free 250 points from being the HRE Emperor. Meanwhile, we're not able to do that. We do get 19 from subjects, though. on the donation of Constantine. Word is reached us of a certain philosopher, Dr. Lorenzo Valla of Naples, or Valla, I don't know, who's produced a study on the origin of the donation of Constantine, deeming it a forgery. The scholars and humanists of the state believe the expose to be genuine. This gives us the best chance yet to strike at papal states and to try to decrease papal influence. Condemning Pope Marcello II Laurent would be a serious matter, however, and could put us at risk of being excommunicated. The donation of Constantine, allegedly granted to Pope Sylvester in the 4th century, is a forged Roman decree that bestowed the papacy with seniority over the 4 other patriarchal sees and rights to the western portion of the empire. This document was widely used by the papacy since the 11th century as justification to protect various papal interests. Condemn the papal states for an increase in reform desire. The Pope likes us less, but +5 towards Inno. Or +20 towards spiritualist. Oh, man. That's tough. That's tough. Because if we're going to convert, and I'm pretty sure we are, I don't know what to yet, but I think we will, then we want more spiritualism. But 5 more Inno is very nice. 5 more Inno will unlock something special at some point. Oh no, that's only if I'm Inno and humanist. If I'm Inno and humanist, then I can get exchange of ideas for 5% monthly research. So that's not as important as I thought it was. If I look at the next age, though, and I look at government reforms, Black Chambers, multilingual diplomats, more diplo capacity, -1% expected diplomatic spending. Ooh, we might want that one. We might be losing some crown power in the next age. Mining communities, more iron, copper, stone output, the cost of decentralization, and of course universal serfdom, which we're going to get for crown power. So I guess maybe that's what we'll do, is we'll flip into universal serfdom, which means we'll drop autocracy, go universal serfdom, and then maybe we drop feudal nobility and go into the diplomatic one, or we drop royal decree, lose 10% crown power and some centralization progress, and then flip into it. We could do that. That's probably what we'll do in the next age, which means I should probably just grab the 20 spiritualists now, because it's not really going to affect what we do with our crown, but I do want to convert things. So I also don't want to get excommunicated again. I've already been excommunicated once, okay? I don't need it again. We'll do nothing about it for now, because I'm not as concerned about our cultural conversion. Because we still have a tech out there that gives us +1 accepted cultures. And I am at 2.26 of 4. When we integrate Bosnia, we'll accept Bosnian culture. Radical reforms? No thanks. Some of our most trusted advisors have been conversing a lot in private recently, plotting, some say, drafting plans for Hungary's future, others say. Whatever they are discussing, it is clearly controversial enough to warrant some secrecy. At last, they have finally approached the court to present the results of their conferences. The thick stack of papers they offer contains plans for radical changes to the nation's trade practices, including increased protectionism, additional regulation, and altered industrial policy. I'm going to go +5. Oh, towards traditionalist? Yeah, all right, fine. We'll do it. I do not want to get pushed back towards traditionalist at all. I'm going to stay as far away from traditionalist as possible. We're going to be innovative, but still oppress our peasants, okay? Don't ask how that works. Don't think about it too hard. okay? It'll hurt your small little peasant brains. Leave it up to me, your enlightened ruler, to tell you what is best for you. I need universities in every single one of these, by the way. And I think, yeah, I don't have any towns out here. I didn't think it was necessary at the time. I'm starting to think it's more necessary. I think we built it on the wine. Oh, there it is. We have officially entered into the next age. Also, happy over 100 years, everybody. Happy, almost 100 years. I think it's April we get to 100 years. But it is now the age of discovery, which means we get to choose another focus. So, admin gives dynamic court 5% efficiency of cabinet. Missionary schools gives plus 10 base pop conversion speed. That's base. That's very good. Preaching missions, 10% conversion and assimilation speed. Organized construction for minus 10% building cost. Cheaper Merc premium cost. 10% speed of integration. Colonial migration, irrelevant to us. 25% trade capacity, kind of crazy. Efficient minting, or efficient mining, mining, for more iron and copper output and cheaper expand mining cost. Efficient construction plans for minus 10% urban building cost. So you can get minus 10%, minus 20% urban building cost, which is kind of nice because that would offset the... Actually, we would already have the plus 10% offset from just one of them, and then an additional minus 10% to make our buildings cheaper, since traditional economy makes our buildings very expensive. Then we have Diplo, which is almost all focused on colonization. Monthly exploration progress, exploration preparation time modifier, colonial range, trade range 50%, monthly colonial migration, exploration ideas for the exploration CB and 500 colonial range, foreign embassies for 0.1 monthly diplomats, sufficient spies for 50% spy network construction, vetting for counter-espionage, merchant adventurers for trade range used overseas, minus 10%, and ships penny plus 10% ship building speed. Military gives military drill for 10% army morale. Administrative leadership, minus 10% higher advisor, general, and admiral cost. Improved maneuver for 10% combat speed. 0.1 monthly army tradition. 10% navy morale. The old and infirm for minus 5% army maintenance. Improved rams for 25% galley power. Oak forest for ships, 20% heavy ship power. This is so good. If you actually want a strong navy, the incentive to take mill in this age is astronomical. You just lose all the huge bonuses for colonization, which a lot of the people who want strong navies in Europe are going to want to take. There's also naval cadets for 50% naval initiative and adaptability for minus 10% antagonism received. This is also so good. Age of Discovery for naval power is so important. You just have to give up two things which are in general better. But if you really care about your navy, you kind of have to go mill for this age. I think we'll go for admin. Diplo sucks? No. Diplo is objectively the strongest one. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Diplo is objectively the best one in this age. And I think Diplo is the best for the next... At least the next one as well. If you are if you're not colonizing, this one sucks. You are correct. If you're not colonizing, this one, not really worth it. If you are even thinking about colonizing, you have to take this one. You have to. Otherwise, it's just bad. It's just not as good. For us, I think we're going to go admin. I like the idea of faster conversions. Efficiency of cabinet also converts, or not converts. It gives you conversion speed for us. The cheaper buildings would be nice. Integration speed's fine. I don't know if that affects Diplo. I don't think it does. But the trade capacity will also be very nice. Like, admin has a lot of good things that we're looking for. There are some arguments for taking some of the mill stuff, but I think we're going to go for another admin focus. And now we get to see if we spawn any institutions. There's a 2.74% chance that we are going to spawn Pike and Shot in Buddha. Now, even if we don't get it, it's actually great. In EU4, if you don't spawn the institution, L, sucks for you. You get nothing. It's a winner-take-all system. In this version, in EU5, if we don't spawn the institution, but one of our locations had a chance to spawn the institution, it will spread there super quickly, and you don't have to trade for it. It will just start to exist. So that means that we will get Pike and Shot very quickly, which is super nice. Printing press. Oh, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the possible 10 spawn locations for printing press are in our country. I'll be very sad if we don't get it. Okay? I'll be very, very sad if we don't end up getting the printing press. Because it is basically ours for the taking. The game is begging us to go Lutheran. Begging. New World, there's only 3. Sevilla, Santander, and Murcia. I don't know if it's actually pronounced like that, but I think so. Murcia. It's going to spawn in Pisa for sure. Come on, don't do that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Come on. Come on. So we should actually get printing press and Pike and Shot relatively quickly, which is super nice. We'll see about the New World. Let me grab some more water real quick. Did Hussite actually spawn? Well, there is some Hussite here. Maybe Bohemia just didn't decide to flip Hussite. It could have been that they were the Emperor when Hussite spawned, and so they didn't flip. We might be out of luck. We might be out of luck when it comes to the Hussite Wars. I don't even know if we'd be allowed to flip to it now. Oh, there's also hegemons. Requirements not met. Target religion is either part of Christianity or is present by more than 40% in our country. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, here is the Great Power List. Great Kokgetemmer is the economic and diplomatic hegemon. Mali is the current military hegemon, though kind of pathetic military hegemon. I could, right now, very easily become the male hegemon. No, I can't. I take that back. I cannot, because I'm not a great power. France's naval hegemon was 7 heavies. Funny. Very funny. And then Ashikaga is the cultural hegemon. Great powers by size of cultural influence. But if you look, I don't think we're that far behind. Yeah, we're actually the cultural hegemon. If we are able to become a great power, then we would be the cultural hegemon, for sure. I would very easily be able to take over the mill hegemon as well, if I wanted to. I wouldn't, but I could. The economic one, they're at 614 monthly income. Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet, though. So, that's unfortunate. But I could do that. I need to figure out how to become a great power. Becoming an empire would definitely do it. Would definitely help. But who am I locked behind? Like, I've got Bohemia beat. Why are we not an empire? Because we don't have the score. We don't have the great empire, the score, or power projection, or something. Something's holding us back. Great power score. Like, being an empire gives you a flat 200. So the fact that we don't have that is brutal. But that's not what's holding us back from beating some of these guys. And England's in 20. Castile is 13. We're higher ranked than Castile. We're higher than Bohemia. I don't think we're actually higher than France, even if they're not the emperor. Like, really, it's between France, Bohemia, and I of who's the strongest in Europe at the moment, great power-wise. The Mamluks are number 8. They have 307. We have 290. And we just need more pops. I need more trade capacity. My subjects are really carrying my score. But that just shows you how important it is to be an empire. Like, it pushes you up to being an empire. Or to being a great power. The Ottoman expansion gives excitement. Oh, don't be too excited. Because these Ottomans are not Sunni. The Orthomans exist, and they're going to be in a personal union between Georgia and the Ottomans here when the current ruler of Georgia dies. Oh God. Careful what you wish for. Everybody says they want expansion as Ottomans, but do they expect what the Ottomans will do with such power? The Ottomans are Orthodox. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And your vassal? Yeah, technically they'll become our vassal. But only in name. I won't actually have any control over them. Hungary's looking mighty. We are pretty strong. I was really hoping for a Hussite war, though. I thought it'd be fun. They make so much money. It's ridiculous how much money they make. Bohemia getting carried by game mechanics. I don't think that counts as getting carried, but you know what I mean. Scandal averted. I can push towards plutocracy. Nah. What's that might happen in a few decades? I mean, maybe Hussitism has just started. I think I should restart the game and see if that maybe helps with performance. Not that it's going super slow, but it's definitely slower than it was when we started today. How do you become an empire? You need to not be Catholic, number 1. And then you have to be big enough. Oh, we might not be big enough. We can look at the requirements here in a second. Still says it's 14.71. To become an empire, you click on Form New Country. Then there's Become an Empire. We are a great power. Papal State's opinion of Hungary is greater than 100. We don't have papal ban on empires. If we became not Catholic, that would fix that. At least one of these. 10 million pops in total. 7.5 million pops of primary religion. Or 5 million pops of primary religion accepted cultures. So we cannot become an empire yet. We're too small. Why are empires banned by the Pope? Long story short, Because in order to legitimize Catholicism, there can only be one emperor because friggin' complicated reasons, stuff and things. But essentially, there can only be one empire, and that's the Holy Roman Empire. Or you can just be a great power, and then you can become an empire. No, you still have to meet these. Okay. So we're just gonna have to somehow become a great power without getting the free boost that is being an empire. I mean, we've got time. Yeah, let me make a save and let's exit and reload. If you have that many pops, you probably become a great power automatically. I mean, it would certainly help. Catholic sucks if you aren't HRE. No. Catholic sucks if you are HRE too. To be fair. If you convert and integrate your vassals, you would have the required pops. I mean, yeah. Easier said than done. Why does that pop-up always happen when I open this game? It's very annoying. Napoleon crowned himself emperor in 1804, snatched the crown from the Pope's head and said, "Guess I'll do it myself." No wonder the Pope hated him. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I would also not appreciate that if someone did that to me. But by that point, I think it was people didn't declare themselves empires, not necessarily because of the legitimization of the Catholic Church, but because of the power balance in Europe. Because like even Great Britain was in an empire, right? It was Queen Victoria, not Empress Victoria. It was Queen Victoria, you know, Empress of India, but not an empress in Europe. Stream lags a lot when you restart U5. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That's just the game loading up. It lags my computer too. It's not just like an internet thing. It lags the computer as it loads. It might be a my PC thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. Now I'm like all robot-y. Is my voice robot-y? Use a video? Okay, that's fine. Options for flipping religions is Hungary. Orthodox or Lutheran are probably the two options. Orthodox or Lutheran. The video is good now? Yeah, it'll be good now. It's only when it's loading. When the game is actively loading, it, I think it's because my computer sends more resources to the game as it gets everything loaded up, and so it lowers the amount that it gives over to my webcam into OBS. Did the flag change when we reloaded? You are not crazy. You are not crazy. Our flag did change, and I don't... Maybe there was an update. I mean, there was a little update when I just reloaded, but I thought it was just like a regular thing. Huh. Well, we're gonna lose that flag anyways. We're gonna lose it anyways, and we're gonna get this. No, our cracked advisor died. Any crown characters? Yeah, we got one. Very well. You have kids? Yes. Oh, I should have checked my daughters to see if they were really good. Well, this one is, but she's a cabinet member in Naples, when she should be a cabinet member here. Hey, and we get the printing press in Buda. The ability to mass produce the written word would revolutionize the spread of information and in many ways early modern society as a whole, pioneered by Renaissance men such as Venetian printer Aldus Manutius? I don't know. The new art helped fuel the Renaissance by making the translated classics more widely available. Later, the Reformation benefited greatly from the ability to spread critical publications and translations of the Holy Scriptures. Now that printing has matured as a technique and spread throughout Europe, hundreds of thousands of copies of everything from religious and political pamphlets to scientific treatises and instructions on how to behave are circulating the continent. With print shops growing ever more commonplace, rulers have found it hard to contain the new technique, as a comparatively easy means of production means censorship can be sidestepped by moving business across a border or even just changing the name on a title page. And that is spawned in our capital, which means it should spread fairly quickly. Yeah, 5.9 to pest. And then when it gets spread to pest, it will get spread to the rest of our country as it gets to the market center. Ooh, actually, if we spawn things in our market, that might be bad if it's not near the market center, because then it might spread slower. I didn't even think about that. You can join my Order of Chivalry, just in case. Printing press is the perfect resource for Orthodox conversion. I guess. I mean, no, it's a perfect resource for Lutheran conversion. Really? Ain't that what happened historically? Yeah. Age changed it? Really? The age changed our flag. Huh. That's cool. There you go. What does the censorship law do? Makes people not talk. This is really good. 0.25 cultural influence is super nice. Right now, it gives clergy satisfaction, equilibrium, and stab decay reductions. Interesting. It mutes chat. Funny. Did other nations' flags change? France's did. Is that why? Did our flag change because France's flag changed? That's so sad. Right? Didn't France have more fleur-de-lis on here beforehand? Wasn't like a bunch of them? Like how ours used to be? Printing press is the perfect resource for Sunni conversion. Whoa. What's going on in Press Lab? They've got a rebellion. Big rebellion. I don't think I'm able to get involved though. Support military. Support loyalists. Intervene in the Civil War. At least 12 months has to go by before you can do that. We have 0.76 masonry. Well, it'll take time for all these guys to do their thing. Gross, we look even more French. Well, great news. We're about to look very Polish. If that makes you feel any better. I Wave of Obscure. Yes, give me the research. Always. Always give me the research. Okay, yeah. Tools guilds aren't great for us because we produce so many through... Oh my god, we're using copper and tin? That's wild. Because we produce so many rurally. I mean, that's fine. It's all very fine. Fine and dandy. Fine and fine. Can I get... I can build 10 masons here. I don't know if that's worth my building slot in Pest, but I'm gonna build them. Because I need them. New World appears in Mercia. Over here. Kind of a tough spot for that to spawn in for them. Now we're just hoping that we get the one that we were actually contesting, which is Pike and Shot. Here's hoping. That's in Egypt. Pretty devastating if it got somewhere else. I mean, again, it won't matter too much, but... Oh, Croatia just made a market. Interesting. Okay, it gets split in Krakow. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. A new type of warfare began to develop at the end of the 15th century. In the midst of the Italian Wars, the generalization of pikemen in the late Middle Ages as an alternative to men-at-arms who could successfully face heavy cavalry charges was accompanied by the development of portable firearms, mainly matchlock arquebuses and muskets. The soldiers now adopt a new formation in which the pikemen form a square, while the arquebussers fan out to the sides and front and seek cover behind or inside the square in case the formation enters close combat. This new type of formation, called pike and shot, was favored by German Landsknechts and Spanish tercios, and was soon adopted by other armies, reigning supreme on European battlefields for nearly 2 centuries, until superseded in the early 18th century by line infantry formations armed with new flintlock muskets mounting bayonets. So now the question is, how quickly is my institution going to spread? Fairly quickly. Yeah, and Pest is going to get the pike and shot because... Why? Could have spawned it. 2.18. Import from locations 0.07. So that'll be fairly quickly. How far down the tree is my roads? That's a very small market you've just made. Because I might just start saving up for the roads right now and not spending money. They're decently far down there. We do want to save up for roads. So that way we can just build level 2 roads everywhere immediately. Temple Bridge Cathedral check. I don't really build too many cathedrals at this point. But bridges, I can get one in my territory. And I'll build a couple in my subjects. And they can enjoy having access to stuff and things. We'll probably go for about another 45 minutes, by the way. And we'll call it there for the day. So we'll definitely get... I think we'll get the institution within 45 minutes. I hope so. I hope so. Masonry. It's so bad. It's so bad. We're still importing 5 masonry. It's pretty bad. Boo, why no 12-hour stream? Because it's good for me to not play the same game all day. It's good to go do other things too. And think about this, okay? Think about this. I end stream. We all go to bed. Everybody. We all just go to bed immediately. You wake up, then you can play EU5. Boom. Think about it. Think about it. Hey, hey. We're number 8. We're number 9 now. We moved up in the rankings. Oh, wait. We might be able to sneak in. We might be able to sneak in to great powers by embracing these institutions early. Ooh. Are we sneaky? Are we sneaky? Raw material time, expansion. Yeah, I don't know why he made this market. I do. It's not like a terrible market, but it is pretty bad because the Dubrovnik market is still here. But I suppose it's good for Croatia because now they're in control of their own market. They might starve though, I'm not sure. Yeah, 12 hours of stream, 8 hours of sleep, plenty of time for activities. Okay, well, I guess you did get me there. Checkmate. Checkmate. I will concede that. Still not going to be a 12-hour stream, though. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Do we want to flip Orthodox? Or do we want to flip Lutheran? That's going to be the poll. Okay? Can we bargain for 10 hours? No. Think we can come right through the 11-hour stream? No. Tomorrow we might do a long stream. We'll see. It's possible. Because then you guys will be playing. And then, you know, second monitor content and all that. But I have a little bit more time tomorrow. Religious map? Yeah, so all of our subjects, pretty much all of our subjects, are Orthodox. Most of our land is Catholic. Now, when Lutheranism spawns, and I don't know when it's going to spawn. What's the current Reform Desire? Reform Desire is only at 62%, so there's still a while. If we're still Catholic, then we're going to get a bunch of buildings that automatically build, and they are going to start flipping pops to Lutheran across all of our country. It will be much easier to flip Lutheran than it will be to flip Orthodox. But if we do flip Orthodox, it gives us a pretty good excuse to continue to kind of expand down into here. It will make any expansions that we want to do into Italy more difficult. But either way, I think we want to convert. So I'll get the poll up. Which religion do we flip? We got Lutheran, and we've got Orthodox. All right, I'll leave it up for like 2 minutes. No additional votes. You get 1 vote. Can I convert my vassals? Yes. Well, you know how I feel about converting vassals. It just makes them disloyal. I don't like it. There's way more orthopop for upgrading to Empire. That's true. That's very true. There is, in fact, more of that. Or we can stay Catholic and we can keep clicking these buttons every once in a while. This looks like a Cathar play, doesn't it? Yes. I think I killed too many of their preachers to make that reasonable. Convert Styria for the funny Austrian middle finger. I do want to go to war with Austria. France won't join. We have claims on province. Finally. That's the Reconquest CB, by the way. We've finally gotten. We will have to fight Naples for this. I think right now is a good time to fight them. So let's do that. Do we actually have Cathars appear? Yeah, there's events that happen early in the game where they're like, oh, this preacher shows up and he's talking about weird ideas about what Christianity could be or something. And I just kill him every time. Otherwise, they convert your pops, and I just never felt the reason to convert the pops. There's also the downside that I don't think pops that are wrong religion grow. It might be that pops that aren't your primary culture grow. It's one of the two. One of them means that those pops don't grow at all, or something. Some weird thing. Something like that. Alright, you guys want to flip Orthodox? We'll flip Orthodox, which means we can do that sooner rather than later. Let's begin to convert things. We will lose Latin as a liturgical language, but whatever. Let's go to our cabinet. Let's begin to convert to Orthodox our capital. Let's stop. Well, you're almost done with that integration, so we'll let you keep going there. You need to be replaced with somebody with a high mill that's not going to die sometime soon. Okay, you're all trash. You're all actually just horrendous. Guess it's you. You can stop integrating that, and you're going to start to convert to Orthodoxy stuff in Pest. And you're almost with that integration, and then we'll start converting there. Wow, we started flipping to Orthodox, and now game's running great. Weird. Let's do that. Balance you out. We will go formation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You walk down here. Combine together. I think you just like combine them. No, I think I did it right. Yeah, these are all the heavy cav and all the cannons. I want to move all the cannons to the reserves. And that'll work. Oh, some of the heavy cav got put into the center. Honestly, that's fine. I think that's fine. How old are you? You are 64. You're going to keep leading until you die. Lead till you die. Okay, we're going after this province. We're going to go occupy it first. I've called in Poland to make sure that the war is as easy as possible for us. They'll send some support. Any chance we can get a son? No. I think this is our last kid. Come on. One son. Please. Please. I'm begging. Just one son. That's all I need. He can be young. It's fine. He just needs to, you know, be able to inherit so I don't become a personal union with Poland. I've seen the video by Bill Wirtz, History of the World. I don't know. I don't know. There's construction speed. Let me grab that power projection. We'll go tech by tech here, because I'm going to want to do the newer techs sooner rather than later. We can make our way to Austria's capital. Okay, wow, a lot of things going on here. Now you want me to convert with you. Where? Where should we convert with you is the question. I guess here works. That's fine. Now keep in mind that higher class pops, I believe they convert slower than lower class pops. So it will take us longer in these cities to do conversions compared to if we were trying to convert just a bunch of rural locations. And that's why I'm converting them first. Now I don't know when I want to click the funny button and actually convert. We'll see. Allow the union and become the dominant partner. Yeah, but I don't know if I can flip religions if I'm in a union. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. If it turns out that we can, then we'll have to reload. Well, no, I guess it's just skill issue. No reloading. No reloading allowed. But if I flip Orthodox right now, I'm gonna have some troubles. I have a feeling. Some real big troubles. Take Southern Austria? We might. I'm really more focused on taking my subjects' cores. Really? No road building again? That is unfortunate. I could fail this on purpose and get moved towards land more. Let's do that. It'll cost us some stability, though. We'll get that up there, and then I'm going to request additional taxes so I can make some money. Question is, do I take things from Naples in this war? Oh, here comes the Nepalese armies. The following works of arts were destroyed. The evocative forest was destroyed. The following works of art were captured and taken to Buddha. The crown of Scilly, created in 1374, and the lamentation for wave. Nice. Free works of art for us. Make your way down. Transylvania is unfortunately going to lose that fight. We can probably piece out Austria for what we want here, which is Upper Styria. We can just kind of walk away with it. Which I probably should do. There is an argument, though, for taking this from Austria as well. Yeah, we could try and take the coast from Naples. Yeah, and then money and war reps. Well, you could take Northern and Western Austria. Real. Just take it. What's the worst that could happen? Now, I would need to... Oh my god, I wouldn't even need to occupy it. That's downright criminal. That is downright criminal. And then I can cancel subjects. I think for this I would have to occupy them. But yeah, we can take all of Naples' holdings up here in the north. I'm gonna take money. It's not bad. Not bad at all. That makes Verona real mad. Makes Milan real mad, but it'll go away. Then we can destroy the Dubrovnik market. I mean, I don't really want to destroy the Dubrovnik market. Well, maybe I do now. Before, I would have rather just moved it up here somewhere. But because Croatia created this market, Maybe I should. Because it's not going to go down here anymore, I don't think. I think we're going to lose the access to down here. Not that it really matters since there's 40% access to market down there, which is horrendous. I don't know. We'll see. I think this is a peace deal, though. I don't really need to stay in this war very long. In and out, 20-second adventure, no problem. Unless I want this from Austria. If I did take it, that adds Upper Bavaria into the coalition, but it's whatever. It adds Verona into the coalition. But it does kind of end all the wars that I absolutely need to do against Austria for a while. But then again, I don't even need this from Austria, is the thing. Like, need for what? Need for what? You know? Like, I could give it to Styria, sure. Then minimal Catholic wars? I guess. You can just take a little bit less money. Yeah, by that logic, I should not take this. I should take better land up here. It's fine. In and out, 20-second adventure. No problem. Long wars or bad wars? Long wars or bad wars? Styria, 65 loyalty. You suck. After all I've done for you. After all I've done for you, you dare even think about being disloyal. Southern Dalmatia. I'd probably just give that to Bosnia. Don't get mad, okay? Don't get mad. Nobody get mad. All right, relax. Relax. This isn't real. It's not real. You're fine. There you go, Bosnia. Have a coastline. You're welcome. Okay. Do I start thinking about annexing Transylvania at this point? It would be done in 27 years. You know? Will I have those roads in 27 years is the question. Maybe. Printing press is spreading like crazy. Oh, I can build more universities. I really got to stay on top of that. Really got to stay on just making sure I'm always... Okay. Of course, I built it somewhere that's building a library at the moment. Then you get rid of the market for giving the province away. I'm fine with keeping the market for now. It doesn't affect me in any large way. I will survive with it. Banditry in Upper Hungary. 110,000 pops against 5 locations. We'll get mad. I'll just lose the prosperity. It's fine. We'll lose more prosperity if we have to go to war with it. How close are we to actually getting this? Bohemia wants military access? Sure. 5.1, 12.59. There's +5 power projection. Medicament, supply limit, monthly army tradition. No, I want anatomy. Anatomy is important. Disease resistance and all that. Am I really making 372 ducats a month? Wow. Look at that max tax that we can have on commoners. We just have to get their loyalty up. Maybe I want more privileges to the commoners. At this point, I mean, we could consider going for communal lands as long as our decentralization doesn't go more than our centralization, it won't go down at all. So we could start trying to make them super happy. I don't know how I feel about no labor on Sundays, though. Something to think about. Poland wants an alliance. Were we not allied? Hey! What is that? Cognatic primogenitor. What? What? How'd you do that? Teach me your secrets. How did you change your succession law? Scammed. Scammed. This is a one-sided deal. This is a one-sided deal. When you're making that much money, is there any reason to not crank up the budget sliders? Because I'll need the money eventually. I'm saving up for roads. I'm not just letting this money build up. I'm saving for roads specifically. Though, to be fair, we could probably pay for some more stability. But yeah, roads. Just tell the nobles succession is different now. Well, what if I flip Orthodox real quick? Succession law is locked. It cannot be changed from. That's a lie. That's not true. It's right here. Cognatic primogenitor. They did it. They swapped. Never before have I been more scammed. I don't want a Piast on my throne. The thing is, if I don't get a Piast, I'll get someone else. Is it time to flip Orthodox at the risk of everything blowing up? Is that the risk we take here? Maybe only Hungary gets it? No, they both get it. For sure. Better a Piast than a von Habsburg, no? Feels like a real race to the bottom. At that point, like, I guess. Parliament decision for changing succession law? I don't think so. They didn't lose to any rebellions. So I'm not sure how they did that. How's that religious conversion coming along? Hey, we're up to 9.4%. Nice. Orthodoxy does get plus 5% max literacy. Just kind of interesting. Wow. Okay. But jot this down. Okay, that says Catholic religion is part of the Christianity religious group. 25% max literacy, 5% estate satisfaction, 10% clergy estate satisfaction, minus 100% maximum tax for clergy, minus 0.01% monthly reform desire, 0.1 religious influence, minus 20% antagonism received, plus 10% institution growth, curia actions blocked, papal ban on empires, monasteries are allowed, plus 900 max religious influence, 20% pure authority. Cannot declare war on religious head without CB. So there are good things that we'll lose. We'll lose literacy overall for our clergy, but we'll gain more in general. Converting with only 8% of my country feels so crazy, though. It just feels insane. Why are you purchasing military access? You're with Bohemia. Okay. Why are we taking the religion of the guys we defeated? Because I want to become an empire. You think it's just Christian, not Catholic? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. Probably a heretic? He's probably a heretic. AKA a Catholic. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. What? What do you mean I have a paper shortage? What do you mean I have a paper shortage? Shoot. Shoot. That's fine. We get the new paper workshops next stage. There's character life expectancy, so my ruler should hopefully hold on for a little bit longer. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, okay? You just gotta keep hanging in there. Make a sun, maybe? Think about it. Just saying. I don't think he can make any more suns. You think it means there's no paper? Okay, well, thank you for that astute observation. And there is no paper when they say we're out of paper. I'm going to pay for max stab because I want to embrace these institutions quickly. I want to bump myself up into being a great power. Because I will definitely crusade for Egypt. How about no? How about I'm good? Not that I couldn't beat them. Okay, fine. I guess we're voting yes. I guess we're going on a crusade. Fuck it. It's not that I don't think we can beat them. I think I could 1v1 the Mamluks right now. Especially right now. Because they have a big rebellion. But even if they were all together, I think I could beat the Mamluks. With enough gusto. England regained land in France. What is going on over here? So-called Holy Roman Empire. What happened to your income, France? What the? France? What are you doing? How do you lose almost 200 ducats of income? Crusade for Constantinople? Why would we crusade our heretic friends? Curious. Am I gonna get dragged into this crusade? I'm already supporting it, except. Oh, everybody wants this crusade. Everybody wants this crusade to the Mamluks. What are we, some kind of crusader king? Apparently. Apparently we are. The evil, messed up version of the Varna crusade. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Strengthen existing trade networks. This guy comes of age. Are you off? Okay, well. Voting period of 180 days. The vote ends the 8th of December, 1441. Okay, I guess we're doing this. Not how I thought this was going to go today, but very well. Apparently, we're going for a crusade for Egypt. I have no idea how these work. Who's on our side? Naples, France. Okay, if people actually show up, we will win this crusade. We will. I need to get down there pretty quickly to claim the best territory. I need to build a bunch of camp followers. Give me some more cannons. And give me some more cavalry. Oh, there's a whole IO for it. We get 0.1% damage done to heathens in battle. Alright. Religious zeal of 100%. Raise the levies up. We're going to Egypt. Also, I'm hiring mercenaries right now. Hire a mercenary leader. I want the person who has... Okay, 37 cannons might be a bit much. I will say. Just want to point that out. cost doesn't really matter to me. Oh my god. That's a lot of guys. That's a ton of possible cavalry. How in the world do you have that size of a mercenary unit? That's wild. 122? Okay, 42 cannons. I was like, wow, okay. Okay. Well, what if we negotiate with this guy? Oh, he's pathetic. He can only have 15. Oh. How many can you have? 15? Is that just the max? Is 15? Can anybody give me more than 15? You can do 19. What's it based off of? You can have 20. I'm gonna grab no cannons from you. I can supply my own cannons. Is no footman available? That's what? Okay, I can hire 20 archers from this guy. We can hire him for 120 months. It'll cost me 1,000 ducats. And it'll cost me 6 ducats a month. Too far away from Modena. Okay, we can hire him in Pex. That's fine. Let's hire another merc company. And we'll go with this guy. Can you get 10? Or is that the guy I just hired? That might be the guy I literally just hired. We're starting the Kingdom of Poland. Kingdom of France. What about you? Can I hire you anywhere? Not really. I wish I could sort by distance, so that way I could know who's available. You only have 8? I think there was a way to sort this by how many units they could control. Maybe it's based on admin ability? Or Diplo? This guy can have 14. This guy can have 22. Okay, now hold on. We're cooking. 7 archers, 3 horsemen, 2 armored horsemen. No. I want all footmen and 1 camp follower. Hire you here. We're going all in for this. Why not? The crusade, the last crusade. For us, at least. Unless we're going to do an Orthodox crusade. And I even want those 17,000 guys over there. Okay. Game does not appreciate this. And we will see what happens. We have the money to hire mercs, so there's no reason not to. Now, of course, I'm not sure how effective our levies are going to be. Religious War CB. Well, that's convenient. I'm going to grab that, though. Disease? Typhus? No. No. We've been betrayed by God. It's a sign. It's a sign, I say. A sign! God has cursed us for going on this Catholic crusade. You cannot walk through pest. If you walk through pest, we're all going to suffer. All of you get in here, though. Just don't go through pest. And don't spread. Okay. Dead general. We'll go south and we'll pick up all these troops. We'll organize them a little bit better later. Magar Balaz is going to be our leader of choice here. Now, I think the crusade is whatever you occupy, you get to keep. Like, you get in the peace deal, I think. So, I don't know how this is going to go down. We may find ourselves taking a bunch of land I can't actually hold, but we're about to find out. Can we get there without boats? I do need boats, huh? I bet you we'll figure it out. Our fellow Christians are going to be more than willing to give access. Oh, if only I was a great power. Oh, if only I was a great power. We may be cooked, actually. The Ottomans won't give me mill access either because of negative opinion. Is this the consequences of my actions? Are we out of luck? Are we cooked? Chad, are we cooked? Are we cookified? I mean, at this rate, nobody's going to get there. Like, they're going to try and land and they're going to die. There is a very funny path we could try and take, though. Would you give me access? Yeah? 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 Yeah. All right, pay for those diplomats, boys. We're going the long way around. We're going on a tour. Off we go. We're going to have to purchase food access from some of these guys as well. It was offer, not buy? Oh, you're so right. Wait, I need favors to request military access? Why? Wait, that's kind of lame. That's kind of lame. I can just like request military access and they won't purchase it for -10 reasons. What if I offer them military access? They still won't give it to me. There's also purchase, but they won't accept unless I can increase the price. I can't increase the price to make them want to do it more. Well, I guess we should have built a navy. I should have taken a border to the freaking Ottomans. Are there mercenary boats? Yeah, but there's only 4 of them. Hire mercenary leader? Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. You might be the hero. You might be the hero. Hire naval mercenary leader. Who can give me the most amount of boats? You can get 22 boats. You can give me 13 boats. Here's the problem, though. That means there's going to be no... Okay, there's going to be no combat boats. They do have 7 galleys and 6 heavies, which means if we do run into their navy, we're cooked. We're actually cooked. Looking at my admin, I think 13 is the best we're gonna get. You can carry 300 troops. You can carry 250. So I can get 19 hulks 19 times 300. What is that? Calculator. Go. 19 times 300 is 5,700. That's not that many. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but that is not enough to move our troops to where they need to go. That is not enough. I get 23 boats out of you. I mean, I can just hire multiple, I suppose. It's kind of scuffed. But I can do it. Shoot, who did I just hire? Capitan Simon. Okay, not this guy. I can get 20 from there. I mean, this is gonna have to just work. It's gonna just have to work. Watching the stream, the number's not 1 for 1 on the transport. Yeah, it's different. Higher level transports can carry more troops at a time. See, the thing is, I mean, to be honest with you, right now, that is enough troops. It is. If we can land them, if, very big if, then it can work. Here, why don't you go down here, and you can make your way over to here. And we'll just attach as many troops as we can, and we'll send them down. And I'm going for the big stuff. That's my plan. I land in their current capital due to their noble rebellion. I immediately occupy this city. Now there is malaria down here. So we might just watch all these pops get wood chippered, but we'll see. How many combat boats can we hire as mercs? I think 2. What's this plus 4 now? Raul? Raul, you son of a bitch, I'm in. I'll spend all my damn money on this. I don't care. I've got the money. What else am I spending on? Besides, it'll be funny. It'll be funny if we get like all of Egypt. I don't know what we do with it, but I'm sure I can figure it out. Oh, it automatically merged, huh? Oh yeah, okay. I am gonna make a save on this one. This could go very badly, and it will be very funny. But here's hoping it doesn't, right? Here we go. We've got to get down there. We've got to land, and we've got to do the thing. Egypt will be Orthodox. Byzantine players in shambles, realizing Hungary is the true heir of Rome. In absolute shambles. Look, they have all their troops up here in the north. Of course, I'm going to get down here, and then everybody's going to get mill access. It's how these things usually go. Bohemia becomes military hegemon. And diplo hegemon. I'm guessing that France died. Here we go. Get in there, boys. I wouldn't actually mind grabbing fort limit. Look at them. They're walking on water. Yo! All right, we've landed. Now the question is, can we occupy this fast enough so we stop losing troops to attrition? What do you suggest as first country for when the game comes out tomorrow? Hungary's good. Naples is good. Naples is probably the best. As much as it pains me to say. Naples is probably the best. Oh my god. 27,000. Bro, and they say malaria does nothing. And they say malaria does nothing. Are they insane? We're losing hundreds a month. Hundreds, if not thousands a month. Yeah, you guys can go for Jerusalem and all that. You go take that desert. I'm going for the valuable stuff. I know what I'm about. Oh, we gotta get through this quickly. Okay. Do we have malaria resistance? We have 54% malaria resistance in our army now. Why am I losing food on this army? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. How are we running out of food in the Nile? Okay, shout out to Naples who just occupied this. What? What is happening down here? What is bro doing? He hasn't improved any of this. What? He's throwing. He's throwing. This is hostile defensiveness. Oh, we're getting wood chippered. Oh, we're getting obliterated. We have 83% disease resistance in our army now. We're close. We're close to not dying to malaria anymore, boys. We're so close. We're so close. Go ahead and consolidate. Re-go out there. 90%. 90% malaria resistance. Okay, we should be fine. This is... I mean, we lost half of our troops to attrition. I guess historically accurate crusade. Assault team would have lost less men. I mean, we would still lose the men, though. Like, that wouldn't really change anything. We're not at war with these guys. Unfortunately, I can't grab Cairo in this war. We're not at war with these guys. We're just at war with Egypt proper. I would love to be able to get over here and grab all of this. Unfortunately, we cannot get Alexandria in this war, because that's owned by the Pretender rebels. You can marry that other guy that just came of age. There we go. How's this looking against the Mamluks? They say we've only lost 1,178, but we know that's not true. We know that's not true. Many good men have died. Missionary falls ill. I'm just going to have to convert slower. It is what it is. Diseases affecting our army, typhus. Haven't we suffered enough? Haven't we suffered enough? Okay? Surely. Another shortage. Come on. Give me the siege. I want the siege. Okay. They're leaving. There's more of that. I don't know, man. Give me stone output and then culture capacity. Lots of diseases down here. I don't know. We might have brought the typhus, to be fair, because I'm not seeing typhus down here. It might just be a disease that you can get while sieging, to be fair. Okay, I'm going to send this peasant levy over there to get that occupation, and we're going to walk down here. I don't know. There's 0% religious zeal. That quickly, huh? All right. Wait, are they trying to... What is happening? They're going to kill these troops. They're saying I'm going to win. I don't believe that. Okay, that is super embarrassing. That is super, 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 super duper embarrassing for them. Super duper embarrassing. I don't know if it could have been more embarrassing. They just lost to 1,000 peasants? Peasant levies. With no general. Are they gonna do it again? Yeah, but this time Naples is here. Oh. Oh my god, they did it again. Son of a bitch. They're just built different. Hostile rhetoric? I don't really care. Okay, I do feel like we need to follow these guys to make sure they don't unsiege anything. Boo! Boo! My troops were there first. Get out of here. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. See, we could have easily beaten the Mamluks on our own. Mercenary contract is expiring. Can I extend it? All cough heavies. These troops might never be going home. Did I not make it for 10 years with all those hey, good news. We don't have as many troops as we came down with. So when you think about it, that was really smart of me. Oh, they flipped this over to Poland. Well, that's something. There we go. We've taken Jerusalem. I guess it's that easy. Okay, now they're going to kill these troops. Stories will be written about your bravery. Oh, they didn't even get stack wiped. Nice. No, 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 no. We're really in a competition with Naples right now. Okay, they didn't unoccupy it, so that's fine. How does this war end? Is my next question. Because can I separate peace out? I guess I could, but I don't really want this land is the thing. How many losses have I taken? According to this, not many. Realistically, I've lost, I think, almost 16,000 attrition losses. Pope, you'd assume? Well, Poland's in charge, but I just didn't know. I don't know if there's like a special way for it to end. Again, I've never crusaded in EU5. Okay, all that will be automatically occupied. We don't have access through this guy. Can I get access? No. I cannot. Is it time to go take Mecca and Medina? I mean, I don't really want to send my troops all the way down there, but we got to end this war. So we've got to occupy everything. I can't get to the stuff in the north. I could bring my boats over and boat them up, I suppose. Is this owned by the Mamluks? Oh, God. This Mamluks is actually pretty big. They've actually gotten a lot of vassals. Where is the province capital down here? Generalist, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good time playing some EU5 today. We are in a crusade. I didn't want to join the crusade, but Poland forced me to join using favors. So I said, okay. So now we're out here occupying Egypt, and I don't know how it ends. But you know what? We go on a little adventure down south. Sure, I lost maybe 16,000 troops to mosquitoes, but skill issue. Next time, simply don't get sick. Consider that. If you ever get called into a random crusade to Egypt, remember that. Don't get sick. Joined right at the start date? That's right. Welcome to 1444. It's that easy. Battle of Varna. Though there will be no Battle of Varna this time because the Ottomans are Orthodox. So there's no crusade against them. So instead, I guess we're going for the Mamluks. Adam, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know if I actually want any of this land in the crusade. I don't, actually. Well, no, I could. I could, because I can just release a colonial nation down here. Because it's a different continent. So really, I do want all this land. I do want greed. Greed is good, actually. Greed is good, and I should take it all for myself. But I don't know how to peace out. I don't know if it's a regular peace out. I don't know. Maybe the hints tell me. Members of Crusade cannot sue for separate peace until 12 months have passed. Well, that doesn't really help. That itself does not help me. You want the Nile Delta? Well, I've got as much of the Nile as I can. As much as I can muster. I don't really want them to take Jerusalem back. My pops are just, I mean, my soldiers are getting lower and lower down here. Eventually I'm going to run out. Eventually. If I can fight them here, that would definitely help. We're not able to get any wipes. I don't really want to siege down Tabuk. It's plateau, in the desert, hot, arid, for less supply limit. Like, that sounds like it sucks. Be ambitious. So real. You're so right. I should be ambitious. Oh, Naples is getting in there early. Trying to nab stuff. Dang. No, I have to siege down Tabuk. I have to. Otherwise they're just going to keep unsieging things down here. The thing is, if I go crazy and I decide, hey, I'm going to take, you know, all the delta here. Occupied by Poland? What? No. No. Damn you, Poland. I mean, if I stay in long enough, we could do something like this and make a couple of different subjects down here, colonial nations, but I don't know. You can ask them to transfer, can you? I don't think so. Not that I know of. Yeah, not that I know of. Damn you, Poland. I even joined your frickin' crusade, and now you're not going to give me anything? Well played. Well played, AI. Well played. Try and get Tabuk siege down. It's just Naples and I. France is in this crusade, by the way. I believe Diplo-Hegemon France. Nope, there is no Diplo-Hegemon. Not sure how that one works. France is 39th great power? What? Is bankrupt? Huh? France, how did you go bankrupt? What did you do? Well, I guess that makes a lot of sense why they're not involved in this war. I'll give them that. Crusade disbanded. They gave me Jerusalem! Let's go! They also give me this, which is kind of crazy, but also kind of good because it gives me access to the Red Sea if I ever explore this. Well, that sure is something, huh? They didn't give me any of the good stuff. We can disband all levies. And... oh. Oh, I see. We were already out of levies. All the levies were already dead. Every levy we took down there was already dead. Oh. Oops. It was for God, okay? It was for God. It was worth it. It was worth it, alright? Now we're gonna flip Orthodox. Suckers. Thanks for the free stuff. So we can either keep this for ourselves, where we will have 70,000 troops that will hate us forever and ever, or 70,000 pops that I can't reasonably convert because it will have 0 control. Or I can release it as a subject, I think. Create subject. Historical subject? No. Custom subject down here. We can make it a colonial nation. Overlord can build resource gathering operations, roads and buildings. Will take 1.05 diplomatic capacity to maintain. What? But it has more pop capacity. Well, at that point, wouldn't it be better if I just made it a vassal? Pool Goose, thank you for the follow. Does owning Jerusalem as a Christian do anything? Well, it definitely will give me rebels. There is a holy city. Holy site for Catholicism. Due to holy site importance, I gain control and monthly religious influence? I guess that's it. I'm even showing holy site for Orthodox. I don't know if that's true though. It might not be true. Okay, yeah, it is a holy site for Orthodox as well. Diplomatic capacity can be a lie check modifiers first. You may have reduced capacity cost. Attacking governments. I mean, I have the diplo capacity. That's not really a big deal. It just feels like a lot if the colonial nation has won. And I've got all these other guys that are worth 0.39 or whatever. It just feels like a lot. Everybody's super loyal. There's something weird going on here. I don't know what it is. They're saying they're weaker than I am. Maybe it's because of all my mercs. Okay, Poland. Bro, Poland is just waiting for this guy to die, so that way I go into a union with him. Do you need to be ortho when you release there to be ortho? I don't think it'll be ortho either way. Or I don't think it'll be my religion either way. Yeah, it takes the culture and religion from here, so it'll be Levantine and Sunni. Which is why I think making it a colonial nation is the play. The thing is, there's not like super good RGOs here. There's some sugar here, but that's like a city anyways. If you go to your Diplo numbers at the top and open the tooltip, the current vassal reduction should be listed. Right here. I'm looking at max capacity. Do you want me to hover over here? Minus 10%, same dialect, same religion for Transylvania. Styria, country rank, same religion group. I mean, I won't be getting the minus 10% from same religion or 5% from religion group. I guess the question is, am I ever, realistically, going to hold this land? The answer is no, probably not. Like, I'm just being honest, probably not. I don't see us going through Anatolia and conquering down here and creating some crazy control. Like, we're hungry. We're up here. This is where we're going to have all of our power. Could force convert them? I mean, yeah, but then it's just going to get destroyed by rebels, you know? Control be reasonable in the 1700s. My brother in Christ, that is 300 years away. I'm not really worried about the control down here in 300 years. I'm worried about the control up here within the next 50. Oh, we can also stop paying so much for diplomatic spending. Oh, that's why they're so loyal, is I put my diplomatic spending slider up to max. Stab we can keep paying for. Oh, that's CK3 music. You know what? We'll leave the CK3 music on for the very end. It fits. It fits. I think we're going to release Colonial Nation. I think it makes sense. I'll probably give them this as well. This is a desert crossing, isn't it? No, this is. If I do another war against the Mamluks, and I take this, like, there is, kind of scarily, a way that I could get to India. Like, just taking this right now means that I could try and explore down through here, get to Yemen, and then try and get trade in through India before anybody else in Europe does, which is kind of funny. And if I really build up a big professional military, I can send them down here to train, and then they should get malaria resistance, and then I can just fight with a big professional army, and I can just create like a major colonial nation down here in Egypt, and I can take control over this sugar trade and trade the sugar into the rest of Europe. Hey, Generals. High pop colonial nations are cracked. Yeah, I do think this is a natural colonial nation. Who do I put in charge? I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Can I do random? No. Okay, congratulations to this guy. He's not very good. Good luck. Good luck out there. I do still own this myself. I would need to actually build up sailors. Maybe it's time that Croatia gets annexed. Sugar, I hardly know her. Got him. Got him. Maybe it's time that I annex Croatia. And I just won't have much control down here is the problem. But we almost have tier 2 roads. That won't really solve the control problem down here at all. I could also try and build some fishing villages maybe. That might help. But if I want to explore, I need sailors. I should start getting sailors from this guy, though. Right? That is a horrific flag. I just want to point that out. That is horrific. Hate that. Hungary are in the Catholic Church with Philistine. Wait! No! They do become Catholic. Colonial nations become Catholic? Uh-oh. We might just have to reload that. Maybe it's time to flip Orthodox. What is this? I don't know. I'm pausing that. Oh, it's still ours. I can just convert them later, to be honest. I mean, they'll be mad about it, but they'll get over it eventually. Oh, they are Catholic. But I want to flip Orthodox. Because it'd be funny. How are we actually doing on that conversion, by the way? Man, I should have converted earlier. But we are converting at a decent pace. We'll let them be Catholic for now. It's not a huge deal if they're Catholic. We can always convert them if we want to. Okay, well, I think that's all I've got in me for today. Tomorrow, release day! Yippee! So it means all of you can start to go through the painful process of learning how this game works. But I'll still be here, streaming, playing. We've got more options now. Our horizons have been expanded. We have crusaded into Egypt. And honestly, unless somehow the Mamluks become super strong, we can probably just keep conquering Egypt. Maybe we actually invest into a fully, large military. We're going to have to hire boat mercenaries for a long time, though, because I can't have a coastline, which is going to kind of suck. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so I will be back tomorrow, and we will continue to play. Exclamation point EU5. Use code POLYMU at checkout if you're buying the game tomorrow. Not to shill too much, but I'm just saying, if you use code POLYMU, all caps, on the Paradox store, a cut of that does get sent to me and help support me. But either way, I hope for those of you that will start playing tomorrow that you enjoy. We'll start streaming around regular time, so 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're back to PST. Let's go. Exclamation point Discord to get to Discord. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel, which I really should and do need to get the first 2 VODs uploaded. Oops. Only 7.5 hours? Look, man, I got other things I gotta do. Sorry. Okay, guess what? The game will be here tomorrow and the day after, and it's okay. We don't have to play for 24 hours as soon as the game comes out. Let's check and see if there is anybody else live and alive right now playing some EU5. Let's see. Yeah, Cleo is going with some more Venice, so I will send you guys back on over to her. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, all right? Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Do appreciate it. Good luck. Good luck with your start. Remember, make sure to have enough food in your market. Otherwise, you're going to starve to death, and then you're going to remember this moment right now, and you'll be like, he told me. Don't forget. All right, I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.